Bell, a little nudge out of the way there from Cope onto Henry Colburn. A lovely move, just a little tap to push him out wide and sneak up the inside and get the position confirmed. Brilliant stuff from him as they come back down to Stadium Bend. Now Colburn, though, does retake that position as I say that, but they're swapping and still touching all over the place. Everywhere you look, they're changing. Everywhere you look, they're coming together. This is crazy, crazy action here at the London Cup. With 5 seconds left, next lap will be the final.
Indeed it will. Another good move there up the inside from the 75 of Henry Colburn. He's got a contact warning for that move, though. As back through attempts here is the 83 of David Kioka. David's had a great run through the pack here. Of course, David was the one who was spun round at the first corner. He's back up into the top 10 now, challenging for 7th place. What a run this has been for Henry Colburn. We do head on to the final lap, and I do want to say as well, a driver near the back of this pack we're watching on your screens is indeed the much-loved Chase Wilmington from everyone in the live chat. So hopefully you're being treated to some good action here from Chase. He's right in the middle of that big battle pack. But here comes the number 4 of Luke McGall. We usually say if we don't speak about you much at a race, it's either been quite a poor one or a very good one. And I think it's the latter in this one, isn't it, for Luke McGall?
It's been boring, but in all the best sense for him, because he nailed the start, it disappeared off the front, and as he comes round into the final corner, he will see the checkered flag waving, and wow, what a performance it has been from this young man. Checkered flag waves, Luke McGall takes the opening heat in dominant style. Harry Grant delighted with an equally dominant second place. Yes, 4 off the lead, but some 5 ahead of Josh Bailey. The 81 brings it home in P3 as Srikantan brings home P4. Harry Search just behind in P5. But Luke McGall, with the centre helmet on, maybe channeling a bit of that Brazilian energy, because he was absolutely flying in that heat. Got into the lead, down into paddock or Stadium Bend, and just never looked back and drove away up the front of the pack. That is a great start to his weekend of racing and a real statement to show he's going to be a contender for the 2025 London Cup.
Yeah, we thought with his pace in qualifying yesterday, he was pretty dominant throughout, was just stolen away from him as pole position by Shailin Srikantan at the dying moments. But he's made it 1 from 1 so far in terms of racing as Luke McGall. A great showing from him, and well done as well to Harry Grant. He's always been a little bit elusive for him here at Rye House. He always does a stellar job, but a good performance in that first race, a good springboard for him throughout today's action. Then running through the full results before we go to heat number 2 for our F100 Retro Kart. So Luke McGall, your winner then in heat 1 of Honda Cadet GX200, followed by Harry Grant and Joshua Bailey. Then it was Shailin Srikantan and Harry Search, followed by Jack Cope, David Kioka, Henry Colburn, Mason O'Connor, Nico Veslovsky rounded out the top 10. He was followed by Oliver Ratton. Jensen Kula there in 12th place. That's a shame for Jensen. He would have been hoping for more than that. Jensen, of course, your 2025 Rye House Kart Club Honda Cadet champion. A less than ideal start from him, 5th place to 12th. He'll be hoping for more from heat 2. He was followed by Chase Wilmington, the much-loved Chase from everyone in the live chat. Then Eric Grizzlybeck, a shame from him there, battling up near the top 5, slipping down to 14th with that spin. He was followed by Freddie Williams, Harley Stock, Ralph Ryder Birch, Aubrey H. Evans and Callum Ryan, the last of your 19 finishers. And I do believe all 19 of our drivers there making it to the checkered flag, which is always what we want to see. Well, we were treated already to practice for our screaming F100 karts. We're about to see some racing action for them.
We are indeed. Great to see though everyone finishing the first heat of the day. Yes, a couple of contact warnings along the way, but that's kart racing. You know, there's always going to be a little bit of give and take here and there. But yes, it is time for what for me last year was a particular highlight, because I, you know, as a bit of a retro racing nut, and especially with go-karts, these things are just the best. It is the F100 series. All of these go-karts from the year 2000 or before. We got our 2 classes, our pre-2000 and our pre-95 class. The 2000 is the slightly larger of the two. They're slightly newer karts, slightly quicker, slightly better technology, but equally a little bit more difficult to drive as well because of that higher pace from the Formula A machines. But as he said, these things absolutely screaming, these things, and you get to see all the old classic styles choking the engine, going through corners one-handed. It is really, really awesome. We do have a schedule change at the end of this race, so heat number 2 of the Honda Cadets will be at the end of this block of heats that we have here. So the second Honda Cadet heat will be at the end of all of our other Heat 2s, if that makes sense. I think it does. So just, if you're in a Honda Cadet and you've just come back in, don't worry, just wait for everyone else to do their thing and then you'll be going back out later on.
Exactly that, yeah. And if you're watching on the live stream at home, it'll be at the end of all of these round of heats, so just before the lunch break, that you'll see them back out again. We look forward to this one then for our F100s. Great to have them back yet again at the London Cup. They treated us to some exciting action in 2024. Let's hope for more of this today on the Sunday in 2025. Yeah, I don't know what it is about these karts that are just so awesome, isn't it? I feel like it's just everything, isn't it? The blocky design, the screaming of the engines, and all the extra bits that the drivers have to do, like you were saying, with choking the engine and all extra bits like that you just never have to think about in a modern day kart. I think kids of today don't realise how easy they've got it with their little push to start karts that they can then just head out in. Don't get me wrong, driving a kart isn't the easiest thing to do. I know both me and Ross will definitely attest to that. I mean, he's got more used to mini motos in the last few months, I think, but we're both enjoying our kart racing. And yeah, these 90s karts are just ridiculous. I have been lucky enough, courtesy of a man that can probably hear me, Chris Derrick down in Scrutineering. He was kind enough to give me a run out in one of his old retro karts around Clay Pigeon, and my God, the whole time I was like, this thing's trying to kill me. I can't imagine it was difficult enough just driving it around the circuit, let alone actually racing other drivers at the same time. What a treat we're about to enjoy here at Rye House.
Yeah, I mean, it's the aim of the game. That's what they want to kill you, because that makes them fast. It's kind of how it works with old racing things. They don't really go a lot more comfortably, or comfort and safety, should I say. Let's have a little run through the grid quickly. It is Stuart Sampson that starts on the pole position. Paul Warner alongside with Liam Hamling in P3. Looks like somebody's come grinding to a halt already. That's the number 90 of Craig Cutler. He has come to a stop at the inside of turn 2. He was due to start in P8. Let's see if he can get it going, or if that is curtains for him. Looks like it will be curtains. So Liam Hamling will go third with Will Barnes alongside. Chris Jiggins is fifth with Rob Hall's P6. James Verity in seventh. Craig Cutler would be starting in P8, but he won't be, unfortunately. Robin Perkins is ninth, and Richard Plummer starts in P10. We are being waved around just one more time, I think, so we can get that stranded number 90 machine out of the way. So after this one, we should be going racing for 7 minutes and 1 lap. So a shame that we're already down to 9, but again, that's it's retro go-karting. Sometimes they don't like to work.
Exactly that. I think a lot of the time they don't like to work, do they? But when they do, my goodness, what an experience it is. That's such a shame. You get yourself ready, you do your practice this morning, you get in the kart ready to go, and then great, it's already decided to give up the ghost and parked up at the side. I've just been told through my ears that we will be treated to the curb cam in this race. I am so looking forward to that. I mean, it'll look awesome with any karts flying past, but particularly these retro F100s. Let's get ready to go then. Sadly, we've already lost one driver from this one, but see if we can get this one underway. This time of asking, red lights are on the gantry. Will they go green? Yes, they do. We're racing in F100 yet again here at Rye House, and drivers flying down to the first couple of corners. Paul Warner getting that inside line and looking to steal the lead away, but an up and under attempt from the driver in the middle there. That was Liam Hamling. He had a great run through the order yesterday. He's starting much higher up in this one from third on the grid. He's nearly perpendicular to the circuit under brakes there into hairpin number 1. Did well to hold that one, and they're all getting a bit argy-bargy in the mid-pack. Some aggressive elbows out racing to start here in a spin in the mid-pack. I think he's gotten lucky there. He has. He's been pushed back around, but the driver who pushed him around has then conked out himself.
Oh, I love F100 racing sometimes. The 75 will get going, and that's Chris Jiggins. Real shame for him, but does get it started, and the card has gone away and into the wall, so he may now be down and out of the race. There'll be local yellows in that part of the racetrack for the time being if he's not able to get it going, but he is on the outskirts of that hairpin as we make our way down into Stadium Bend. It is Warren that leads from Hamling, from Barnes, your top 3 with 1 lap completed. And yes, it'll be local yellows, and it looks like, unfortunately, that will be day done for Chris Jiggins, or in heat number 2 anyway. A real shame for him. Again, that classic got the kart started again, and then it just got away from him and went straight into the wall. It's so easy to do, even if it does leave you a little bit red-faced. So Warner and Hamlin starting to break away up the front here. He's got another spin there. That is the number 19 of Rob Halls, who was running in P4, and he's just got it wrong, I think, on the brakes. There is a lot of standing water down there as well, but it looks like he'll be down and out as well, unless he's able to restart it. So another one dropping out. I can see he's trying to restart the go-kart, but we'll wait and find out if he does get going again. And if he does, he'll be a long way down the back of the pack as well, and he's giving it a good effort, but time's running out because the likes of Warner and Hamling are quick approaching that part of the racetrack. Hamling, it must be said, after a A very sideways opening lap. He seems to have got the card a bit warmer, a bit more under control underneath him. It all looks a bit more comfortable so far, but he'll still push onwards anyways. Again, more local waved yellows for all of the stranded go-karts we have coming through the middle part of the racetrack. Now through the final corner we go as we follow the rest of the drivers around, and some gaps starting to form, but it's not over just yet. There's still opportunity for things to happen, still opportunity for moves to be made.
Oh, for sure. We continue to watch this one like a hawk. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised, actually, given that Liam came through from 8th on the grid to 2nd yesterday, less than a 10th off of first place, as there's a move down the inside into hairpin number 1. Late move down the inside from the 64 of James Verity. Will Barnes trying the up and under, but not able to get back alongside, and Verity retakes the place. But yeah, Hamlin came through from 8th to 2nd, was flying through the order yesterday. I thought from a 3rd place start in this one this morning that maybe it might be quite a simple one for him, but it hasn't turned out to be. He's doing his best to keep onto the back of Paul Warriner, but actually the ultimate pace at the moment anyway seems to be with James Verity, fastest driver out there on circuit at the moment. He set that fastest lap on the last lap. He's now got past Will Barnes. He's got just less than 4 minutes here and 2.5 seconds to chase down your leader, Paul Warriner. Of course, it's one thing chasing down a driver, it's another thing overtaking them. Let's see if he's able to close this gap, and let's see what he can do on the number 64. We saw that move down the inside on the last lap down a hairpin number 1, so clearly feeling confident in the car underneath him to get moves done. And of course, like we always say in F100, you never know what's going to happen to the drivers ahead of you in terms of their mechanical issues. So we wait and see, we wait with bated breath, who's going to win this second heat of the weekend in F100.
Looks to me that Liam Hamlin is just really struggling getting that front end of the go-kart connected to the road and getting it to grip up. He's putting so much lock into the corners, and it still pushes onwards as he chokes the engine down to Stadium Bend. And again, you can see the thing just pushes and pushes, and it opens the door for the 64 on the inside, who can't quite get it completed. But James Verity is right there. He's going to get shoved out wide, but moving through, surely coming into the infield hairpin. Not quite, but the switchback will be. And this time he will get it done. The 64 is up into 2nd place. No, runs a little bit deep. Good last minute move there, it must be said, from Hamlin, but he's still really struggling with the front end of that go-kart. And now he's clattering himself over the curbs as well. Needs to watch his back and his ribs if he's taken that line through pylon. But now the 64 has got it confirmed. 2.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap in this affair. Verity looks like he's absolutely on it at the moment. The kart just looks really hooked up underneath him. He looks like he's running very, very strong as well. I wonder if Paul Warren knows what's coming, and I wonder if he's maybe feeling a little bit nervous, because that gap, which was 2.1 seconds at the line last time, could disappear very, very quickly over the remaining 2 minutes of this race.
It definitely could, but of course, for James Verity in Heat 1 yesterday, it was a DNF mechanical issue for James, so hoping those gremlins have gone away overnight and this kart will make it all the way to the finish. Let's see if he can get a move done. And just impressive seeing these drivers ham around this circuit in these tricky conditions. It continues to dry up ever so slightly, and we're not really seeing too much sun around here at Hoddesdon today. It's very cloudy, still quite windy, not quite as bad as it was yesterday, but still not the most enjoyable conditions to be out there in a go-kart. The driver's doing fantastically well, though, to not have any more issues so far this morning. But we'll wait and see before I call that one as all. A little bit late down into hairpin 1, that one from the 27. Little wobble at the rear end, but nothing too crazy. He caught the slide, held his speed and carried on through very nicely. We are indeed watching the leaders here. The 27 of Paul Warriner still leading this one. James Verity continuing to hunt him down, and of course don't count out Liam Hamlin as well, 2nd place in yesterday's race. Still a very speedy driver behind the wheel of that car. But that 1.7 second gap between Warriner and Verity, it doesn't seem like it's 1.7 seconds anymore, does it?
No, it seems very, very tight, and it's very, very tight as they come to the line as well. 7 tenths now separates them. They will definitely get, well, 1 extra lap. The next lap may not be the final. There was about 47, 48 seconds left on the clock when they cross the line. If they have a good lap, they will have 2 more laps after this one. So this could be a bit interesting. We'll wait and see. Is Verity on the cusp of something special, charging through the pack? or is Warren going to be able to hold on? That 27 looking comfortable, albeit not as quick as the 64 behind, to be certain, as they come through into the final few corners. And now Paddock Bend, they are looking like they're going to get an extra lap in as they cross the line now. So it will be 2 laps left to go. Next lap will be the final lap. Is that a bit of breathing room there for Verity? It's a bit less pressure on him to try and win this heat. He's got an extra tour of Rye House to do it in. We'll have to wait and see. He's looking really aggressive and nearly drops it on the grass into the infield hairpin. Got the rear tyre caught and locked up on the outside, but just about managed to get away with it. Shows just how hard that 64 is now starting to push.
Indeed, yeah, he just dropped that rear tyre, didn't he, onto that slippery exit curb, and just about managed to hold on to it. He did a good job, and now he's immediately reapplying the pressure to Paul Warrener. There was a check over the shoulder from Paul down the back straight just to see what kind of gap he had over James, and he knows he's got just enough here, but might have to start defending as we do head onto the final lap of racing here in Heat 2 of F100 from the 2025 London Cup at Rye House. This is the closest that James Verity has been all race, and doesn't the 27 of Paul Warrener knows it, has to send him to the outside line. He's done a good job there, but up and under from James. He'll pull alongside again down into hairpin 2. Is this enough to get the move done? Goes wide again for that up and under. Can he get it straight lined on the exit of the corner? They're side by side to the exit, flirting with the barriers there on the outside, but move done for James Verity. Beautifully set up there, and just enough racing room given from Paul Warrener to allow for James to slip through on the outside line. What a battle through the order it's been in this one for James Verity, and he is going to take the win here in Heat 2 of F100 from the 2025 London Cup. Awesome racing action there, and what a way to finish it on the last lap.
Wow, what an ending to what a race as well, with James Verity leaving it to the death to take a brilliant win, siding his way through the pack in that race. Paul Warrener just didn't quite have the pace to hold on. If maybe he'd been a little bit quicker, he could have made it only one more lap to go when time was tight, and maybe that's what he needed. But on this occasion, he'll have to settle for second place. Hamling does hold on for P3, despite clearly struggling with that 41 machine underneath him. Just could not get it hooked up at all. Elsewhere, we've got Will Barnes in P4. Robin Perkis finished P5. Richard Plummer was 6th. Rob Halls was 7th. Chris Jiggins, unfortunately, a DNF alongside Rob Halls, in fact. And we also lost the number 90 before we even got the race started. But wow, what a heat that was. Heat number 2 for the F100 here at the London Cup, done and dusted with some really, really special racing. And it just goes to show, even if the machinery underneath them is old, doesn't necessarily mean they're going to keep the elbows tucked in and keep it nice and calm and sensible out there.
I thought you were going to say just like the drivers then.
Well, I prefer not to comment on drivers' ages because, you know, even some of them may be wiser with some more experience than some of our junior drivers. I'll say that much.
Wise is a good word to use, yeah, wiser. Right then, yeah, we'll continue being kind to the drivers as we get ready for our Bambinos. The Coma Bambinos and Mighty Bambinos are getting ready to go even for their second race of the weekend. Let's see how we take to this one. It was a very exciting one yesterday in heat number 1, particularly in the Mighty Bambinos. It was a crazy battle at the front end of the order in that one between Logan Edwards, Teddy Smith and Luca Peed. Luca leading for most of the race, being hunted down by both Logan and Teddy. Teddy in second place went for a move down the inside at hairpin number 2. Both of them went a little bit wide, and Logan Edwards said thank you very much, did the up and under, stole the race win in the dying moments. And Matthew Pearson looked pretty dominant in the Bambino Comas, was pressing on through the order because of course in this one they'll start as sort of a split grid, but they'll start at the same time. So it'll be all the Mighties will line up. There'll be a couple of rows gap, then all of the Coma Bambinos. So it's a tough one for the Comas. They're battling it in amongst each other, but also trying to cut their way through the Mighty Bambino pack as well, as already at the London Cup 2025, we're on dog watch.
Yeah, it only took us, 2 heats, and we're not even at 11 o'clock yet. We've already got our first dog. And, you know, it's what we like doing sometimes when you're in a commentary box. There's nothing wrong with a bit of dog watch at a racetrack. But yeah, as you said, John, it's difficult for the Coma Bambinos to work their way through the pack. but it's just part of the nature of Bambino racing, and it's good because obviously these are the youngest drivers we have here at Rye House at the London Cup. It's good for them because it gives them that experience of fighting in a pack at such a young age, which means when they do start to progress up and they start to get a little bit older and maybe the racing gets just that little bit more serious, they've got that experience fighting and they know exactly what they're trying to get out there and do.
Exactly that, yeah. Of course, all drivers in both of these two classes out there now between 6 and 8 years of age. I'm always amazed when I say that out loud. It's just awesome to see such young drivers battling out there. And that doesn't mean that there are any sort of slow coaches. They're all still battling hammer and nail out there. As sadly, a little spin for the 55. That was Gabriel Chu just finding the limitations of grit there as they head round to the grid. Speaking of which, let's run you through it. Logan Edwards is on pole position for the mighty Bambinos with Luca Pede alongside him on that front row. Then Teddy Smith and Aidan Castleman are on row 2. Then Cooper Galloway and Teddy Veslowski on row 3. Joshua Chung and Sonny Higgins on row 4, followed by Gabriel Chu, Aurelia Capalonga and Jonah Curtis there, rounding out the 11 kart grid for the Might E's. Then just behind them, it'll be the Comas. That's Matthew Pearson on pole position for the Bambino Comas. Theo Azzopardi alongside him, your champion in the regular season in the Coma Bambinos here at the Rye House Kart Club, and that is why he's running that 00. Any 00 drivers you see out there today, they're your champions in the regular season. Behind them on the Coma Bambino grid is Jacob Hayward-White, Ezra Robinson-Matthews and Briella Stevens. I'm looking forward to this one. Of course, the slowest karts that we'll see out there today, but that doesn't make the racing any less exciting.
Well, sometimes slower machinery breeds better racing anyway, but again, factoring these young drivers who, the fear factor isn't really a thing for most of them because they just want to get out there, have some fun and go racing and then hopefully win at the end of it as well. So it does mean, yeah, it's a little bit on the slower side, but it is still furious action. Looks like everyone is on the grid and all lined up ready to go. Again, we've got these Mighty class up the front and in the Coma class a couple of rows back on the grid, but they'll all be racing at the same time, don't you worry. So I'm sure you'll see in a brief moment what we're talking about. It looks like there's about a 3-row gap as we are just waiting for the red lights to come on, which they do now. It's time to get heat number 2 underway in the Bambinos, and we do so now. That's a great start there from the 32, making his way into the inside of the pack, but it's looking like it's going to be Logan Edwards that leads the way down into turn number 1 ahead of Luca Pede, who's going to struggle a little bit though to get the kart slowed down as they're all already fighting for position. Some of the Comas already starting to get involved with the Mighties as well. Down into the infield hairpin, looks like Luca Pede seeing the door open but can't get it confirmed. There's a couple of karts round. That's 2-3 now as somebody spins in sympathy in the background, but looks like they're all going to be able to get going again. But we're going to potentially be having a delay. We'll wait and see what's going on, but we are still green for the time being on our way down into complex development. Oh, that's very deep there from Logan Edwards. He's managed to hold on to his lead just about. As they come to Paddock Bend, it will be Edwards from Pede, from Teddy Smith, your top 3, as the Comas slowly but surely start to make their way through the pack. You can see some of them challenging there with the orange number plates on. As they make their way through, is that a look to the inside there by Teddy Smith on Luca Pede? It certainly is. Can he get it confirmed? No, not quite. He'll have to settle for that 3rd place at the moment, but really aggressive racing early doors here up the front of the Mighty pack.
Indeed, yeah. Sadly, it was Aidan Castleman that we lost on that first lap. I thought there was a potential of us going to full course yellow or maybe a red flag because he looked a little bit uncomfortable, but actually I think it was more just hanging his head in frustration that the race had gone wrong, sadly for Aidan. And speaking of which, a couple of drivers going round there at hairpin number 2. That was the 32 going for a spin. That's Cooper Galloway from 4th place. He's now dropped down a few positions, sadly, because of that one. And we had another couple of spinners down at the first corner as well. The 43 of Jonah Curtis going for a rotation out of Stadium Bend as well. So drivers, of course, first time out in a serious session, this one, in terms of the heats. Of course, they've had practice earlier on this morning, but struggling with these conditions already, as there's a potential for a move here through into the first couple of corners. And this is the battle for the lead. It's all changed. Contact and round goes Luca Pede. They converged on the same piece of tarmac out of Stadium Bend. There was obviously going to be contact there with the brief step of oversteer from Teddy Smith. Just knocked into the side of Luca Pede. That was such a shame. As then round again down at hairpin number one goes Cooper Galloway. He's been struggling with spins over the last couple of laps. He gets himself back going again, but my goodness, a big shake-up then. Teddy Smith holds on to the lead, and now Logan Edwards is back into second place. Luca Pede now falls behind Teddy Veslovsky and into fourth.
Chaos here early doors in the Bambino Racing. My goodness me. Blink and you'll miss it stuff, because every single corner more drama is unfolding before our very eyes in heat number 2. There is a warning for Josh Chung, the number 4 stupid something, and then Teddy Smith is now under investigation, so he needs to be hoping that the stewards and the clerk of the course don't deem him worthy of a penalty, and hopefully it will be okay, and he'll have to continue. But of course that contact, he did come off the better out of himself and Luca Pede as well, who has worked his way back up into third place overall. Meanwhile, P5, that's Matthew Pearson, the 45, leads the way in the Coma class. Theo Azzopardi just behind him, and then P8 is Ezra Robinson Matthews. And they are really, really close together, some of those guys as well. Azzopardi looking like he wants to try and challenge for that race lead. You can just see them there in the background of your shot, the 00 plate, the regular season champion of Azzopardi looks to the inside into pylon, can't quite find it, gets a little bit loose on the rear of the go-kart as well as he tries to twitch it into Complex Novell. Conditions really, really tough out here for these Bambinos, but they are still going to run nose to tail. Onto the main straight we go. Pearson will still lead the Coma race ahead of Azzopardi, and they are starting to catch a couple more drivers in front as well. That's Veslovsky and Luca Pede just ahead of them, which is going to cause some issues when they get onto the back of them, because it's going to hold them both up again. Could split them up, could swap them over.
Indeed, yeah, like you say, under investigation for Teddy Smith. I mean, in my opinion, for the move that we saw, I think racing incident for me, that one just touched the slippery apex curb at that little bit of oversteer and inevitably went into the side of Luca Pede. Sadly, it looks as though we had a driver out of the race. That's Jonah Curtis down at hairpin number 2. Jonah seems all okay, but just spinning out down at hairpin 2 and now parked up at the sidelines. Yeah, this is the closest they've been in terms of the race lead battle in the Coma Bambinos. It was Matthew Pearson who just cut his way through the pack a little bit more succinctly yesterday than Theo Azzopardi, but they seem to be pretty hot on each other's heels so far today. Well, I say that. Matthew Pearson has just managed to sneak past the 25 now of Teddy Veslovsky, and that means Matthew's put a kart in between himself and the chasing Theo Azzopardi. It is Theo with the fastest lap of this session so far, though, a 56.6. The top 4 still getting faster, but not quite able to touch that time. But that just shows, even though we've got electric power in the Mighties and petrol power in the Comas, they're pretty much inseparable in terms of lap time, which means we can run both of them out on the same car track at the same time and be treated to racing across multiple different classes, which you don't often see with mixed class racing.
No, not often, especially when one of your classes is combustion powered and the other one is electric. The Mighties, of course, with those motors, slightly heavier go-karts, but they get that a little bit extra oomph, that instant torque from the electric motor, as that looked like it was Veslovsky running very, very wide, and indeed it was, but he's able to continue, I think, just maybe a little kiss with the barrier, nothing more than that. But it is very close racing between the two classes, as you said, and of course, you'd expect it as the S plate with Teddy Smith under investigation, still up in the lead overall in the pack. The 45 in 4th place, that's Matthew Pearson, who leads in the combustion-powered Coma machine. There is Teddy Smith, who still leads up the front, still under investigation, but with 40 seconds or so left on the clock, I think he may just about have got away with that incident with Luca P. We'll wait to see what race control have to say, and of course we're going to touch wood and hope that nothing immediately comes through now, as it looks like somebody's come grinding to a halt on the main straight. It is one Bryalis Stevens, by the looks of things, who's come to a halt. We'll have 2 more laps after this one. There you can see the go-kart there being dragged out of the way. She's all okay and up and out on her feet, which is the main thing. We are going to have 2 more laps though, including this one. Next lap will be the final lap.
We are indeed, yeah. Sadly, it looks as though under investigation as well is Sonny Higgins on the 85. We didn't see what had happened there, but either way, people much smarter than us are going to be dealing with that one after the race. Of course, any results that we read out over the tannoy and on the live stream are very much provisional. You can go to the Alpha timing page to find the full official results, and we'll keep you up to date throughout the day with how those changes. Indeed, penultimate lap then for Teddy Smith. There he is, exiting the second of the hairpins. I will say, visibly, it looks as though Logan Edwards has closed in in over the last couple of laps or so. That gap dropping back down to around a second between these two, the two RCE teammates, as they press on round towards the final lap. It looks as though Teddy Smith has got this one sorted at the moment, though. And this will make it really interesting setting the grid for the final, because Teddy Smith, Logan Edwards and Luca Pede have been in the top three for the qualifying and both of the heats, but they've always been in a different order for each of those three. So it's going to be really close in terms of who gets that pole position for the final later on, because of course you want to get race wins and whatnot, but equally in the heats and through qualifying, it's all about consistency, getting those points on the board and setting yourself up for the best possible chance in the final.
I mean, that's what really matters at the end of the day, isn't it? It all comes down to that one final race. So sticking yourself in the best possible qualifying position. You could sandbag the entire day if you really wanted to, as long as you bring it in the final. That is what matters, is that a look, trying to get through there. Into pylon we go, the two teammates really tight together. Are we going to get late drama here? The S-plate of Smith, the O-plate of Edwards, into the final bend we go. Does anybody have anything left in their locker? Will Smith hold on? It looks like he just about will. Gets greedy on the throttle, out of the final corner. Could be a drag race down to the line, but it will be Teddy Smith that holds on, but only by a quarter of a second. Much more tight than I think he would have liked. Here it is, Teddy Smith that takes victory in the opening heat of the day, heat number 2 of the weekend for the Bambinos. But Logan Edwards, if there was an extra lap in there, could well have been on top of the podium at the end of one. It is Luca P that rounds out our 3 overall podium places and our 3 mighty podium places as well. In the Coma class, it is Matthew Pearson that takes the victory, again only by a couple of tenths of a second ahead of your season champion Theo Azzopardi. 3rd place going to P8 overall, Jacob Hayward-White. All got a bit close there at the end of it, and you've got to be wondering, John, another lap there and that all could have changed. And I guess it just goes to show, even during races, conditions are changing lap after lap, and it's benefiting different drivers every single corner.
Exactly that, indeed. Yeah, drivers are always learning, aren't they, throughout the session. It just seemed as though Teddy was starting to get thinking about Logan a little bit too much behind him and was starting to make a few slippy and slidey mistakes. As more dodgebox on the live stream, fantastic to see. But yeah, Teddy held on to that one, did a good job, of course, under investigation post-race, but we'll see when we get to the final whether that does reshuffle things up anyway. But like you were saying, yeah, Teddy Smith, Logan Edwards, Luca Pede, they are going to be your top 3 on the grid for Mighties anyway. Which order, though, we'll have to wait and see. Matthew Pearson and Theo Azzopardi, only a couple of tenths in it between those two. Awesome battling in the Comas as well, followed by Cooper Galloway, Teddy Veslowski, Jacob Hayward-White, Sonny Higgins, Joshua Chung, Ezra Robinson Matthews, Gabriel Chu, Aurelia Capalonga, Briella Stevens, Jonah Curtis and Aidan Castleman. All those last 3, Briella, Jonah and Aidan, not making it to the checkered flag in that one, sadly for them, but hopefully we do see all of them back out later on for their final. And that is it for that class. The next time we see them out will be for the all-important 8-minute plus 1 lap final later on, but we've got plenty of heats yet to come before we get to those finals.
We absolutely do, and coming up next will be heat number 2 for the Micro Maxes. Of course, still one of our more junior classes here, but this is when the racing gets really, really aggressive when you start to get a bit older. As someone with personal experience racing Micro Maxes, because I did a whole test session once in one of them, these things are fast, especially for the younger drivers. And jumping typically from that 4-stroke Honda Cadet that most of the drivers were in before, then jumping over into the Micro Max, it is difficult to get used to that 2-stroke power once again, even with the limitations that's put onto it. But it does also mean the racing really starts to get going, and still all wets for all of our drivers, by the way. I can say that just looking out of the window of the commentary box down to the dummy grid, we are starting to get dry lines forming in some parts of the racetrack, but off of it, still a lot of standing water. So I think we'll be probably running wets until the finals. We may be seeing in the finals a couple of people gambling on slicks, but I think it's safe to say, unless the sun keeps beaming down here, which it is scheduled to do so, to be fair, I think we may have to just wait and be patient onto the wets, and then maybe a couple of people gamble onto slicks for the finals later on today. We'll simply just have to wait and see. But it is Micromax heat number 2, their first heat of the day, coming your way in just a few short moments. And we're really excited to see how that one is going to go.
I assume it wasn't recently that you did a Micromax test.
No, it was quite a while ago. It was when how old do you have to be in a Micromax? I can't even remember.
8, 9, 10 years old, maybe a little bit older.
Yeah, so let's call it 12 or 13 years ago or something like that. So it was quite a while, but we'll again, I guess it's still experience, I suppose. I mean, have you ever done a Micromax, John? I don't know. You may have done.
No, sadly not. I never really got into karting like that when I was a kid. I was always Easter holidays. I might go down the team sport for a special event, and that's kind of all I ended up doing. And I was always all right, but yeah, never to the point of jumping in an owner kart. Sadly, I would have loved to have done it. Looking back on it now, but equally, it probably wouldn't have been good enough anyway. So probably for the best that my parents didn't waste the money. To be honest, I just want to say as well, we just had a quick note from the fantastic staff here at Rye House, just to make you all aware as well that can hear me on the tannoy. This is officially an open meeting, so you can indeed choose which tyres you want to use. You don't need to be told, right, we're moving from this tyre to this tyre now. It's open for you to decide when you want to choose to go from wets to dries. You make that decision, and we can see whose tactics decides to work the best. We move then on to Heat 2 for Micromax. Would you like to run us through the grid, my friend?
May as well. Let's go through it. The 53 of Noah Wicklow starts on pole. Freddie Baker alongside. Arthur Rhodes is third with Caden Hanley P4. Row 3 is Rio Pocock alongside Charlie Cale. Leo Hunt is 7th with Layden Bradnam in P8. Cheo Vieira is 9th. Oscar Maskell rounds out the top 10. P11, Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite with Kai Ergensoy in P12. Hugo Senna is 13th. And our final driver on the grid, Darren Dimitrov, is P14 as they all start to form up again. Not the biggest of grids we've got here at the London Cup in 2025 in the Micromax, but one that is sure to be exciting racing. As we come now on to the main straight, let's see if we go green. And the lights do go green, so we are racing in heat number 2 for the Micromax. Down we head into Stadium Bend for the first time. What a start that was from the trickle 6 of Rio Pocock, who's gone up at least 3 places there to my eye, and is now up into second, so he's up 4 now. And the 53 from pole position, as we've got 2 drivers going straight on and coming together. That's the 92 I can make out that's been involved there potentially. Well, the 99, that was Freddie Baker, who started from second on the grid. So he's had a really rotten start to this race. Somebody else going around with him after contact as well. Up the front though, it is still Wicklow that leads from pole position, but the 666, what a start that Pocock had, up into second place after the first lap.
An awesome start for Rio, just like he had yesterday in heat number 1, and that was such a shame for Freddie Baker there. He was a little bit slidey through Reg's elbow, then locked up the brakes going into the first hairpin, spun around, and sadly it was his teammate Leo Hunt who had to take avoiding action to the grass, both of them losing out and dropping down the order. Well, after a great start to this one from Rio Pocock, he's now under pressure from Caden Hanley. Caden was so impressive yesterday, a real standout performance from Caden, and now he's looking for second place in this one. Down the inside he goes on Rio Pocock, textbook move, but both of them now under pressure from Arthur Rhodes. Rhodes on the outside line, gets forced out to that curb on the outside line and has to drop back in behind. Re-attack there from Rio Pocock, aggressive down the inside, forces Caden wide. Caden's trying to stay on the inside line as Rhodes now finds his way through. Finally, these 3 chopping and changing like it's going out of fashion.
And while they're doing this as well, it's allowing Wicklow to just bolt away at the front of the pack. Pocock holds on to that second place, but tries to on the outside line there. It is slightly drier on the entrance to the outside of Stadium Bend, but it's not necessarily a guarantee of a quicker line as this 3-car battle continues to rage on for second place. Coming together maybe for third is the 82 and the 99, but they won't change positions. A little bit of a love tap there from Hanley to the back of Rose, just letting him know he's trying to work his way through, but can't quite get it confirmed on that occasion. While these guys are fighting, it's maybe inviting the likes of Charlie Cale, the likes of Layland Bradnam and P5 and P6 into the conversation to maybe fight for podium positions later on. 4 minutes and 40 left on the clock as Wicklow starts the next lap. He was 2.3 ahead of the line last time. Make that 3.2 this time. The 53 is bolting away here in Heat 1, but the huge battle rages on for the final podium places. Anybody got anything in their locker this time on the run to the infield hairpin? No, not quite. We'll stay in formation, but a mistake there from Rhodes on the exit of the corner, then gets the bump and then gets the run on Pocock, and still somehow we are all still in the status quo. We're all still the same. And you can see there, John, just behind them, the likes of Cale, Dimitrov, who's up there now, Bradnam, they're all starting to close in and get involved in this fight.
Indeed they are, yeah, all closing up with these three battling on ahead. Yeah, Noah Wicklow, what a performance so far in this one. He dominated yesterday's first heat. He's doing exactly the same here in heat number 2. I mean, understandably so. When there's moves going on behind like this, they're all holding each other up. Down the inside goes Arthur Rhodes. Pocock trying to hang around the outside and does. Lovely defensive manoeuvre there from Pocock to hold on to the place, and now Caden Hanley might have an opportunity into hairpin 1. Can't quite do it. Yeah, like you were saying, Darren Dimitrov getting involved, and of course Darren started right at the back in this race. He's made it all the way through to 6th place at the moment, which might be a bit surprising that he started so far down, and that was sadly because he was disqualified from qualifying after a scrutiny and non-compliance. He did get pole position in the session by, I want to say it was over half a second. He was flying in qualifying, but the scrutineers deeming something against the rules and dropping him right to the back, and that means he's having to do last to first challenges for the rest of the heat so far this weekend. Did a good job in heat 1. He's doing an even better job here today, and look at these three continuing to squabble down into Stadium Bend yet again. Rhodes trying to get that inside line. This time doesn't work out for him though.
Yeah, really fierce fighting going on here in this fight for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and as those behind begin to scrap themselves, so maybe a bit of breathing room for the three that are locked together and still falling over each other. A little look to the inside there from Rhodes, but it's more of a poke of a nose rather than an attempt at a move. Just letting Pocock know that he's there, letting him know that he could try at any moment, putting a bit of pressure onto the 666 driver. But then just behind himself, Rhodes feeling the pressure potentially from Hanley, who is so close, and they're almost touching once again as they come into Paddock Bend and come across the line. As defensive goes Pocock, the 666 blocks the inside. That's a great run there, it must be said, from Rhodes, but nothing came of it on that occasion. Once again, Rhodes looking to the inside, coming to the apex of Stadium Bend, becomes the nothing, then through Reg's elbow, gets it wrong and nearly loses the place to the 99 behind. Every single corner, it's attack or defend, and you're at the mercy of those behind. Those in front are at the mercy of you, and now what was a 3-car battle for the final podium places has become a 6-car train with a potential to turn into 8 in a few moments' time. 1 minute and 40 left.
Yeah, bit of a cork in the bottle at the moment, isn't he, Rio Pocock? He's doing a great job of it, though, keeping these drivers in behind him. But can he continue to do that for the next minute and a half plus 1 lap? And now these drivers have been battling so well, holding each other up so much. We've got the drivers who were spinning round on the first lap now chasing them back down. There is Freddie Baker on the 92. Of course, started up near the sharp end, had that off-track moment on lap 1. Well, he's chased down this big pack along with Hugo Senna Echeverria as they've chased them down, and now looking to get involved into the last couple of minutes, but still Arthur Rhodes not able to find a way through on Rio Pocock. Or have I spoken too soon? He goes to the outside line into pylon, but again that's not going to work. He's going to get shuffled out, has to sit back in behind again. What a defensive masterclass this has been so far from Rio Pocock, looking to secure himself a good grid position in the final later on today if he can stay here in 2nd place. Good exit out of the final corner from Arthur Rhodes, but Rio Pocock saw it coming, moves to the inside line down into Stadium Bend, and Arthur Rhodes, whoa, a bit of contact there from Caden Hanley. That was a scary moment there for Arthur Rhodes, well held on the slide there through Stadium Bend. Hanley's made the place, but I think the stewards might be watching that one. There was definitely a bit of contact there that caused the overtake to happen, and this might be the re-overtake into hairpin 2 for Arthur Rhodes. Back down the inside he goes. Caden closes the door. They're going to be side by side through onto the exit as well. And yet again, Arthur Rhodes finds himself on the outside line. He's being aggressive to try and stay there, but it won't work. Loses the grip and loses the place.
Getting really aggressive here as we are going to get an extra lap in as well. So this is not the final lap that we are heading on to just yet. There is 2 more for this group when they cross the line this time. And maybe these guys starting to feel the wounds. They drop back. You can see that Pocock has some damage to his Nassau panel. It's wobbling away from the curbs. As you go down to the inside there of Stadium Bend as they're making their way through. It's given the 666 a lot of breathing room as they now start to fight for 3rd place, but he's not in the clear just yet. If he makes a mistake, he will certainly be at the mercy of this train behind him. He needs to stay focused, needs to keep hitting his marks over the remaining 1.5 laps of heat number 2 here in the 2025 London Cup for the Micromax. As they make their way through, Wicklow, of course, we've barely spoken about him in this race, as off the road goes the 82. Arthur Rhodes drops to the back of this train and will rejoin in about P8. That is not what he wanted to do. There is our race leader, Noah Wicklow. We've barely spoken about him this race because he's 8 seconds up the road on anybody else. Probably doesn't even know what's gone on behind him. It's been a very quiet race for him, but it's been a fantastic performance nonetheless.
Yeah, that was a shame there for Arthur Rhodes. Sadly, his mistake entirely. That one went to the outside line, aggressively so, on Caden Hanley. Caden was always going to open up the corner, though, shoved him off onto the grass. And once you're off on the slippery grass, it's difficult to get back onto the black stuff. Drops to the back of the pack here, and he's going to lose a few points. Here comes your race leader, though, out of the final corner. I can see out of my window. Noah Wicklow wins again here at the 2025 London Cup in the Micro Max class. 2 from 2 for Wicklow. It's 3 wide to the start-finish line, though. Pocock was going to hold on to it. Hanley aggressive with Freddie Baker. What a finish there for Freddie Baker. Gets 4th place after being last on lap 1 due to that spin down at hairpin number 1. What a cut through the pack for Freddie Baker at a fastest lap as well. He's definitely going to be one to watch in the final, and really did well to consolidate that tough race start and managed to get some good points on the board. But Noah Wicklow winning by over 8.5 seconds in a 7-minute plus 1 lap race is just utterly ridiculous, isn't it, Ross?
It was a performance I can only describe as absolutely disgraceful from Wicklow, but in the best way possible. Rio Pocock as well. What a defensive masterclass that was from the 666 out there, just putting his car exactly where he needed it to be. Every single corner, lap after lap after lap, and absorbing all of that pressure that was primarily from Hanley and Rhodes behind. Of course, before Rhodes then cracked under his own pressure and dropped backwards, ultimately finishing in P9. But it is Wicklow, Pocock and Hanley, your top 3 at the end of that one. But again, the likes of Freddie Baker and Darren Dimitrov as well, also coming from the back of the pack after being disqualified in qualifying for failing a post-quali tech inspection. They both look very, very fast. But Wicklow, we know he's good round here at Rye House. We know that what he can do, and that 53 looking pretty strong in Sunday's early running as well. That is heat number 2 done then for the Micromaxes though. They've got one more heat coming your way later on today before we start getting to the business end and head into the finals. So heat number 2, or should I say straight into the finals. Up next though, it will be the heat number 2 for the Inters that is coming your way. So again, just a slight step up, a little bit more power, a little bit less restrictions on the engines, and slightly older drivers as well. But still, it should be fast and furious racing. All of the racing today at Rye House been absolutely spectacular. We can see all of you watching along on the balcony. You've been broadcast to millions of people around the world, so hope you're enjoying the action. And as the Inters head out onto the grid, why don't we run through the grid, John?
Indeed, let's do it then. Heat number 2 for Rotax Inter here at the 2025 London Cup. It's Eddie Duncan who is on pole position. Ethan Lloyd joins him on the front row, and him and Elliot Burke are only separated by fastest lap time so far this weekend. They're on identical points once all has been said and done so far. So Elliot's down on the second row with Noah Hammond. Then it's Charlie Heffer and Jude Puddifer on row 3, Harrison Thorndike and Santiago Simeone on row 4, then Theodore Nursmore and Grayson Kemp on row 5, followed by Finney Thompson and Dylan Suresh on row 6, then Rio Panayutu and Mohamed Umar Abdeen on row number 7. And those are your 14 drivers getting ready for this one. It was an awesome race in the first heat from Ethan Lloyd, cutting his way through the pack from 5th on the grid to take the win by less than half a second ahead of Eddie Duncan. But with Duncan securing a good qualifying position and a second place in that first heat, he's put himself right at the sharp end for this second heat of the day. Drivers keeping it nice and slow through the final corner. They're showing how to get this one done in the Inter Rotaxes, ready for their second heat of the day. Older drivers, take note of this race start. This is how we get it done. They get themselves ready to go then, and the lights do go green on the gantry. We're racing here in Inter Rotax yet again. A lovely start from your pole sitter of Eddie Duncan, converging on the same piece of tarmac though with the driver in behind. That was a little bit close for comfort there with Ethan Lloyd. But they all make it through nonetheless down into hairpin number 1, late on the brakes. A bit of argy-bargy in the mid part of the corner there. One driver getting shuffled out wide. That was Elliot Berg. So from 3rd on the grid, Elliot has now dropped down into 8th or 9th place, I think. It's been a less than ideal first lap for Elliot, and he's got a lot to do over the rest of this second heat of the weekend here in Inter Rotax.
Not the ideal start, unfortunately. He'll just have to rest, regroup, and go again. Still plenty of time left in this heat. 6:20 left on the clock as they finish their opening lap. Duncan with a great start, though. Ethan Lloyd into P2. Jude Pudfoot for 14 up to third place, though. Great start from him on the opening tour, and doesn't have the opportunity to move up any further places. Immediately, he's got a little bit of pressure behind from Noah Hammond, who'll be looking to slide back into the podium places. But spin coming out of the infield hairpin. That is the 144 of Dylan Suresh, who I think may have caught a bit of standing water or a white line or something like that and just lost the rear getting onto the throttle, but he's all okay and able to continue just down the back of the pack. I think he's rejoined in 13th place there, as we've got battles now potentially going on for the lead. Eddie Duncan's under huge pressure from the 66 of Ethan Lloyd. He's got to look to the inside. Can't get it confirmed though, because they're going to come together, and Duncan with a bit of argy-bargy holds on to that lead. But the 66 with the run out of Reggie's elbow, can he get it stopped on the brakes? He'll certainly look to the inside, tries to block past him on the outside, and the 66 gets it done. But it's not over just yet. To the inside goes Duncan. Ethan Lloyd, though, is your new race leader here.
Awesome racing between those two. That was fantastic racing room given from both. You can see the respect there between the two racers, but Ethan Lloyd finally able to make a way through. It looked as though your pole sitter Eddie Duncan had the ability to just close him off there through the first couple of corners, had the right answers to everything that Ethan Lloyd was showing to him, but in the end, Ethan Lloyd able to find a way through. Drivers converging on the same piece of tarmac there through Stadium always gets me a little bit nervous at one of the fastest points of the circuit. You're on the absolute edge of grip there, particularly in these conditions, and any bit of contact can easily cause an incident, but all drivers making it through nonetheless. Yeah, that was such a shame for Dylan Suresh. Dylan, your champion in Inter Rotax of the 2025 Rye House Kart Club. Sadly, Heat 2 not quite going the way he would have hoped, though. We continue to keep our eye on the action out of the sharp end, though. As you said, Jude Pudderford was in third place. I think he's now been overtaken by Noah Hammond, so Jude just slipping back into fourth now. And Noah actually doing his best to chase down our leading group as these two go side by side down into Stadium Bend. It's the 16 on the outside. That's Charlie Heffer under pressure from Elliot Burke, but Burke sliding his way back through the order after that difficult first lap, dropping quite a number of positions. Elliot showing his talent, pressing on back through the field well. He's cleared that big group, and now he's latching on to the rear bumper of Jude Pudderfoot.
Yeah, it looks like it just never quite clicked on the opening lap there for Berg, but it's all starting to come together for him now, and he'll push onwards. He's in a pretty strong position already, it must be said, up to P5, but not over, not done just yet. Is that a late lunge? Wow, that's a very late lunge up the inside at Paddock Bend, and Elliot Burke has just got through as well, up further in front. I was still distracted by what I've just seen. That was a fantastic move there. I believe it was Harrison Thorndike getting through on Finley Thompson at the final corner. We'll push onwards anyway, though, as they can see the sun really starting to shine here in Hoddesdon. Wheel-to-wheel racing going on between the 16 and the 69. That is Heffer and Thorndike. Thorndike's looking very racy over these last couple of laps as they head through Pylon, then Complex Novell. Tricky to overtake into that section, but it is possible. You just need to produce something very, very magical. 2 minute 45 left to go for Lloyd, who now has a 2.5 second lead. He's got up to the front, and the 66 has checked out from the 57 of Eddie Duncan. Noah Hammond, meanwhile, still holding on to that third place, just running in a little bit of no man's land. But as I say that, he's actually caught right up to the back of Eddie Duncan, who I think has made a big mistake on the previous tour. You can see them there now, actually, because they were running fairly separate. Suddenly, Duncan's under big pressure and could be losing this second place.
Indeed, yeah. I'm not even sure if it was a mistake, just a slight lack of pace compared to the drivers around him. Ethan Lloyd's down in the 40.7s. That's a 41.8 for Duncan, personal best lap, and a 41.6 for Hammond. So Hammond has slowly but surely reeled him in, but no one able to match the pace of Ethan Lloyd out front. Here might be the move for second. Not quite going to happen, though. There was a nice cheeky move on the last lap around as well from Santiago Simeone. He's got through on Finley Thompson. Up into 8th place goes Santiago, as there's a three-way squabble out of our window down at the first hairpin as well. 16 and the 27 going side by side. That's Charlie Heffer and Santiago Simeone, Harrison Thorndike in and amongst that one as well. So a good battle between those three. When will the move materialise here for second place? So Hammond's caught Duncan, but now struggling to find a way through. Gap was 3.5 seconds dual race leader, now 4.5 seconds. Ethan Lloyd's gaining pretty much a second a lap on these two, and they're not even really battling just yet. That's simply outright pace from Ethan Lloyd. It's been awesome, and he is looking to try and secure himself pole position for the finale. And actually, his biggest assistant here might be Noah Hammond, because if Hammond can get to second place, that'll lose Duncan a couple of points in this race and might just secure Ethan Lloyd that pole position. He's been awesome to watch so far this weekend, and what a standout performance in this race so far from Ethan Lloyd. He'll head on to a new lap of this one, and like we've seen in a few of them, it's going to be pretty close as to whether we get 2 or 3 more laps. I think it might just be 3 more laps of this race. And we look back to this battle for the bottom end of the top 10. This is our 3 almost nose to tail, and this will be Heffer, Thorndike and Simeone then as they come across the line. A good exit out of the final corner, not able to make use of it though. Great defence there from Jude Putterfoot.
Yeah, awesome stuff from these guys, still going for it as well, coming through Stadium Bend, then into Regis Elbow. No one quite close enough to make a move into turn 3. That's the in-foot hairpin, but close enough to give a little bit of a love tap, just to remind them that you're there. From Thorndike to Heffer on the number 16, just not quite close enough to make any real issues. It'll be not the next lap, but the one after that will be the last lap for this group, as Ethan Lloyd is already across the line as the timer hits 0. There's a contact warning for the 24 of Noah Hammond, who's still fighting, still all over the back bumper of Eddie Duncan, as you can see. What has he got in his locker? Has he got anything in his arsenal? That's what he's got in his locker, but it's not enough on that occasion. The 24 will have to stay put as he struggles to get the drive out of the infield hairpin up the front. Gap's actually dropped a little bit. It's only 5.5 seconds now between Lloyd and Duncan. So I believe Lloyd's made a mistake, or he's been held up, or maybe he's just backed off because he knows he's that far ahead, doesn't need to risk it. It doesn't really matter how big the gap is, it's just as
he's just set a personal best as well, so I think he's proved you wrong there.
He has just proved me wrong, so I don't know how well. Yeah, there must have been an issue on the previous lap then, because the 66 has started the last lap of the race with a personal best after a disappointing tour the first time round. Everything's fine, calm down, he's still pushing. What a race it has been for Ethan Lloyd. Once again, one of those races where he got to the front, never really looked back as the 2 behind still fight onwards. The 66 only has a handful of corners to go. He's entering Paddock Bend now and comes on to the main straight. That battle for the final podium places rage on, but it will be Ethan Lloyd that takes a brilliant win in the second heat of the weekend in the Rotax Inter. Who will finish in P2 though after a brilliant battle all race long? It is Eddie Duncan, and Elliot Burke from out of nowhere has come in and snatched away the final podium place from Noah Hammond. Where did that one come from? They both dropped a lot of time, Duncan and Hammond, so I wonder if they came together maybe and had a bit of a moment, both running off the track and dropping that time. But it's the 66 of Ethan Lloyd who will run away with that heat 2.
Wow, what an invigorated drive there from Elliot Burke after dropping back to the bottom end of the top 10 on lap 1. We saw him pressing on through the order. It was only with a couple of minutes to go. He was in that secondary pack from 4th place backwards, battling in amongst it. 5th place backwards even. He broke free, chased them down and got an extra cheeky position and some more points to go towards his tally from this weekend. And that is incredible because he ended up being 10 seconds ahead of that next battle pack from 5th place backwards. That's how much time he was gaining on the 2 ahead. Despite them battling and giving him some free time, he was still gapping all the drivers behind as well. An awesome standout performance there from Elliot Burke, but of course we've got to focus on Ethan Lloyd as well, winning by 8.3 seconds, just like we said in previous races. To win by that margin in a 7 minutes plus 1 lap race is ridiculous, and Ethan Lloyd, I think, definitely one of the ones to watch heading into the final later on then. But we're about to be treated to double trouble in Junior Rotax, aren't we, Ross?
Yes, 2 finals coming your way, or 2 heats, should I say, coming your way. You've got Heat A for the A group coming up first, then you've got the B group later on. And then, of course, when all the qualification maths have been sorted out by people much smarter than me, we then get the B final a little bit earlier on. And then, of course, you'll get some qualifiers from the B final going to the A final, which will be the 3rd last race of the day. It's a similar story as well, back in the, or over in Senior Rotax, where we've got 2 groups, an A group and a B group. Then we'll sort out the B final and the A final. That doesn't count as a dog watch because we've seen that dog already. So we will stay on 2. will stay on 2, but I can acknowledge it because it's back on your picture, but only 2 dogs so far we've seen in the paddock. If you do have a dog here, I've just seen one out of the commentary box window that we haven't seen on the camera, actually. I don't know what dog it is because I'm not actually very good at dogs, but I know we haven't seen it, so there's definitely more than 2 dogs in this paddock, I can tell you that much. It's already reached that point of the day. Hello and welcome wherever you're watching from around the world. We are here for the 2025 London Cup here at the Rye House Kart Raceway. And what a day it has been so far. About halfway through our racing action in the heat, and then we'll be getting on to the finals later on. And we cannot wait to get going. Enjoy myself, Ross McIntyre, and the man, the myth, the legend, John Ratcliffe alongside me, bringing you all of the action from Sunday. And well, it's been brilliant so far. We're just waiting to get the first of our junior Rotax groups out underway. Some big names in the junior Rotax as well. You're looking at the front of this grid for this A group. You've got the likes of Aidan Hammond, Ayrton Rye, Mikel Islam, some real big names here at Rye House that, you know, always turn up and consistently do a very strong job here. You're expecting them to be the ones fighting at the front of the pack.
Indeed you would, yeah. There's been a couple of drivers who've been really stand out in junior Rotax throughout the season here at Rye House. As I was saying yesterday on the microphone, I think it's widely accepted that the jump up to junior Rotax is one of the most difficult transitions in a driver's, I was going to say karting career, realistically in your entire motorsports career. I think jumping up from higher levels of karting into cars is probably a more simple step than it is from a Honda Cadet or a Rotax Inter up into a junior Rotax. The extra speed you've got, the closeness of the battling throughout the race is something to take in. Some drivers will take to it like a duck to water, and others will just take a little bit more time to get up to speed and used to it. But there's been some very impressive names in this one. I just wanted to go through as well. It was an aggressive race yesterday in heat number 1, to say the least. Shall we go through the names of who got themselves a front fairing penalty in the race yesterday? Sam Green-Gomez, Christian Kehiov, Tigran Gregorian, Andrew Thompson, Mario Smith, then Cash Harris, Thomas Hill, Nishawn Marshall, and Harley Musk. All of those drivers, it's got to be, 8-10 drivers there, the 23, getting themselves a front nose cone penalty. Less than ideal. Biggest standout racer, though, in the heat 1 yesterday for Group A, Liam Crosby up 18 positions in the first heat. Wow, a monstrous race from him yesterday. Let's see how we go for this one. Do you want to go through the grid, sir?
We may as well with Aidan Hammond, who starts on pole, Thomas Hill alongside, Tyler Mason, Gray P3, Ayrton Rye P4. Row 3 is Kieran Hammond and Mikel Islam, with Edward Jones 7th and Mario Smith in P8. Tigran Gregorian is 9th, with Harley Musk rounding out the top 10. Then it's Jamie Riches and Sam Green-Gomez. Sean Marshall is 13th, Cash Harris 14th, Christian Kehiov in 15th, Liam Crosby 16th, Andrew Thompson 17th, Tyler Nickelbane 18th, Jasper North 19th, George Dale 20th, 21st is Ashton Pinoy, and 22nd is Luigi Perlini. As we're going to get waved around, definitely, because half the grid is not there currently. They're about halfway back on the track, so we'll go around one more time. But if yesterday's race was anything to go off, I expect it to be aggressive out of the gate. Expect some noses to be on the floor within the first lap. And hopefully everybody makes it to the end is all I'll say, because we know just how good junior Rotax racing can be when it's at its very best. But again, some of the drivers, and it's not just these guys, but some of the drivers have come this weekend feeling rather aggressive, shall we say.
When you say noses on the floor, I hope you mean the cars and yes, not the drivers. That would be less than ideal if drivers found their noses on the floor. Hopefully all drivers stay within the confines of their car. That's always what we want to see. But yeah, plenty of big names in this one. Like we were saying, though, drivers needed to watch the Inter Rotax start because that was fantastic. Doesn't look like they have, though, for junior Rotax Group A, because I think we're probably going to go round again. Yes, we are. Chevron flag yet again. Drivers on the front row of the grid. Aidan Hammond and Thomas Hill need to back this pack up, get them nice and relax through the final sector. As you can see, all the staff here at Rye House telling everyone to slow down, get back in formation, and let everyone close back up. It was a really good race yesterday in Heat 1 from Mikel Islam. Always exciting to see him here at Rye House. He's a great, really speedy young racer. He's been impressing me throughout this season, and he's looking to amend what happened in 2024. He had some issues in 2024, was able to get back through the order and did decently well, but he wants that LC plate for himself in 2026. Drivers all getting slowed down. I'm not sure if they're entirely stopping for a chat. Yes, they are. And they're going to get my favourite word in kart racing, which is re-education down there at Pylon. They're going to have a brief talking to, I'm sure very kindly and politely, from our fantastic staff here at Rye House, just to be told, hey guys, come on, you've done enough race starts in your time. We know how to do this. Come on, let's keep it nice and relaxed and get round to this race start. It's a perfect 100 points so far from Aidan Hammond, which means he's been pole and then also winning the heat number 1 yesterday. So he's going to try and make it 3 from 3 in this one. Thomas Hill was enjoying a great battle with Mikel Islam throughout that heat number 1. They were nip and tuck throughout, which just allowed for Aidan Hammond to go, all right, cheers guys, I'll just scamper off into the distance. Thank you very much. I'll take the maximum points from this one. They were up and under constantly throughout the race, and great battling. Hopefully we see more of that in this one. Tyler Mason-Gray getting involved. He's a usual name here at Rye House. Same for Ayrton Rye, of course, as well. Ayrton's jumped up the karting ladder throughout the UK, but here at Rye House as well. And Ayrton, I do remember, I want to say it was 2023, he was driver of the year here at Rye House, but that was down in the cadet classes. He's moved through into juniors, and he's been doing a stellar job nonetheless. Up onto the second row of the grid in this one, and we wait and see how it all continues on. But yeah, lots to talk about, lots to play with in this one. 22 karts hopefully starting, and hopefully they'll all be re-educated enough soon for us to get racing yet again.
I will say it was they decided they wanted to re-educate them very, very quickly. Only took them 2 wave rounds before they went, right, shut it down, boys and girls, we're going to have a word. No, I personally would have given them maybe just 1 extra go. But, you know, I'm not a marshal or a steward or anything, but they are having a talking to. To be fair, you've got to be a little bit worried, though. If you're someone who's gone very tight on fuel coming into this one, and you've just gone round twice, and then maybe you sat there thinking, oh, I don't really want to go around any more times than I need to, because I might be in a little bit of trouble come the end of the race. I doubt anyone will be that tight on fuel, but you never know. Let's see then, given that we have got, 3 corners to go from this point, and they're all going to be quite slow, if we can get it going properly this time. Yes, there are 22 karts out there for this heat. It's quite busy, but they've had a talking to, they've been re-educated. Let's see if that re-education has set in as we come to Paddock Bend for what is hopefully the final time on the sighting laps. Do we get going properly this time? We wait for the red lights to turn green, and they do now. Here we go. Finally, only took us 3 attempts. Down into turn 1, we move. Hammond will lead them. Look to the outside, though, as it's chaos. We've got multiple karts round. There's 2 in the wall at the front, and there's 2 further in the wall behind that go in sympathy. One of them, the 213, is down and out of the race. What a shame for them. That is Nashawn Marshall who's gone down there. A real shame for him. It'll be waved yellow flags in that section, but we push on elsewhere. It is still Aidan Hammond that leads up the front of the pack.
Indeed, a chaotic start then in the first heat of the day for Junior Rotax. Up and under attempt, we're side by side for second place into the last couple of corners. Wobbly on that outside line through the wet stuff, and they press on to another lap of this race. Having a brief look out the window, I'm pretty sure all drivers... No, I think there are some drivers on slick tyres in this one. Maybe that was why they were flirting with track limits and the barriers through lap number 1. I think there's a little bit of a mix, potentially, between wet tyres and slick tyres. Is this going to be the crossover? I was going to say, in the Inter-Rotax race, that the dry line was really forming around the circuit now, and it is seriously formed. Issue is, though, if you go on those slick tyres, you might be faster on the line, but as soon as you need to make an overtake, you've got to get off onto that slippery stuff, and it will be very, very challenging. Right then, a few names dropping by the wayside early on in this one, dropping to the back of the order, and one of those was your second place finisher yesterday of Thomas Hill. He started on the front row, but it all went wrong on lap number 1 for Thomas Hill.
And we also had your pole sitter, Aidan Hammond, going down and out as well. He's up to 15th at the moment after dropping down. He's managed to claw a few positions back, but not a great start for a man who's had a perfect weekend so far. It is then Kieran Hammond, the 169 that leads this race, ahead of Ayrton Rye, who's just done his best lap of the race last time, and a fastest lap to be the 38.097. For the number 118 out there, and he's really starting to put the pressure onto Hammond as well, and he's going to try and look to the outside potentially as they almost touch down into Stadium Bend. Not quite though. Hammond will just about hold on for the time being. Is there a run out of Reg's elbow potentially? As it trying to, it looks to me like Rye's on slicks and Hammond is on wet, to my eye anyway, which of course makes it a bit more difficult as there's a kart coming to a stop coming out of the final corner, but he is off the racing line, whoever that may be. As we go back to the action up in front, though, we'll see them here. And yes, it is wets then for Hammond, which means he does have a little bit more racetrack to play with. But on the dry line, it looks like the 118 is faster. Just when he comes to overtake, he's got to go off it. There was the kart that came screeching to a halt. They've managed to get going again. Looks like it was Cash Harris that went and had that issue, but they've managed to get going again up the front. It is still the status quo. with Hammond, Rye, Smith, your top 3. Just behind them, Gregorian, Islam, Kayob, Crosby, Riches, and Green Gomez, your top 10.
Indeed, yeah, Cash getting it restarted, so well done, but rejoins right in the mix of the leaders. I think he's done a good job, though, moving out the way, letting them go, not getting involved, continuing to scrap here over third place. It's a great race so far from Mario Smith, battling in amongst this three-way squabble. Tigran Gregorian losing out, though, to Mikel Islam round this previous lap, so Islam up to fourth place. Again, Rye getting sent to the inside, to the outside line, sorry. Yeah, well spotted for you. I saw Hammond in the lead and just assumed it was Aiden, but no, Kieran's had a great start to this one, and holding onto it well. It all got a bit close there, as it does again between our two leaders. Up and over the back, nearly for Ayrton Rye, and they continue to squabble over the lead. Ayrton is not able to find a way through yet, though, and they've been holding each other up, and more drivers want to get involved now. It's all gotten a bit squabbly. It looks like Mario Smith is it that's broken away from the two in behind, but actually now they've held each other up so much, they've all just become one group. A bit slidey there, out of Complex UL for Ayrton Rye. He's dropping into the clutches of the drivers behind him. Is this the opportunity for Kieran Hammond to break away?
Potentially, because it's all starting to get a little bit silly in this pack. They're starting to get hot under the helmets. There's little bits of unnecessary contact, and it's just winding people up more and more and more with 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock, plus one additional lap here in this second heat of the weekend in Group A for Junior Rotax. And as you can see, managing to get up to the back of Hammond once again is Ryan. Hammond's run deep. He's put a wheel into the wet, and through goes Ayrton Rye up into the lead of the race. It took a mistake from the man who has led from pretty much turn 2 on lap number 1 and is now really struggling, and you've got to be wondering if he's on the wets, which he is. Are those tyres starting to overheat as he starts to now come into contact with Gregorian, who's now up to P3, and Hammond suddenly looks all at sea as there's chaos there. Two drivers coming together and going round, the 2-2-1 involved. I'm also seeing the number 23 of Christian Kenoff, who's gone round there as well. It's all getting a bit chaotic. Somebody's still stranded down there, and got two cars that are caught together by the looks of things as well at the infield hairpin. Meanwhile, further up the front of the pack, Ayrton Rye finally gets that breathing room and is starting to bolt ahead at the front of the pack. Kieran Hammond is P2 as it stands, but he just looks all at sea at the moment. I wonder if the tyres are just gone from underneath him.
It's Liam Crosby that's parked up down at hairpin number 1. That was such a shame. Drivers diving in a bit too late under brakes, so inevitably was contact, and it looks as though something's broken on the front left corner there for him, and out of the race he goes. Of course, Liam was your biggest mover in race number 1 yesterday. Sadly, it's going to be a DNF, though, from heat number 2 for him. That is gutting for Liam. And what an opportunity that was then you saw with Kieran making that mistake, going a bit wide, Ayrton grabbing it with both hands, and there was a little bit of a dive back to the inside from Kieran. I thought there might be contact. Ayrton did well to hold it around the outside, though, and this is his opportunity to bolt, and he's done just that. He's 5 seconds clear now of the rest of the field. Look at that awesome shot through T1 there on the curb cam. There's a little bit wide there for the 101. He's been shuffled out wide, and again the 37 dives on through. That's Tigran Gregorian trying to make up some pressures yet again. So Jamie Riches really losing out there as he drops behind Tigran and Sam Green Gomez now. He's back down into 10th place after that brief squabble with the drivers around him. But here we continue to watch the battle with Kieran Hammond and Mario Smith. Mario still not able to find a way through. Mikel Islam's now right there with them. Same with a couple of other drivers. It's all reshuffled around then, has it? Yes, it has. So Luigi Perlini into third. Mikel Islam's gone with him. Same with Harley Musk as well. That's good for Luigi. He was having issues in qualifying yesterday. Only got a couple of laps under his belt in qualifying before he had to retire the kart. He's having a great race in this one, though, side by side on the exit with Mikel Islam. But now Islam will be on the outside under pressure into hairpin number 2. They're continuing to reshuffle all the way through to the outside. Now goes Perlini. That'll be the inside down into pylon, and Mikel Islam follows him through as well. Awesome working together there. Whether they meant it or not, they made their way through into second and third place.
Race theatre onto the final lap. He's, well, miles up the road, quite frankly, as these guys continue to scrap, as they continue to push on down as well. Somebody else has come to a stop at hairpin number 1. Can't quite identify who that is.
I think it's Tyler Mason Gray.
Yeah, Tyler Mason Gray sounds like real shame for him, but he's okay and up and out of the car. It looked like a mechanical problem for him. Rye with a 7.6 second lead. He is miles up the road as those behind continue to race, subscribing to the Verstappen school of thought of I'm going to go here and you're going to like it or lump it. But Ayrton Rye, what a race it has been. Took his time to get through, but comes to the line now. The 180 18. Once he saw the lead, never looked back. It's the checkered flag at heat number 2 for Ayrton Rye with a brilliant performance. Let's see who finishes where else though. It's Polini in second with a contact warning to boot. Michael Islam holds on to P3. It is Harley Musk fourth, Kieran Hammond who led most of this race in P5. Tigran Gregorian is 6th, Marlo Smith 7th, Jamie Richards 8th, Aidan Hammond back up to 9th place after that incident at turn 1 on the opening lap with Sam Green Gomez rounding out your top 10. But it's got to be said, the second that Ayrton Rye got into that race lead on that slick tyre, just never looked back and shot off into the distance. What a performance, what a result for him.
Yet again, another race where a driver wins by a good few seconds, but it really doesn't tell you the tale of the race, though, does it? That 5-second gap. It was not an easy victory there for Ayrton Rye. Apologies, I was wrong. It was not Tyler Mason-Gray that was off. He just happened to be dropping down on that lap, and I got a little bit confused. Tyler did finish in 13th place. It was Edward Jones who had stopped down at hairpin number 1 there and didn't finish heat number 2, sadly for him. Well, a good few names there having issues earlier on in the weekend, bettering it here in heat number 2 in the A group. And I think the biggest one to take away there is it's definitely happened. The crossover from wets to slicks has happened now, and I think a lot of the drivers going forward will be on those slick tyres. Let's just give you a full run through then of the finishing order in Junior Rotax. Heat 2 for Group A, Ayrton Rye takes the spoils, followed by Luigi Perlini and Mikel Islam. Another good finish from him. He's setting himself up for a good grid spot in the final. Harley Musk and Kieran Hammond round out the top 5. Great defence in that one from Kieran, just dropping down to P5 by the checkered flag. Tigran Gregorian had to fight for that one. He was up in the top 3, then dropping down to the back of the top 10, then back to P6 once all was said and done, followed by Mario Smith, Jamie Richards, Aidan Hammond and Sam Green Gomez. Well done to Aidan Hammond, your pole sitter after that issue on lap 1, up into P9. He was followed by Christian Kerhoff and Tyler Nickelbean, Tyler Mason-Gray, Andrew Thompson, George Dale, Ashton Puno, Jasper North, Cash Harris, and then sadly Edward Jones, Liam Crosby and Thomas Hill, none of those 3 making it to the checkered flag. And there indeed is the 43 of Edward Jones, just trying to get his kart back onto the kart stand and back to safety here in the paddock. But like we say, there's 2 groups for Junior Rotax, so if that wasn't enough to whet your appetite, well, we've got another one coming straight at you. Group B will be coming up next, and of course with drivers evenly split between the 2 groups, there's plenty of faces and names to watch out for in Group 2 as well. I'm sure this one is going to be just as exciting.
Well, I mean, what a Group A it was, it must be said. But Group B, again, some very, very strong names in this as well. One less driver, we've only got the 21 scheduled to line up on the grid for this Group B, heat number 2 for Junior Rotax. But again, if that was anything to go by, this race is sure to be electric, as you're getting a very, very wonderful look at the underside of a Junior Rotax there. Granted, a rather dirty Junior Rotax, but still, if you ever wanted to know what the bottom one of those look like, there you go. Feast your eyes, it's there for all to see. Hope you're enjoying all of the action in the 2025 London Cup here at Rye House, where we've had a brilliant day of racing so far. Let us know where in the world you're watching from. Let us know who you're supporting. Let us know who you think are going to be our London Cup champions this year as well. We're really excited to be bringing you all of Sunday's action here from Hoddesdon and the Rye House Kart Raceway, one of the most iconic venues in British karting. The first venue to host the Karting World Championships in the UK back in 1968 and 1969, when it was still a 3-weekend series back in the older format. Before, of course, we now switched to the 1-weekend series because we all just hate having fun, and I guess that's what the European Championships is for, though. Looks like that kart's being wheeled its way back across, hopefully gets a clean and gets fixed up after those mechanical issues. We can get our Group B underway for the Junior Rotax. Again, very, very fierce racing in that Group A, heat number 2. You could tell that, not that the tensions were running a little bit high, but there was certainly very aggressive elbows out racing from the very first turn. And you wonder, maybe we're going to see something similar. Maybe Group B, it'll be a little bit more calm, a little bit more relaxed. We'll have to wait and see.
I think I'm going to go with no on that one, Ross. I don't think it will. I mean, to be fair, they seemed more relaxed than Group A yesterday, at least. Only 4 front-fairing penalties for Group B in Heat 1. That was Nicolas Kozalidis, Lewis Joyner, Radu Melian and Mia Caruso. So maybe we'll see. I don't know, though. It's Junior Rotax. It's at Rye House. It's a 7-minute plus 1 lap heat. It usually gets pretty exciting. It was a great race, though, from Charlie Wolfett. Pole to flag victory for him. And in behind, a good showing from Anthony Parfitt as well. He went from second to second, but that really didn't explain the story for Anthony, battling loads with the drivers around him. But a bit of a defensive masterclass from Anthony yesterday, holding on to P2. I'm sure he'll be wanting to get past Charlie in this one, though, to get a few more points on the board. And what a standout performance it's been so far for Shea Hilton. He's been awesome so far this weekend, battled really well in heat number 1, got up into P3, was battling with Anthony throughout that race. They were nip and tuck, up and under every single corner. They were going at it. Anthony just about keeps ahead, though. Shea having to settle for third from a 5th place start, but either way, I think he'll be really, really happy with that, and plenty of names to be watching for out in this one as well. Devin Taylor, I remember he was really quick out of the London Cup last year as well, so watch out for him. Jack Beasley, a regular runner here at Rye House, same for Callum Scrivens as well. Lots of names in this one that I'd be watching out for, and what I'm really excited for is when we finally get the Group A and Group B to converge, and the best of the best from each of them come through into the A final later on to finish us off. And I think with 8 minutes plus 1 lap of that one, the best of the best junior Rotax drivers here at the London Cup, that's one to be waiting around for. So make sure you stick around with the live stream throughout today's action. And thank you all for saying hello in the live chat and saying good luck to everyone. I did say, did see Vinny asking about, is Thomas Welsford in Group A or B? He is indeed in Group B. And Vinny says good luck to Thomas. So Thomas, if you can hear me down there in the dummy grid, Vinny says hello and he says good luck. We can't wait for the race to get underway. And like we said earlier, that dry line continuing to form here. I can't quite see from up here as to whether most people are on slicks or wets, but I imagine it is the former.
I can see from where I'm stood. It's got a slightly better position to the view of the dummy grid.
I need new glasses as well.
I'll let you off if you need new glasses. But as they head out, it looks to me slicks is the consensus decision for the vast majority of the grid. I think there is a couple here or there on wets, but for the most part, it is slicks. So let's run through the grid as we come round. And again, we've got that dry line form, but it is still very wet offline. Could get a little bit interesting. We saw what happened into turn 1 in Group A earlier on. It is Wolfit from pole. Anthony Parfitt starts alongside. Shea Hilton is there with Miles Cleverton 4th. Devin Taylor and Sam Kohler on row 3 with Jack Beasley 7th and Jack Harrison in P8. Lewis Joyner is 9th with Callum Scrivens rounding out the top 10. Samir Paul is 11th with Mia Caruso in P12. John Reynolds is 13th alongside Radu Melian. Arthur Way starts 15th with Nikolaos Gourzouldis in 16th. Emily Johnston in 17th with Thomas Wells with P18. Ava Crawford 19th with Timmy Shahini in 20th. And Freddie Wall, our 21st and final driver. Now let's see if Group B is better at starting this second heat than Group A was, because remember, it took those guys 2 goes and re-education from the marshals and the clerk of the course before they were able to actually get it going. And this looks much more promising, but I will hold my tongue until I see those green lights on the gantry. Let's see what it's going to be as we get pushing onwards. It is going to be green, but there is somebody stopped at the back of the pack at the final turn, but will stay green for the time being. Down into turn 1 we go. Kart going round already. There's a few going round as they struggle to find the grip. That's the 888 of Shea Hilton, who started from P3. That's the 240 of Timmy Shahini, who stopped before we got to the green flag. Up the front it is the 47 of Anthony Parfitt that leads. Looks like he managed to get through Charlie Wolfit and will pull ahead, and he's already starting to get a little bit of a healthy gap as there's battles further back as well, looking 2, nearly 3 wide into pylon. That's brave if you try that one. Another driver going round there after contact as they're all coming together, all trying desperately to find some sort of grip, to find track position. At the end, though, of this opening lap here in Group B, it is Anthony Parfitt that leads ahead of Charlie Wolfit with Sam Kohler in P3. So big losers on that first lap. Unfortunately, Jack Beasley down 3 positions. Devin Taylor down 10. Shea Hilton down 14 after a spin.
That's such a shame for Shea. I'll take that as my first commentator's curse of the weekend. If I was saying how well he was doing yesterday, sadly it's all gone wrong when he's picking his way through the pack already, looking to make back up some places and some points. What was that you were saying before this race, mate, about them being more calm and collected for Group B? Yeah, I'll let you eat those words. As it's been very exciting to kick this one off already. Well, for the first time this weekend, it's not Charlie Wolfit leading in Group B. It is Anthony Parfitt, your 2024 Junior Rotax champion of Rye House, and contact between the two leaders. That was a little bit of a late dive there from Charlie. Tried to get that inside line. Door was always going to close from Anthony Parfit. Luckily, not too bad contact there. They both continue on and stay as they were. A little thumbs up and point forward from Anthony, saying, come on now, we've still got over 5 minutes of this race. Let's press off together. We can leave the fighting till a little bit later on in this one. We don't want Sam or Miles or Jack or anyone who's chasing them down to close back in and get involved with this squabble. The new fastest lap. Basically, to every new driver that crosses the line gets the new fastest lap. Finally, that's broken. And it is Arthur Way, I believe, who has the fastest lap. It is awesome to see Arthur flying out there on the 2.47, that is. And he's thinking about a move on Jack Harrison down into hairpin number 2. Not able to get it done this time around, but so good to see Arthur jumping up from Honda Cadet and absolutely flying here in Junior Rotax. He was a pleasure to commentate on down at the Forest Edge Kart Club in Honda Cadet. He's doing a great job here at the London Cup as in his move up to Junior Rotax. As you were gesturing to me, Wolfit is back into the lead though. That didn't take very long.
No, it was a really nice setup move as well into the second hairpin, left the inside open and using that extra drive, using the power out of the corner on a run into pylon to confirm it. It was well thought out, smart racing by the number 6 driver. But now he's got to try and keep Parfit behind. But if he's got more pace and is able to bolt away, that might not be too difficult for Wolford as he gets back up in front. Parfit, the 47, can he respond? Or will he just be watching that number 6 machine fade away into the distance over the next, well, just under 4 minutes now? As everyone's a little bit more spread out in Group B than they were in Group A. It's a little bit more calm, a bit more of your traditional race of just trying to apply the pressure up in front. And as I say that, wow, that's a late squeeze and a late lunge that does not pay off. Unfortunately, that looked to me like it was Shea Hilton trying to get up the inside of John Reynolds, which would be very, very brave if he'd have been able to pull it off. And indeed it was, but it just didn't quite come into fruition on that occasion. As we'll continue to push around, you can see the drivers coming through Paddock Bend now, where hundreds of people watching along trackside, parents, friends, mechanics, teammates, all here, all keeping an eye to see who is going to be setting themselves up best for the London Cup finals later on today. Parfit, fastest lap of the race on the last lap, 36.021. The 47 maybe starting to apply more pressure. More pressure also being applied by Arthur Way to Jack Harrison in this fight for 5th place. As you can see them struggling for traction out of Complex Novell. Tyre temp not quite there, running over the damp parts of the racetrack. But it's so difficult to overtake as well when the conditions are like this, John, because you go off onto that dry line and it's wet and then suddenly you've got no grip.
Indeed, exactly. Yeah, you can think, oh yeah, I'm on for this move. Then you get into the braking zone and go, oh no, I'm not. Oh dear. And then it can go all wrong. But luckily, we're not seeing that too much in this race so far. And I will say as well, as more drivers continue to lap around this circuit in all of our classes, continuing to dry out that surface, it was quite a sliver of dry line that is opening up now throughout the entirety of the track, giving opportunities to our drivers to make overtakes on these slick tyres. We were watching there Arthur Way as we continue to watch them down the front straight. Arthur still pressuring the rear axle of Jack Harrison. Harrison doing a nice job though to press on round in that Martin Jackson Racing outfitted kart. A very jazzy livery for Martin Jackson Racing this weekend. It looks awesome. And Jack adding the speed to that card as well as he presses on round, still holding on to 5th place just about ahead of Arthur Way. These two have slipped ever so slightly off of the back of the next battle just ahead of them, which is still Sam Kohler and Miles Cleworth battling over 3rd. Those two now about 1.5 seconds up the road from these two that we watch as they now head onto lap number 10 of this race. Just less than 1.5 minutes left to go in terms of running order in this one. Top 2 still pretty close, to be fair, as you just see them in the right hand side of your shot continuing on with this lap, but not close enough for Anthony to think about a move. He went for that late dive to the inside up at the Exeter Stadium a few laps ago. It seems he's just dropped off of the back of Charlie Wilfit, and it might just be a perfect weekend for Charlie if he can get this one signed, sealed and delivered. He'll take the maximum 150 points into the final, and he will consolidate his P1 start for the final, which is exactly where you want to be.
That being said, though, it's not over until the fat lady sings and the checkered flag falls, or in our case, the checkered flag flashes up on the digiboard on the gantry. Still time for things to change. As you can see there, moves being made a little bit further back in the pack as there's a spin.
Arthur Way's into the wall.
Yep, there we go. That is Arthur Way in the middle of the pack, who was fighting with Jack Harrison for position, and he's rounded the infield hairpin further away though. As we've got more action, it will be 2 more laps left in this race as Charlie Wolfett heads across the line now. He's still 7/10 ahead of Parfitt. Looks like Way is out of the kart and okay, frustrated, but on his feet. That's the main thing to see. There we see the 17 of Miles Cleworth still trying to put the pressure onto Sam Collar. They were only separated by 3/10 at the line, and the 18 is holding off the 17 as it stands. As there we do see the race leader, the number 6 of Charlie Wolfett, is coming through the S's and into Paddock Bend for the penultimate time to start the final tour of this race. Is he teeing himself up for perfection in the 2025 London Cup, or can Anthony Parfitt find a miracle late in the day? He's not going to have the run out of Reg's elbow, that's for certain, into the infield hairpin, but they are almost within touching distance. You couldn't fit a razor blade between the pair of them, and with half a lap left to go, has anybody got anything left in their locker?
Oh, it's close, isn't it? It was a great run and race number 1 yesterday for Parfitt to hold on to second, but now he's all over the back of Wolfett. It looks as though Charlie has just done enough, though. They head through the final corner, down towards the gantry they go, and Wolfett wins again in Junior Rotax Group B. Fantastic for Charlie Wolfett, and I think he'll be one of your choices to take pole position in the final. Of course, they've got to sort out all the points and whatnot, but I think it might just be Charlie. What a great run from him there to hold on. That was so gutting for Arthur Way. It was a lovely move down the inside of Jack Harrison, aggressive under the brakes into hairpin number 1. They both went a little bit wide, up and under from Harrison, and then as Arthur tried to rejoin, was just squeezed into the barrier on the right hand side and tipped into a spin as he collided with the barrier. Now I saw him clutching his wrist as he got out of the car. I think that was just an initial bit of discomfort from where the right front hit the wall and dragged the wheel around. I think he seems all okay now, which is good, and we will see him out in the final, but gutting for him from what would have been a top 5 finish in Junior Rotax down to a DNF for Arthur. That's such a shame. Let's run you through the final order in that one then. It was Wolfett from Parfitt and Miles Cleworth in 3rd place, followed by Sam Kohler and Jack Harrison, then Samir Paul, Callum Scrivens, Shea Hilton. Great run from him, back to 8th place there for Shea, fitting for the 888. He was followed by Nikolaus Gozalidis and John Reynolds, your top 10. Then it was Jack Beasley, Devin Taylor, Thomas Welsford, Freddie Wall, Lewis Joyner, Radu Melian, then Amelie Johnston, Mia Caruso, Ava Crawford, and then Arthur Way. Of course, a DNF in that one, sadly for Arthur, but a great race nonetheless, and hopefully all can be sorted out on Arthur's car, and hopefully his wrist is okay to carry on into the final a little bit later on today. Well, there we go then. Junior Rotax, last time we see them before their finals later on today. But we're basically going to have a carbon copy and paste here for our seniors. They're split into 2 groups as well. So we'll kick off with the second heat of the weekend for Group A. Then following will be the second heat of the weekend for Group B. And if the juniors are anything to go by, the seniors should be pretty here, Ross. Some great battles throughout 7. Let's get underway.
And we've got a very special somebody in the seniors as well, because we've got the only driver this weekend who is actively defending his crown from last year, and that is the man who will be starting P6 in this race with the LC plate on, stands for London Cup, if you can do spelling. That is Kyle Dunford. Of course, we have drivers who were winners last year who are back and competing, but in different classes. Dunford is the only driver who is actively defending his crown in 2025. As there we go, we've done dog watch. We're now back onto plane watch here in Hoddesdon. We could do some boat watching. The river is just on the other side of the paddock. I can see some very lovely narrow boats over there as well. If we're still delayed, I think they're just taking a quick moment just to get scrutineering done and dusted, which is why we just have a quick delay here. Of course, a big thank you to our scrutineers this weekend. We've got Daniel Gilbert and Chris Derrick. A big thank you to them for all of their efforts and making sure that everything is legal on all of the go-karts come the end of the race, and to make sure that all the rules and regulations are informed and or enforced fairly, should I say. So, interesting to see how the seniors are going to go. As you said, John, carbon copy, we've got our 2 randomly mixed up groups going into it, and then of course we'll separate that into a B and an A final at the end of this one. But again, a big list of names coming into Group A. here for their second heat of the weekend. Aidan Large starting from pole, Bailey Waters starting alongside. Of course, already talked about Kyle Dunford going off a P6, JJ Hind there as well. You've got some drivers in here who, you'd expect to be maybe even a little bit further up, in fact. Again, the likes of Dunford and JJ Hind starting 6th and 9th respectively. You'd have expected them almost to be a bit further forward than they actually are. As there we go, that's the dog I saw earlier. That's 3 on the dog watch. I'm at it. I've got a tally chart going on my note sheet. I'll add it down. We've got 3 now on the dog watch tally chart. If you do have a dog, feel free to get it out. We can see if we can get more. But yeah, still should be a very interesting race. Again, the juniors, a lot of fun. So let's see what the seniors go. Oh, and isn't that lovely? Dog watch, hide your eyes, children. That's all I say.
Well, Rye House is now that dog's territory, so they're going to have to transfer ownership to him because he's clearly shown there that it's his. But we've got dog watch, we've had plane watch, but let's make sure no drivers are taken to the skies in this one. We want everyone down on all 4 wheels. No more plane watch. One racing action commences. But yeah, another one in this one here for Group A in Senior Rotax. Another driver with maximum points so far, pole position and Heat 1 win for Aidan Large. He'll be the one to watch starting from pole in this one. And I will say, I think there might just be a bit of a curse of the A group across both juniors and seniors, because the Senior Rotax A group in Heat 1 yesterday were giving the juniors a run for their money in terms of front fairing penalties. How many have we had in this one? It's got to be close to 10 again. JJ Hind got one, so did Bailey Waters, so did Finley George, Lucas Theo, Matthew Kendall, Freddie Leppenwell, Daniel Cahillov, Ryan Welsh and Jugas Pravilionis. So many drivers getting front fairings again. Let's hope for it to be a bit more calm in this one, but then again, it was pretty similar in Heat 2 for Junior Rotax Group A, so it might be the same again here for seniors, Ross, I can't lie.
Yeah, it might be. Well, let's hope it's a little bit more calm and a little bit similar to Group B in the juniors, where it was just great racing. We weren't worried about penalties or people running into each other or anything like that. But we'll have to wait and see. Finley George as well was a very naughty one. Not only did he get that front fairing penalty, he also got a gaining an unfair advantage penalty, which obviously can mean a lot of things. But still, naughty from Finley George. He'll be looking to improve his relationship with the stewards today, shall we say, to avoid any more penalties coming in this heat and maybe in the final later on as well. Still just waiting to get the pit lane actual clear so we can send these guys out from the dummy grid and hopefully get this race going. I can actually see a few people in the pit lane. You can just see some helmets poking up over the top of the tyre barrier there at the back of the picture. A few drivers actually getting out of karts. They're just waiting, I think, for just a little bit of a delay in scrutineering, but then we'll be ready to get going and get this Group A Heat 2 out of the way in the Senior Rotax as we're really getting through the day. It's only just gone to 10 past midday and already nearly done with all of our heats here at the 2025 London Cup. We hope you're enjoying the action, whether you are watching online or watching trackside in person. And we cannot wait to be bringing you the rest of the weekend's action as well. Myself, Ross McIntyre, and John Ratcliffe alongside me. Again, this is heat number 2 for Group A in the Senior Rotax that is coming up in just a short moment. But John, it's been a fantastic day of racing so far, it must be said. A little bit of chaos here and there, but for the most part, just good, hard, fast racing. And it's been really enjoyable to watch, and it sets things up very nicely for our finals later on as well.
It's been great so far, hasn't it? I've thoroughly enjoyed it. It's been an honour to be alongside you in the commentary box so far for this one. It's always a little bit chaotic when you have a one weekend event, because why leave anything on the table? You've not got to carry on points to the next championship round. It's all said and done here on one weekend. So drivers all go for it, looking to grab that LC plate. And not only just the LC plate, there are so many prizes on offer this weekend, courtesy of the fantastic sponsors and partners of the event as well. So Offset have provided racing apparel for the podium drivers. Aurum Racing Engines is a £100 voucher for the winning drivers in each class. The Kart Shop London over in the main building have offered up a £50 voucher for every class for the second place drivers. There's engine rebuilds, dyno runs, there's tyres, there's all sorts of stuff, Tillet racing seats, so many different things for the Rye House Kart Club next year. So much on offer, so even if that LC plate remains elusive, there's still potential to get a lot of prizes under your belt if you can get up there near the sharp end by the end of racing action. But it looks as though we're about ready to go then for Group A in Senior Rotax. Let's run you through the grid for this one. Aidan Large will line up on pole position. It's been a perfect weekend so far for him. He looks to continue that on here into heat number 2. Bailey Waters alongside him on the front row. Then it's Ryan Welsh and Taylor Bellini on row 2. They're followed by Freddie Leppenwell and Carl Dunford. Then Jugas Pravilionis and Callum Gosh followed by JJ Hind and Lucas Theo. Then it's Daniel Kehayov and Bo Sullivan, Armin Sabrauskas and Finley George. They're followed by Matthew Kendall, Mikey Theo, Kai Beach and Angad Singh. They're rounding out the 18-car grid. I will say, Taylor Bellini was on fire yesterday in heat number 1. He was flying. He's got lots of love in the live chat. He was up 4 places and fastest lap in heat 1. It was awesome. Up 4 places for Carl Dunford as well. Up 8 for JJ Hind and up 9 for Bo Sullivan. A few names to watch at the start of this one, but Taylor Bellini was definitely my standout performance from heat number 1 yesterday. Equally, I say that, Aidan Large won it from start to finish, so maybe he should have been the standout performance. Either way, let's see if we can do it again here in heat number 2. Green lights are waving here at Rye House, and we go racing in senior Rotax for their second heat of the weekend. Aggressive there down through the first couple of corners and contact and into the barriers for a driver in the back of the pack. The 22 there, that is a serious bent rear end of the kart there for the 22. That is a real shame for Bo Sullivan. I was just saying how well he did in heat number 1. Sadly, it's not going to be history repeating itself here in heat number 2. Yellow flags down at Stadium Bend, and already Bo Sullivan out of the race.
Oh, unfortunately, you can't win a race at turn number 1, but you can certainly lose it. Bo Sullivan on the unlucky end of that one. He'll just have to move ahead with the rest of his weekend. Somebody else also coming to a stop. That looks like Mikey Theo, who's brought it to a halt just in front of the clubhouse here. On the run down into pylon. He's up and out of his kart and A-OK to my eyes, but yeah, so already issues for a couple of drivers early doors. So this waved local yellows into this section of the racetrack as well. Top 3 beginning to break away, but staying together. There's more drivers round. They've come together in there's 3 drivers round here. This is further back. This is coming on the run in between the 2 hairpins. The number 11 is absolutely beside himself there, or the 41, should I say. That's Matthew Kendall. And they came together with the 21 of Finley George, and they've got a long way down the racetrack. Whatever's happened, one of them, there was somebody else involved who has been able to get going once again. But it's absolute chaos here early doors here. I believe it was Armin Zaborauskas who was able to get going and is further back in the pack as a result. But yeah, early doors here, and someone's giving a finger wag to somebody as well, and marshals are having words. It's absolute chaos here early doors in Group A Heat 2. My goodness me.
Yeah, some discussions between these 2 drivers, shall we say. I don't think they're too happy about each other, how that incident ended up unfolding, but the guys here at Rye House just putting a bit of clear air between the 2 of them, making sure there's no scuffles. We don't want to see that. There's going to be disagreements out on circuit when tensions are high and the adrenaline is pumping around the body. Drivers just getting split up to make sure that all is fine. But yeah, not too happy, a couple of the drivers out there. Anyway, we'll continue to watch the racing action out there on circuit, as here is a couple of drivers battling over position. It is indeed the LC plate of Carl Dunford right in behind Taylor Bellini. So they're pretty much as they were at the sharp end of the order from the start of this race. Carl has gained a couple of positions. Taylor's up 1 in behind them. Ryan Welsh and Freddie Leppenwell have just lost out over these first couple of laps. And the biggest mover is Lucas Theo, up 3 from 10th on the grid into 7th place. But unlike the juniors, where it was scrapping constantly throughout, it's been a crazy first couple of laps, but it seems as though we've settled in to the running order now, it seems. I will say, though, I thought that Carl Dunford was right on the back of Taylor Bellini. Now, has he got through, or has he dropped back into the clutch to the driver behind? No, he's got through, I believe, on Taylor Bellini. So Carl Dunford, no, I tell a lie. The other option was the right one. He dropped back from Taylor Bellini and now into the clutches of Ryan Welsh. So Kyle having a good start to this one, up to 4th place. Might just be dropping into the clutches of the drivers behind, but equally could go either way in this one. Still plenty of time left to go. Drivers just about settling into their rhythm in this race, and let's see how the rest of it unfolds.
Wait and see. Kyle Dunford, though, potentially under threat from Ryan Walsh if he's not able to refine that early form he found in this heat and get back up to the back of Bellini and continue his quest for a podium in the second heat in Group A for the senior Rotax. Wait and see that. Bellini, though, does set the fastest lap of the race at 34.924. First driver into the 34s in this contest. So Bellini really starting to feel it and really starting to move, and could potentially be challenging for higher podium spots, as Dunford now under real pressure further behind as well. There is the 23 Bellini on your picture, making his way through the S's and into Paddock Bend. And then there is Kyle Dunford with the LC plate, Welsh and Leppenwell right behind and getting very, very tight indeed. The front three, their lap times separated by hundredths of a second on that previous effort. They are all flying and all pushing each other right to the limit. The 30, or should I say the 81 of Ryan Welsh is right onto the tail of the LC of Kyle Dunford. And last year's London Cup Senior Rotax champion is looking at having his weekend by his standards go from bad to worse, because Welsh is right there, Leppenwell is there as well. Lucas Theo a little bit further back, but still potentially in the conversation also.
Indeed, yeah, still plenty to play out in this one, isn't there? But it does seem as though Carl just not quite able to find the pace that he had early on in this one. Was scampering through the order, gaining a couple of places, but now finding himself the one under pressure. Ryan Welsh and Freddie Leppenwell have chased him down. There's Ryan down the inside into hairpin number 2. Late move down the inside. A little bit too late under brakes, though, as back up and under goes Carl Dunford in that Martin Jackson Racing outfit. Holds on to 4th place, but now he'll know. He's seen the hand of Ryan Welsh, and he'll know he needs to start maybe defending in this one to keep these two behind. Taylor Bellini continues to drive away from him out front, lost another few tenths on that last lap, and I think for Carl it might just be a case of consolidating 4th place for the last minute and a half of this one, but maybe not. Again late down the inside, really aggressive, and ends up losing a place as the 81 of Ryan Welsh. That one was maybe a touch too late on the brakes, goes far too deep into hairpin number 1. Carl Dunford gets the up and under, but so does Freddie Leppenwell. Freddie up into 5th place, and now Ryan has even more work to do. Not only does he have Carl to overtake, he now has Freddie to re-overtake as well.
Yeah, he'll be kicking himself with Ryan Welsh, but them's the breaks. That's how racing works. You can't afford to be making those kind of mistakes when you're trying to overtake, when there is that pressure behind as well. It's part of the art form of this sport. You have to know when to attack. You have to know when to defend. Unfortunately, Ryan Welsh got it a little bit wrong, and it allowed Leppenwell to slide on by, and also gives Dunford a little bit of breathing room in P4 as well. Not saying he's got it easy to the end of the race. 35 seconds left on the clock here in heat number 2 in Group A of the Senior Rotax, but he's definitely just got that little bit extra that he didn't have before when it was Welsh putting the pressure on rather than Leppenwell. We'll see if there are any changes. Welsh unable to make any progress up from that 6th place he's now dropped down to. Next lap will be the final lap of the race. The 132 of Aidan Large is still sitting comfortably at the front of this pack. Coming into Complex Novell, he is now. Oh, there's a mistake there from the 88 of Provolone. It looks like letting through. No, in fact, they are lapping somebody, should I say. Got a bit ahead of myself there. So it is still Dunford that's just in front of this group. Leppenwell, though, is right with him. And don't forget Ryan Welsh as well. He's also there. Look to the inside from Leppenwell into Statement Bend. Can't find anything. Maybe a run, though, through Reg's elbow into the infield hairpin. Dunford will defend to the inside. The switchback is possibly there and does get the drive, but Dunford blocks masterfully. Now to the outside goes Leppenwell. We are on the final lap of the race. The leader is going to bring it home to the end very, very shortly, but this battle still rages on in the fight for P4. It will be Aidan Large that takes victory in the 2nd heat in Group A of Senior Rotax, but we wait to see who's on top in this major battle, and it is Dunford that just holds on to P4 ahead of Leppenwell and Welsh. Wow, what a crazy intense race that was for P4. The podium place is a little bit more split apart, with Large, Waters, Bellini all finishing in pretty steady positions, all separated a little bit from each other. But Dunford, Leppenwell, Welsh racing from the green flag to the checkered with intensity there.
I think intensity is definitely the right word for that one. That was fantastic, and a good defensive showing there from Carl Dunford, holding on nicely to that 4th place, and that should help him for where he starts in the final later on. Aidan Large, though, yet again, another perfect performance. Haven't been able to fault him at all so far this weekend, and he's going to go into the final with a maximum points that he could have got from the weekend so far. Of course, it's going to have to come down to how they combine Group A and Group B, but I think he's pretty set for a front row start in the final final later on today. There you go then. Aidan Large takes the win in Group A, followed by Bailey Waters and Taylor Bellini. Then Carl Dunford, Freddie Leppenwell, Ryan Welsh, Lucas Theo, Callum Goss, Jugas Pravdionis, then JJ Heinbauer at the top 10. That was followed by Daniel Kehiov, Armina Sobrauskas, then Vinny George, Matthew Kendall, Bo Sullivan and Mikey Theo. Sadly, the last two, Bo Sullivan and Mikey Theo, not making it past lap 1 in that one. Both out of the race. DNF for both of those two. That's not going to help points going into the final later on. Well, there we go then. Group A is done and dusted, and just like we had with the junior Rotaxes, Group B will be coming up pretty swiftly. See if anyone else can be as quite the standout performance as Aidan Large has been so far. Can anyone continue on a perfect showing? It was a great showing in the first race of the weekend yesterday from Ruben Mamelok taking the win. Ollie Ortu was so speedy though, had issues early on in Heat 1, drove back through the pace, and he starts on the front row for this one.
Yeah, Ortu a very, very quick driver in his own right, so will be one that we need to keep an eye on. Eyes also on next race, starting from P9, will be Bradley Keaton, who is really one of the stars of the senior Rotax in 2024's edition of the London Cup. P9 disappointing by his standards, and he'll be really needing to work his way forward to maximise his points in order to get himself the best possible position going into the A final. If indeed he does qualify for the A final, it may well be a B final first for Keaton. We'll have to wait and see. But as we're just removing some stricken go-karts from the racetrack, but pit lane is clear already, so as soon as we've got everybody in and out of the way, we can get these guys going for the second heat for Group B in senior Rotax. And just bringing some stricken go-karts back. You can see the 41 of Matthew Kendall, who is involved in that incident, coming up to the second hairpin, where it all got a bit heated between the drivers that were involved. A real shame for him. He was running a good race, but he has chances to go again later on in the finals, I suppose. But we are just waiting to get this second group out and underway, and they should be going in a few short moments, because it looks like the track is clear. The pit lane also looks clear to my eyes, and I'm hoping we'll be hearing the roar of some Rotax engines in just a few short moments. Wind has picked up here at Rye House. Still sunny with some mild cloud cover, and it's not too warm, but it is November, as you'd expect. As you can see there, crowds watching along. It is a bit weird to have sun here at the London Cup, to be fair. Rain is normally not an expectation, but a given, shall we say. We got the rain out of the way early. We're actually enjoying some nice weather for a change in the 2025 edition. Let's run through the grid for you quickly for the second group and the second heat for the senior Rotax. It's Ruben Mamelok on pole, Ollie Orto alongside Ethan Martin third and Alfie Thompson P4. Row 3 is Caillou Zigmansa with Rex Ashley P6. Jakub Barron is 7th with Liam Phillips P8. Bradley Keaton 9th and Josh Parry rounding up the top 10. Row 6 is Chloe Kunyazik with Leo French in P12. Alexander Campbell is 13th with Ugne Zvridzante in P14. Mark Sayers is 15th with Rudy Kemp alongside, and William Smith in P17. So a couple of drivers maybe a little bit out of position from what you'd expect. We know that Mamelok and Orto are looking really quick, John. This should be a really interesting race.
It should indeed. Yeah, let's see if they can get this start done first time of asking. I've already apologised to Ugne yesterday in my attempt to pronounce his name, but we'll do our best through the rest of the day. Sorry, Ugne. He's been flying out there, though. He's been very impressive, and good to see him down here for the London Cup. And I've also made sure, Chloe has made sure that I pronounce her name right. It's Kunjazik. I'm going to get it right through the day. We'll do our best, Chloe. I know you're listening to this back. Right then, let's see how we go. 2x2 formation to the lights, and we are green. First time of asking here in Group B for senior Rotax. They fly down through Stadium Bend, up and under, looking for the double overtake for the race lead. That was awesome. Through Stadium Bend for the 187. Alfie Thompson to the front of the order. The first time I'm asking a contact between 4th and 5th place. Contact down at the first hairpin. That's the 69 and the 27. That's KS Sagmanta and the 27 of Ollie Ortu. Both going round at hairpin number 1. A calamitous lap 1 here in Group B of senior Rotax, and a couple of our heavy hitters dropping to the back of the order.
Disastrous start there for Ortu. What a start for Alfie Thompson and the 187 from 4th to 1st. He will lead the way on lap number 1. We've already got some contact warnings flashing away. That's for the 31 of Liam Phillips, but it's Thompson, Mamelok and Martin at your top 3. They're starting to maybe peel away just a little bit from Rex Ashley and Liam Phillips in 4th and 5th, but it's not over just yet. Everyone's still fairly close together. Also onto the back of the pack already, still trying to close in as they make their way through Complex Novell for the second time. Mamelok looks a lot closer to Thompson than he did on the previous tour. Now a contact warning for Ethan Martin in P3, so he's being given a slap on the wrists as well as they dive through Stadium Bend. Does anyone fancy a move down to the infield hairpin? Slightly defensive from Alfie Thompson there, but he will hold on to the position for the time being.
He sort of just shifted over, didn't need to cover that one off, just make sure that Ruben and Ethan behind knew he wasn't going to let them by easily, and Alfie continues to hold on to the lead of the race. Well, you said earlier Liam Phillips got that contact warning. Well, he's still flying out there, just set the fastest lap of the race, did Liam, and he's on the back of this leading pack at the moment. 3 go nose to tail down into Stadium Bend yet again, and still Alfie Thompson holding that line and holding on to the lead for now anyway. He'll be looking to back Ruben Mamelok in to Ethan Martin, and he'll hope that Ethan Martin gets a bit aggressive here and tries to find a way through. At the moment though, it's Ruben being aggressive, trying the up and under through hairpin number 2, but again finds that Ethan Martin is there on the inside line. He's not able to complete the up and under, has to sit in behind again here. Amazing first lap from Alfie Thompson, but maybe he just thinks best thing to do here is just to back all these guys into each other, hope that they get scuffling and I can hold on to the race lead. That's exactly what he's going to do here, but he's got over 4.5 minutes of defending to do here, plus 1 lap. Easier said than done. This will be a defensive masterclass from the 187 if he can hold on to this one. He holds on down through hairpin number 1, and now we have a train of 7 karts battling for the race win.
And it's not very far away from being 10 karts as well, because 8th, 9th and 10th not too far away from this group. This could be a crazy, crazy way to end the heats in the senior Rotax. Coming down then through Paddock Bend and starting yet another lap. Quick check over the shoulder there for Thompson. Decides not to go defensive into turn 1 with the fastest lap of the race from Rex Ashley at 35.368. That was said on the previous tour. Once again, not defensive there from Thompson. Feels confident enough as he gets very, very close to the tyre barriers on the exit of the infield hairpin, really starting to extend his legs and push the limits. See what is possible at the wheel of that 187 machine. Gets a bit wide there, has to cover off Mamelok, who's stuck as it stands, can't quite find the way through and is under big pressure from behind. Another check, defensive manoeuvres here from Thompson. Does Mamelok have anything? Tries to switch back down into Stadium Bend, but the 187, the race leader, has it all covered off. What an intense battle we are witnessing, because now Mamelok, as there is contact, Mamelok gets shoved into Thompson, who gets shoved out of the way, and at the end of that one, it looks like it's Mamelok who does now lead this race after it all got a little bit chaotic, and I believe Ethan Martin's followed him through as well.
Indeed, yeah, that'll benefit Mamelok the most because he was at no fault in that one. It was Ethan Martin into the back of Ruben Mamelok and then into the back of Alfie Thompson, both of them going wide. And now here's the potential attack for the race lead from the 55 of Ethan Martin. And it's Ruben Mamelok who's under investigation. I would personally disagree with that one. I think the stewards will have to rethink that one when they have another look at it. But either way, it's been noted and they'll deal with it after the race. We watch what's going on out on the black stuff, and it's an up and under attempt from Ethan Martin. He'll pull alongside, but it won't be enough to muscle his way through. Down into pylon once again, holding that lead. But look at that, brief battling once again between the top 2, and the rest of the pack rejoins the fray. Is it all 10 now in a train? I do believe it is, as they come across the line to start a new lap. Yes, all of the top 10 in a train here, battling for the race lead. 2 minutes left to go, and it's yellow flags down at Stadium. They've just gone in, so whether we lost a driver from this train or not, I'm not sure. Either way, we're close on the exit. Side by side by side by side there. 4 drivers getting involved, but still, somehow, Mamelok holds on to the race lead.
Do not even blink, do not even scratch your eyes, because every corner, every lap, something changes out here. Mamelok still leads. Contact warning now for Martin. Was that for the investigation that Mamelok was involved in and that incident? I'm not entirely sure, but we'll carry on anyway. 1 minute and 30 plus 1 additional lap left on the clock. and it is Mamelok, Martin, Thompson, your top three, but everybody is so close behind them. Somebody just needs to add that little spark that's going to ignite this battle, and is it Alfie Thompson with a lovely move on the exit of the second hairpin, up the inside, uses the drive to get into second place, and now with the touch tries to bump Mamelok out of the way, return the favour that was sent his way a few laps ago. He's not quite going to have it as they cross the line once again. Does he have a go into Stadium Bend? Yes, he does. With the push and pass, up back into the lead goes Alfie Thompson, and Ethan Martin slides through as well, down to P3, falls Ruben Mamelok. Awesome racing going on here at the London Cup.
Yeah, this is epic between these three. I think from our camera angle there, we couldn't quite tell if there was contact or how much contact there was there from Alfie Thompson. But what a way to get back into the race lead. Yeah, there you go, under investigation, Alfie Thompson. So clearly there was a bit of contact down through Stadium Bend to get the re-overtake done. Well, I would see that as just... they've done it once, he's done it back, let's just call it there. Back down the inside and back to the race lead goes Ethan Martin, immediately steals it straight back. That camera angle is awesome. Now it's dry as they all clip that apex point. Alfie Thompson's defending second place though. There's 10 seconds left to go on the clock. Next time around, they will see the last lap board. And look at this, Alfie Thompson is defending second place. This is the opportunity for Ethan Martin to take the win here in heat number 2 in Group B. Alfie thinks it's not worth battling for the lead here. Let's just hold the rest of them up. He's got one last lap to try and hold on to second place here. I think this might be going down as the race of the weekend so far, but will Alfie Thompson hold on to P2?
Time will tell, because Mamelok now wants to return the favour back to him and is trying to get his bumper onto the rear of Thompson as there's more chaos behind. There's someone going the long way around. That was the 31 of Liam Phillips from P4, who's just come together with his rival. Oh, you couldn't write it. It's just chaos everywhere you look. Up the front three now starting to break away as it gets messy behind them. Ethan Martin is gonna win an instant classic here at Rye House. What a barnstormer of an ending we have just witnessed. It is Martin on top with the fastest lap of the race on his final tour at 35.074. Alfie Thompson holds on to P2 by 0.2 of a second. Phillips does finish in 4th, with Mamelok rounding out the podium places. But wow, surely race of the weekend, that one. It's going to take something to top that.
Yeah, that was fantastic. One for the highlight reel, that one. But quite a few drivers under investigation after that one as well. So results very much provisional from that one. I did give a little bit of a giggle there for Liam Phillips, because it was into hairpin number 1. He definitely did get hit. I'm knocked out the way. He had to take to the escape route round the barriers. And I just knew from commentating over Liam this season, he's going to hit him when he comes back on. Oh, yes, he does. Yeah, okay, cool. Straight into the side of him, down into hairpin 2. I would have done exactly the same if I was the driver, but equally, I'm not the steward stealing out the penalty, so I'll leave that one up to them. But there we go then. Heat number 2 in Group B, done and dusted for senior Rotax. Next time we see the seniors out, it will be for their finals later on this afternoon. Ethan Martin takes it with the fastest lap on the last lap as well. As soon as he broke free, that pace was amazing. Alfie Thompson and Ruben Mamelok, your top 3. Then Liam Phillips, Rex Ashley, Bradley Keaton, Leo French. Then Mark Sayers, Josh Parry and Jacob Barron, your top 10. They were followed by Ollie Ortu, KS Segmanta, Alexander Campbell, Ugne Zivigzanete, then Rudy Kemp and Chloe Kunderzik, the last of your drivers there. Sadly, it looks as though Chloe not able to make it to the finish in that one. Hopefully we do see her back out for the final later on then. Well, I was going to say, usually when we get seniors done, we're getting pretty close to the end of the schedule. But actually, with all the reshuffling and differences we've had today, we're actually not. We've still got, three more heats left to come. It'll be the 177s up next with their second heat. Then the F100s out. And then it'll be heat 2 for our Honda Cadets to finish off the cycle. And then it'll be the finals kicking off after a brief lunch break. We'll let you know about timings once we know a little bit more. I think we were supposed to, was it 12:15 we were supposed to go to lunch break? Well, we've missed that one. So I think it'll be pushed back a little bit. We'll let you know about durations of lunch break when we find out a little bit more. But we move swiftly on to the 177s then. It was a great performance in the first race yesterday from Jack Taylor. Good to see him back yet again this year and looking very fresh in that Lando Norris suit and kart combo. And of course, the Gulf lid as well. Great to see Jack back. He drove away with it yesterday. And of course, it was really the battle of the weekend, wasn't it, between Josh Bass and Jack Taylor last year in the final. It was awesome to watch. Sadly, Josh not here to try and hold on to his LC plate title, but Jack's back to try and steal it away from him.
And Jack could be setting himself up for a perfect weekend as well if he takes this one. Is that somebody running into one of the plastic barriers in the pit lane? I think that may have been Jonathan Militello. But, you know, it's only plastic, so who really cares? Let's run through the grid for you. It is Jack Taylor, the 99 on pole position. Adam Sadler alongside. Harry Taylor is third and Oliver Smith in P4. Nicholas Walker is fifth with Jason Newman alongside. Row 4 is Jake Bradfield and James Ockenden. Jake Biggerstaff and Domenico Brancato is in P10. Nick Asher is 11th with Bill Bauer in 12th. Daniel Baker 13th. We've got a go-kart stopped there. That looks to be the number 57 to my eyes, and that is Jake Biggerstaff, who would be starting P9. Hopefully everything is okay. We'll try and run through the rest of the grid for you quickly because I believe they are probably going to be sent around again. Yes, they are. So that gives me another lap of breathing room just so they can get the 57 card out of the way. So we are going around one more time. The race is not starting. I'll go from 11th because I think that's where I got to. It's Nick Asher in 11th, Bill Barr in 12th. Daniel Baker is 13th, and Chris Emerson in 14th. Row 8 is Doug Thompson and Martin Marison. Richard Allison is 17th and Rob Church is 18th. Cameron Moss is 19th and Hayden Carter rounds out our top 20 with 5 left to go. It is then Oliver Moss, Reese Knight, Ryan Sands, Paul Hibbard and Jonathan Militello. But it looks like we've already lost the 57 of Jake Biggerstaff, which is why we've been sent round once again. And of course, this is, so to speak, the big boys, the Rotax 177. You know, this is as heavy as it gets in a go-kart, really, and especially so here at the London Cup, here at Rye House. This should be really interesting to see how it's all going to unfold. We may be going around again here because they don't look like they're in a very good order to me. The digiboard is blank, so we'll wait and see. The red lights are on. Maybe we are ready to go racing. Let's find out. We do go green here. Okay, we're racing in heat number 2 of the 177s and muscling our way down into turn 1. Goes the 99 of Jack Taylor. Great start from the pole sitter. We've got a spin in the background. Oh, there's 2 karts in the wall down at turn number 1. And oh, there's chaos. Chaos further up the road coming through Reggie's elbow. 4 or 5 karts off the road. What a nightmare start to this race for some of the drivers. That's definitely the number 50 of Reese Knight that's got into that one. Can't quite identify who the other driver is, but they're up on their feet. It's the 144 of Hayden Carter. He's up and okay, that's the main thing, but he will be out of this heat. What a chaotic start to this race though. 3 round 2 in the wall at Stadium Bend, and then a few more off as well. Somebody else is off and smoking down at the second hairpin, or the first hairpin. I think that may have been Reese Knight who was caught in that incident a moment ago. Everywhere you look, somebody's dropping out of the race and somebody's nearly just gone off the road and into this trying to go-kart. Oh, there's got to be oil down. There's got to be oil down or something down at hairpin 1 because they're sliding all over the place. This is chaos here in the 177s.
It's either oil down or it's they've kicked up all of the water from the barriers down at T1 and then brought it down to the hairpin. Slippery surface flag is out, courtesy of Sam there up on the gantry. But you're potentially right, given that Reese Knight was smoking a bit. I mean, he's restarted, he's seemingly all okay. Yeah, dropped it pretty easily down into hairpin number 1. And then everyone else did very similar things down at hairpin number 1. So maybe there is something down. Still yellow flags out through the first couple of corners through Stadium Bend as Hayden Cater's car still in the wall down there. As some drivers really slowing under yellows, and another spin down at the first hairpin. This time the number 12 was that, or was it the 72 that went round? The numbers ever so slightly rubbed off, which makes it a bit more challenging for us anyway. They continue on round nonetheless. But yeah, wow. An unexpected start to this 177 heat number 2. Very aggressive and a lot of drivers falling by the wayside. I can see another driver off on, oh no, that's Hayden Cater's car. They finally got it to the infield. But that's gutting for Hayden. He had issues in qualifying. I wanted to say it was DSQ in quality, but I can't quite remember off the top of my head. Either way, he had to start right down in the back. He gained 20 places to get to P3. I thought he could potentially do it again from a rearward start in this one, but sadly all going wrong down at the first corner. Well, wow, we finally get a second to take a breath, Ross. What a start to this one.
Yeah, chaos. Anyway, yeah, the race is still going on. Jack Taylor's got a 1.5 second lead already. I'm sure you'll be glad to hear. Yeah, it's definitely some sort of fluid that's down there at the first hairpin. It's where it is. If you see drivers taking it, well, everyone's word to the wise now. They're all coming in quite in the middle of the track. But if they came through on the right-hand side, as the lead is just making his way out of the second hairpin, and towards Complex Novell at the bottom end of the circuit. For anyone who's coming in on the right-hand side, they're all kind of sliding. It's where the engine in on a go-kart is, on the right-hand side. It's where it would have dropped fluid, so there's definitely fluid down at turn or hairpin number 1. But anyway, we'll carry on. The chaos is hopefully over now, and we can get on with our race. Jack Taylor starts another lap. His lead is now up to 1.6 seconds ahead of Adam Sadler in P2, and doing a very solid job is the number 99, just running his own race without any real major issues or concerns as it stands. The 99 leading from pole, doing a fantastic job. Sadler and Harry Taylor, though, rounding out our podium places. Harry Taylor, of course, the club champion this year with that 00 plate. Hand up there from somebody. What was that a signal for? Is that the 00 of Harry Taylor? I believe it is. And yes, it is. And he's trying to signal something to his competitor. What it may be, I'm not entirely sure, as there's the 67 of Adam Sadler, and there is your race leader, Jack Taylor, who's running quite a quiet race at the moment, but it's going very, very well, and a new fastest lap on that last tour as well. 35.879, only driver into the 35.8 so far.
Indeed, yeah, Nicholas Walker and Oliver Smith still nose to tail. I think Nicholas was just gesturing, wanting a bit of a push down the back straight rather than fighting, but they have fallen quite a way off the back of Harry Taylor now. I think Oliver Smith would be silly to work together with Harry Taylor, with Nicholas Walker, to chase down Harry Taylor. They're just too far off the back of them. Jack Taylor already cutting his way through some of the back markers then. I think you're definitely right about that fluid drops on the outside line, because a few laps ago I saw one of the drivers come down. It was Richard Allison on the usual line, and yeah, got in all sorts of slidey, so there's definitely still a bit of a slippery surface down there into hairpin number 1. Jack Taylor trying to part the seas there, gesturing to the drivers around him, being like, I'm in the lead, let me through, and they have done, to be fair to all of the 177s. It's always a lovely grid to be involved with the 177s. They all thoroughly enjoy racing, and they're out here to have good fun, always respectful, and drivers getting waved on by. There is Adam Sadler going through then, and Harry Taylor is closing him down. Harry Taylor took 1.4 seconds out of that gap on the last lap alone, so it might be a brother 1-2 here between Jack and Harry. Well, Harry still needs to get past Adam to make that true. We'll wait and see how it continues to play out. They're side by side, are they not? No, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. That's a back marker that Adam Sadler has just got past, with 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go in this race. I think pretty much as long as Jack Taylor can nurse that kart to the finish, he'll be on for yet another victory here in the 177s. As that's Jason Newman in the wall, down at the first hairpin. What's gone wrong there for the number 90? Jason's lost out massively there. He's able to get a push and some assistance back out of the barrier, but sadly for Jason, he's dropping down the order, and he's just been lapped by Jack Taylor. That is gutting. And now, for the first time really today, the sun is shining here at Rye House. The track quickly drying out. Hopefully no more precipitation, and will stay dry for the rest of the event. But like you were saying earlier, bit surprising given it's early November.
Yeah, what's that big yellow thing in the sky? Bring me back my rain. It's supposed to rain at the London Cup, but we got it out of the way overnight, so we're going to be dry and slick for the rest of the day, it would seem. Still Jack Taylor with the fastest lap of the race, with 1 minute and 38 seconds left on the clock, plus our additional lap. And Taylor, now that he has conquered most of the traffic pretty cleanly, gap up to 2.9 now. He was struggling a little bit with that traffic. We saw him gesturing to drivers get out of the way. He was also calling for a blue flag from a marshal at one point. I saw him going down the straight race, waving to the marshals, giving them, come on, wave a blue flag for me. I need to get through him in the lead of this race. But he actually didn't lose that much time compared to his competitors while getting through that heavy traffic. And now he's out there running A-OK with Adam Sadler in P2, now 2.955 back. So dropping ever so slightly back on that previous lap. And then Harry Taylor in P3 with the 00 plate, another 3 seconds back. But he then has a second advantage over Nicholas Walker, who himself then has a 4-second advantage over Oliver Smith. So the top guys starting to run in a bit of no man's land now. They're all just running their own race. It's just like getting to the end now. No one's really close enough to make a move at this point. You just got to run it, hit your marks, bring it home as we go into the last lap for our race leader, who has been absolutely flawless so far. He was really brave in the traffic. When he's been in clean air, he's been rapid, and he's looking set up to maybe bring it home with a perfect weekend.
He has indeed, hasn't he? I think Jack is the quintessential 177 driver. He's such a lovely chap off track, But if I was on track with him, I wouldn't want to get in his way. He's an aggressive racer. He will get to the front by any means necessary. He did that in heat number 1. He's done it again here in heat number 2. Jack Taylor comes around the final corner and wins again here at the 2025 London Cup and will seal pole position for himself in the final later on. Adam Sadler does come through in second place, and third for Harry Taylor as well. Your champion in the regular season holds on to third place. Nicholas Walker in fourth, then Oliver Smith. Those two were nose to tail for pretty much all of that race, but Oliver Smith just not quite able to find a way through. And Nicholas holds on to fourth place then. They were then followed by Oliver Moss and Jake Bradfield, Ryan Sands, Martin Marrison. Sorry, Martin Jackson, you're not racing today, sadly. I wish you were, but just running team shenanigans today for Martin Jackson. Martin Marrison is in 9th place, then Daniel Baker in 10th, Domenico Brancato in 11th, then followed by Paul Hibbard, then Cameron Moss, James Ockenden, Richard Allison, Doug Thompson, Nick Ash, Jonathan Militello, Chris Emerson, Reese Knight, and Jason Newman. Of course, Hayden Cater, we lost on that first lap. Honestly, I'm surprised that Reese Knight did make it to the finish there, given we thought it was his kart dropping the oil, so something went wrong there anyway. But equally, we've just had what we thought was probably the best race of the weekend so far, then followed by the most crazy lap 1 of the weekend so far. That was just ridiculous.
I think the only way we top that is if we just have a turn 1 at some point over the rest of the day where just no one makes it. That's probably the only way we can top the chaos.
Let's not put that into the atmosphere.
Obviously, I'm going to touch wood very aggressively and say let's not do that, please, guys. Please be sensible and safe. But yeah, I mean, we had 4 or 5 cars going around at turn 1. We had 2 in the wall on top of each other. Then we had about 5 cars just off in between turn 2 and 3. Then another load were off at turn 3. It's just everywhere you look, there was somebody firing it off. What a crazy start. But again, it's the 177s. Would you have it any other way? It is as aggressive a go-karting series that you can find anywhere in the world. Now we're going to bring it back down a little bit because it's going to be fun racing with a little bit less elbows out as we get ready for heat number 3 of the F100 Retro Karting Championship. And yeah, these guys are a little bit more weary about the machinery underneath them, shall we say, because it's probably a bit harder to fix and a bit more expensive to fix.
Good shot.
When you break it. Oh, that is a great shot there of the 144 down at turn number 1. That was Hayden Cater, who of course got stranded after that incident on lap number 1. And I mean, yeah, that is a front right that is not pointing in the correct direction, I'll say that much.
No, yeah, definitely less than ideal for him in that one, but hopefully we can get
just
that
an
car
extreme
saved.
toe-out setup.
I'm not sure it would work for him. I don't think that would be particularly speedy, that one. I think he'd be off yet again with that setup on. Hopefully he can get it sorted, ready for the next one, though. We do always seem to... I always feel it seems to happen. We usually get those sort of crashes down through Stadium Bend when we go from wet to dry, because often that outside line will stay quite wet as the drivers move on to slicks. You're of course going to have argy-bargy through the first corner. You're going to end up having oversteer, running a bit wide, and then as soon as drivers touch that dampness on the outside, one-way ticket to the barrier in a lot of cases, and as we saw there at the start of the 177s. Of course, moving on now to our F100 drivers, and the first time that we see the F100s out on slick tyres, at least on the live stream here on the Sunday. Of course, earlier on, it were very much in wet conditions on wet tyres. Interesting to see how they takes to the slicks then. There were plenty of interesting battles in heat number 2, and let's see how we continue on to this one yet again. Of course, James Verity, I think safe to say, the standout performance in heat number 2. He was absolutely flying out there. Let's see if he can do it again here in heat number 3. Of course, the last time we'll see these retro karts before their final later on this afternoon, and if I'm not mistaken, they do indeed end the show for us here at the Rye House London Cup in 2025, so stick around for that at the end of the day as well. Only a couple more heats left to go, then we'll have a brief lunch break, and then we'll be on to those all-important finals.
Can't wait to get those underway, and can't wait to get the F100 final heat underway as well. Again, first time that we're seeing them on Sunday anyway, turn wheels in anger on slick tyres, and these things, well, to put it into perspective, 90s go-karts, they're much lighter than modern go-karts, still got a load of power, and as the 107 of Richard Plummer, who is supposed to be starting from pole position, has an issue getting going, so we might be heading around again. Yeah, lighter than a modern go-kart, tons of power. The tyres are ridiculously sticky due to the late 90s tyre wars, and if they're doing them properly, like they should have done with the 90s go-karts, about 90% on the things on those karts should probably be illegal. So they are really, really fast, basically, when you stick them understand. Of course, I'm not actually accusing anyone of being illegal. It's just that was what everybody was doing in the 90s. Let's run through the grid for you. Again, 10 karts entering into this one. It is Richard Plummer, who, after an issue getting going there in the pit lane, probably the clutch or the starter motor just not quite getting into sync. He does start from pole on the 107 with Chris Jiggins in second place. Robin Perkins is third with Will Barnes in fourth. Craig Cutler fifth. Liam Hamling in P6. He was really struggling to hit the front end of his car in race number 1 earlier. Then P7 is James Verity, P8 Paul Warren, P9 is Rob Halls, and that is the 117 who was supposed to be starting in P10. Stuart Sampson looks like he's not even going to make it to the green light, which is a real shame. That looks pretty terminal. Again, older go-karts, they tend to not work sometimes, unfortunately.
Indeed, sadly for him, looks like he's not going to make it to the race start in this one. Yeah. Screaming karts and techno raves. I wish I had been properly alive in the 90s. That sounds like an awesome time to be alive. So I just snuck in. I got about 21 days of the 90s. Was born in December 99, if you want to work that one out. But yeah, sadly only snuck that one in. What a time period to been alive. What a time period to have been racing in go-karts. And amazing that even in 2025, we're treated to racing action here in these retro karts, courtesy of F100. Do we get it underway this time of asking then? No, we won't. Chevron flags on the gantry and the drivers will go round yet again. Now, we always say with the chevron flags, of course it's frustrating, we want to go to racing action, but in these it really does matter, because the longer you're running these karts, the more likely they're to have a mechanical issue. Often they can oil up on these slower laps getting to the grid, and sometimes you can find then when they try and go to full racing speed, the kart doesn't really want to go.
No, it's a bit of an issue. It's just how older combustion engines work, especially with a carburetor. You know, if you're going around slow, these things again, they're designed with all the power at the top of the rev range and all the mechanics and the engineering. Because especially the 90s, the engineering of go-karts was getting crazy, and everyone was doing stupid stuff. I remember Rotax turned up like special vacuum technology at one point, and it was miles better than anybody else. So they're all designed to be at full racing speed. When you're going around slowly, it's actually not very good for the engines, and that's why it does cause them to conk out. So this time, they'll be hoping they can get going this time proper. The lights do go green, and we do get going proper for heat number 3 in the F100. It will be Jiggins that leads the way down into turn 1, gets the jump on Richard Plummer as we're all clean through Stadium Bend, coming through Reg's elbow, and it looks like it's not been a great start for Richard Plummer at all. He's down to 3rd place, make that 4th place now, as through goes the number 11 of Perkis and the 27 of Paul Warner. So the pole sitter having a disappointing getaway. In fact, it's Will Barnes, the 37, not the 27 of Warner, who's got through, but still the pole sitter not getting the best getaway. What a start that is for Jiggins as well, who's really trying to bolt away in the front. He gets a bit greedy onto the throttle, but will lead them at the end of lap number 1 as he chokes the engine down the main straight to get that power kit coming out of Stadium Bend. He is flying early doors.
Indeed they are. This is awesome to see yet again in the F100s. Battles already commencing, but it is the 75 of Chris Jiggins after a great start, stealing away the race lead early on. He's trying to get away with this one. Let's see if it continues. So Will Barnes under pressure, and an overtake from Liam Hamling then. So Hamling has got through Richard Plummer already on this lap. Now gets past Will Barnes, and your champion in pre-95 in 2024 at the London Cup. He's up into the pre-2Ks this year, and he is flying. Let's give you a lap of noise of these F100s. Nothing gets better than the screams of these retro karts, does it? And we're still being treated to some awesome racing. It was nip and tuck between Perkis and Hamling over the last couple of laps, but Hamling is finally able to get through into 2nd place.
Yeah, nice move there by Hamling. He was really struggling in heat number 2 earlier on today. In heat number 3, looks a little bit more comfortable. Front end biting a lot more. Yes, of course, better conditions on the slick tyres now. that he just looks a lot more confident behind the wheel as well, and he's maybe started to close up to the back of Jiggins as well in the race lead. It's 4 minutes and 30 left to go as they come across the line. Jiggins still leads in the 75. Hamlin, though, is pushing and pushing very, very hard and may very well be on his way. And in fact, he certainly is, because look how close he is already, only half a lap late to the 41 after a disappointing heat number 2. Fancies taking the checkered flag first in heat number 3, but it's one thing to catch the driver in front. It is another thing to get around them. Hamlin will have to sit there, play the patient game, and then execute his game plan in order to slide on by, or maybe he'll just wait for a mistake out of the final corner from Jiggins and stick it at the inside. Oh, that was boring, wasn't it? Liam Hamlin straight to the race lead, and the 41 is loving life here in heat number 3.
Yeah, sadly for us, a relatively simple move, wasn't it, in the end for Liam Hamlin, but he gets it done into the race lead. So interesting to see how things can change between the heats. On the last lap, saw the move as well. James Verity getting past Rob Halls. That's what he was looking to do in the previous heat for the race win, but that was only a move for 6th place in this one. So just shows how things ebb and flow between the races in F100s, and really, it can be anyone's race, depending on how things play out. Well, Hamlin's to the front then, Jiggins in 2nd place. Perkis, Warrener. I think Barnes has now been overtaken by Verity. Yes, he has. So Will Barnes down into 6th place then. And Verity with his sights set on the 2 ahead of him. Paul Warrener and Robin Perkis. They've dropped away from the leading 2 now, who continue to scamper off. Late move down the inside. And again, an attempt from Barnes. He looked for a cheeky one up the inside, but it didn't work. And he's lost the place now to the 19 of Rob Halls as well. It was an attempt down the inside from Paul Warrener. And that one worked down a hairpin number 1. So Paul Warrener through into 3rd place then, and now James Verity needs to find a way past on Robin Perkis. 2 minutes and 40 seconds plus 1 lap of this race left to go, and really the top 2 are off and away. Verity cheeky down the inside, so aggressive. That door was barely ajar, but he forced it open and stole the place.
Sometimes you just got to bash your way through in a go-kart race. What a move that is from James Verity. Stick it up the inside, let him know you're there, just throw the door open, but then straight back through. Goes the 11, Perkis goes, okay, if we're going to get aggressive, I can get aggressive. Watch this, goes back through. Nice move there from the 11, but Verity will try and fight back. Watch Halls, watch Barnes behind as well. They're sitting, watching, waiting to see if these 2 fire themselves off into the wall. And they get 2 free positions. Verity once again aggressive up the inside. A lot cleaner this time, as the 11 did look, but got the door closed in his face, coming into Reg's elbow. And now, what can the 11 of Robin Perkis do in this battle for P4? Can he see anything? He's now got a 5-kart train here. The final 5 karts, or almost the final 5 karts on the road, should I say. Craig Cutler a little bit further back as he's struggling with some issues in this race, it would seem. The number 90 does not, well, there's actually now smoke billowing from the back of the car. He doesn't look very happy, but we'll focus on this battle here. Verity still there or thereabouts. Anything there for Perkis on this occasion? Can he poke a nose? Can he maybe just move him out of the way a little bit? Definitely has a look into hairpin number 1. Inside is there. Switchback maybe for Verity. Perkis gets it done because the inside was open for Halls as well. Verity will have to settle for 5th place as it stands.
Indeed, what awesome racing this is. Sadly, Craig Cutler is indeed out of the race. The 90 parked up down the back straight then. Such great racing between these 5, though. This has been epic, and it's amazing to see the racing room given, the respect between these drivers, because you've got to be a certain type of crazy to want to race one of these retro karts. They are epic to watch, but I can't imagine being behind the wheel in this battle round the outside for James Verity. What an awesome move, but I think that's meant we've got 1 driver off and out. Yes, it is, the 11 of Robin Perkis. I think they've just given up there round the corner just as Verity was going round the outside. It made the move look even more tasty for Verity, but he had it done nonetheless. Yellow flags out through Stadium Bend then, as sadly another one bites the dust. This time it's Robin Perkis out of the race then. We move through onto lap number 12 of this one with only 15 seconds left, so this will be on to the penultimate lap of the race. Verity now finds himself up in 4th place. In all of this, Paul Warrener has properly scampered off on the 27. He's got his sights set bet on Chris Jiggins here. Is this enough time for the 27 to chase him down and steal away second place? Not too long to wait and find out. It doesn't seem like anyone is catching Liam Hamling though. He's got nearly a 5-second gap here as he comes around the final corner to start the last lap of this one. He's looking to make it another win here this weekend. I think actually his first win this weekend. Of course, he's defending his crown from 2024. Will these four continue to battle on to the last lap of proceedings?
Getting really, really tight in this titanic tussle for P4 onwards. Can anybody get involved? Can anybody say anything? Verity is still holding on as there was your race leader. Miles up the road from Jiggins, who is under a little bit of pressure from Warner, but I don't think that the 27 is close enough to challenge for second. Into the final corner though, it was struggles in Heat 2. It's victory in Heat 3 for Liam Hamling. The 41 is back on top. It looks like Chris Jiggins will just about hold on to second place. If there was another lap at the end of that one, it could have been a different story with Warner rounding out the podium. Verity does hold on for fourth, and in fact these guys finish as the status quo in the order they were a few laps ago. Verity, Halls, Barnes and Plummer, and then Perkis and Cutler unfortunately expiring a couple of laps from the end in that one. What a brilliant race though in the final heat of the F100 class. Hamlin, who looked all at sea in wet conditions this morning, come the dry, and it's much, much better for the 41, and he's back on top. Chris Jiggins as well, a good performance, did well to hold off Paul Warner there at the end. And James Verity, brave moves down into Stadium Bend. I'm sure he's got a big smile under his helmet.
What a great race then in the F100s. That's the closest battling we've had so far this weekend in the F100s. That was awesome to watch. I hope you all thoroughly enjoyed it, whether you're watching trackside or watching at home. Well, we've got one more heat still left to come, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be Heat 2 for Honda Cadets, who head out next. I've just been reliably informed from Cosmo that the Bambino final will start at 1:30. So that's a note to all drivers, parents and mechanics and whatnot. The Bambino race, that's the Comas and the Mighties, will start at 1:30. Also a note for you all at home to make sure you're there ready for that one. So I think once we get the Honda Cadet Heat 2 done and dusted, we'll probably have about 10 or 15 minutes for us to wolf down some food and then get ready for the finals. But I wouldn't have it any other way. I want to carry this positive momentum into the finals, and I am so looking forward to that as we get a few of our drivers, our stricken drivers off of the circuit there from our F100 race. We'll move on to the last heat of the weekend, and it is the Honda Cadets. Their Heat 1 earlier on was very exciting. Let's see how they get on for Heat 2 then.
Oh, we'll have to wait and see, of course. It'll be back onto the slick rubber for our Cadet drivers, which will be the first time that they've run the slick rubber today as well. Track is bone dry essentially everywhere. There's still a couple of puddles off the racing surface here or there, but as the Cadets head out, let's run through the grid. Of course, standing start for this one. Once again, it is Luke McGall who starts from the pole position with Shailen Srikatan. He's alongside Harry Granister with Henry Colburn in fourth place. Harry Search is fifth with Josh Bailey alongside. Row 4 is Jensen Kula with Oliver Ratton. And then Mason O'Connor is P9. Jack Cope rounds out the top 10. Eric Gritschbeck is P11 with Nico Veselovsky in P12. David Chioka is 13th with Freddie Williams alongside. Chase Wilmington, who's apparently got the biggest fan base of anybody here at Rye House this weekend. He starts P15 with Ralph Ryder Birch in 16th. Harley Stock is 17th. Aubrey H. Evans is 18th. And Callum Ryan starts in 19th place. Looks like there was a couple moments of difficulty for some of our drivers out there on the sighting lap to the grid, as they'll come to a stop in their grid positions. And of course, when the red lights turn green, it'll be time to go racing for the final heat of the weekend.
Indeed it will. I'm looking forward to this one. Honda Cadets is always exciting. I've got to give a big shout out first of all, because I forgot to in the earlier heat. A very happy birthday to Joshua Bailey. It was his 10th birthday on Friday, and what a better way to spend it than hooning round Rye House in the London Cup. Joshua Bailey starting 6th place in this one on the number 81. Happy 10th birthday to Joshua. Right then, red lights are on for our last heat of the weekend, and we go green in Honda Cadets. A good start from the inside of the front row from Luke Luke McGall. He should hold on to this one. Can Harry Grant muscle his way through there on the inside line? Looks like he's just about done that. Will Shailen Srikantan be forced into third? He will, but he will hold on to third place. There's Harry Search in the middle of the pack. Jensen Kula down the inside. Double overtake for Jensen Kula. Fantastic opportunistic move there from your 2025 Rye House Kart Club Honda Cadet champion. Can he hold on to fourth into pylon though? Driver trying to get round his outside, not able to do so. This is the opportunity for top three to scamper off then. It's McGall from Grant and Srikantan as we head through to the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, you can see that was the 112 of Harley Stock, who's come to a halt at hairpin number 1. Looks to be a mechanical issue for Stock. Hope he's all okay, but I don't think his heat is going to continue onwards, unfortunately. Grant then leads on the 45. No, he doesn't. It's a change of issues, a transponder issue. My apologies. So it is not Grant that leads, it is the 4 of McGall, should I say, that is up in front. Grant second, Srikantan in P3. So the front three as they were from the start, but battles still continuing onwards. And just behind us, front three as well, it's all getting a bit tight. Drivers still tripping over each other a little bit, trying to find their position, trying to settle into their rhythm. Little check back there from McGall as he heads down the main straight and into Stadium Bend. Once again with 5 minutes and 30 left on the clock. There is the battle further back for what is P5 down, should I say. And then is there pressure being put on Grant by Srikantan for P2? There certainly is. Can he find a way through though? That is the real question. Not quite yet into the infield hairpin as there's more battles further back as well from the likes of Kula, Colburn, Rat and Search. As they now fly into Pylon and Complex Novell. Is there anything for anybody? A little bit wide there from one of the drivers, but does hold on to that position. I think it's more a case of you're going to get through when someone makes a major error rather than overtaking on your own accord. That just seems to be the way this race is shaping up.
Indeed it does, yeah. Top three still trying to scamper off. There's Kula under pressure. There's Kula being overtaken. Losing the place there is Jensen Kula. And through goes Henry Colborn, but not for much longer. Back down the inside of hairpin 1 goes Jensen Kula. Retakes fourth place. There was squabbling in behind them as well. One of the Martin Jackson racing carts. That's Oliver Ratton. Was battling in with Harry Search as well. Search still stuck in behind, and Eric Griesbeck has gone now with them as well. So we've got a 3-way battle for the lead, and then in behind them a 5-way battle for fourth place at the moment. Of course, to remind you at home, don't worry, Luke McGall is still in the lead of this race. He's still very much there, just a transponder issue for him. That'll get manually added after the race. We continue to keep our eyes on that squabble as they head through turn number 1, and there's battles galore up and down the order as well. That was the 12 of Mason O'Connor getting involved there, battling with Jack Cope and Joshua Bailey. As there's more squabbles in this big group ahead, then Kula has lost out to Henry Colborn, and that is Harry Search through. There's a slippery surface flag down into Stadium Bend. We can't quite tell from our position up here in the commentary box as to why that is, but there is slippery surface down into T1. Drivers are going to have to be a bit careful down there into Stadium Bend, as clearly grip is at a premium down there. Let's hope that all three of our leaders will make it out of Stadium Bend. Looks okay from where we're watching. They all make it through into Regis Elbow.
Yeah, a couple of people running a little bit wide.
Oh, Srikantan's off.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's through Regis Elbow. It's out of Stadium Bend and into Regis Elbow. That's where it's slippery, and that's caught out Shailen Srikantan.
And that's because in the F100 race, somebody blew up just there and pulled off just there, so there may be fluid down, I'm assuming. It's just been caught out. So Srikantan having issues and going backwards, still holding on to that P3, but he has gone backwards and he's got to make that time up once again. Nobody else quite having as much of an issue as he did on that occasion, but it did catch a couple of people out, saw a couple of people sliding. So it's turn 2, Reg's Elbow. That is where the oil or the fluid or whatever is down. He's just going to follow around the leaders, and yeah, the leader's going through as well. The rear's just kicking out a little bit as everyone's trying to keep hold of their go-kart, keep hold of the grip. Hopefully after a few goes over it'll disperse and we can get back to normal racing speeds, as there is a move trying to be made there. That's Cooler on Colborn. Doesn't come together, and instead the 22 of Ratton's going to say thank you very much and slide on by to get up into P5. Nice stuff there from Oliver Ratton, and a smart move there, taking advantage of the mistake from his opponent who was trying to make the move and then just slid on by instead.
Yeah, Ratton really read that situation well, didn't he? Finding the up and under move and getting it done. There you see the slippery surface flag on the gantry, and it is, as you mentioned, definitely in the mid part of Regis elbow, isn't it? All the drivers hitting that apex part of Regis elbow and getting it all sorts of sideways. I think they've all worked it out, though, where it is now, and they're all managing it very, very well. Well, after Ratton managed to get past Kula, he's now right onto the rear bumper of Henry Colborne for 4th place overall. Top 3 still as they were, and with that bit of slidey moment a few laps ago for the likes of Strakanton and Grant, they both dropped ever so slightly off of the back of Luke McGall, and McGall looking to make it 2 wins from 2 so far. I was going to say this weekend, of course it was actually today, because they didn't do Heat 1 yesterday. That was done this morning, and Luke McGall has been fantastic. He just lost pole position in the dying moments of qualifying. Well, he's made up for it under racing conditions, hasn't he? Getting his way straight back to the front, and here might be a move down the inside from Harry Search. Thinks about it, but not quite able to get it done, and there's moves in the background as well. That was the 12 of Mason O'Connor getting the move done on the 85 of Jack Cope, so that's a switch around for 9th place in the background of this shot as well. Very much doesn't look like this battle's over, though, as Henry Colborne tries to hold on to 4th place. With just less than a minute left to go, there'll be a couple more laps to hold on to it, but lots of pressure being piled onto Colborne. What's happened to our 2nd place man of Harry Grant? Harry Grant is slowing down the front straight. What's happened to Harry Grant? He's out of the race. Yeah, no power. I can see him pumping the accelerator, and that car is going nowhere. That is gutting for Harry Grant. Has been doing so well this weekend, looked on for another 2nd place, but Kart doesn't want to go any further.
Yeah, you can see him signalling to the mechanics as well in the pit lane, going, I'm pressing and nothing is happening. And devastation for the 45. You can see just how much that hurts, and your heart has to go out to him, who's running a fantastic race. But unfortunately, it just wasn't meant to be on this occasion. Next lap will be the final lap of the race. Or should I say, next lap after now for this group there. So it is still McCall that leads on the penultimate lap. Then we've got Strakanton in 2nd place, Colburn in P3, and at the front of this group here. But again, he's under big pressure, and it could be changing in a moment's notice. Bit of a change further back as well. Was that Joshua Bailey on glitch check? I believe so. So they may have swapped positions. But up the front of this group, though, it is still Colburn and Kula that are leading the way here. As rounding the final corner does go your race leader, the number 4 of McGall, starting the final lap. A quick check back from him, and he sees that he's up there all on his own and with no one to worry about behind, no pressure, but there is still tense racing to be had in the battle for the final podium place.
Indeed, they press on then to the final lap. What a race it's been from your race leader of Luke McGall. It looks as though his it started to work on the timing for some reason midway through this race, but either way, we know he's out there in the front. We know he's looking to win this race. Strakanton in 2nd place then, and what was the battle for 4th between Colborne and Kula now becomes the battle for the last place on the effective podium here in the heat. Looks like opportunities are dwindling, though. We watch our race leader come around the final corner. It's Henry Colborne who comes across the line. Oh no, it's not Henry Colborne, sorry, it's Luke McGall who comes across the line and wins the 2nd heat of the day in Honda Cadet GX 200. Shaylan Strakanton 2nd, Colborne holds on to 3rd place and at the front of the train, followed by Jensen Kula, Oliver Ratton, Harry Search and Eric Grizzlybeck. Then Joshua Bailey, Mason O'Connor and Jack Cope round out the top 10. They were then followed by David Kioka and Freddie Williams. We wait for the rest of our drivers to come across the line. Then Nico Veslowski in 12th, Aubrey H. Evans in 13th, Ralph Ryder Birch, then Chase Wilmington, Luke McGall and Callum Ryan. Seemingly the last of your finishers. Sadly, we lost, of course, Harry Grant in that one nearer the end, and Harley Stock nearer the start. But another great race under our belt then, and all heats done and dusted here in the 2025 London Cup.
They are indeed. Only the finals await us now. I think some people may be going round another time. A bit of confusion going on here. But we'll push onwards anyway. The race is definitely over. And that is our provisional results for you anyway. But that's it for our heats. We are done and dusted, and we do now have a short and sharp lunch break. We've got 15 minutes until the first of our finals gets underway. So if you do need some lunch, if you do need to go away and go to the toilet, grab a cup of tea, whatever you need, do it fast, because you've only got 15 minutes until we get back to our racing action and get our first final underway. But to be said, John, before we go on our quick break, it's been a fantastic day of racing so far.
Mate, it's been awesome, hasn't it? Thoroughly enjoyed being in the commentary box with you, sir. And yeah, I'm pretty ravenous for some food right now, I can't lie. But I'm also ravenous for more racing action. Like you say, only 15 minutes until we go back to racing action. And the finals will begin here from the Rye House Kart Raceway for the 2025 London Cup. Like you mentioned, it's time for everyone at home to go and get a cup of tea. Everyone here at the track to take a bit of a breather. We'll see you in about 15 minutes' time for the finals here at the London Cup.
Yeah, the 3 local
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 London Cup, where it is finals time. All of our heats are done and dusted, and we are moments away from crowning our first of our 2025 London Cup champions in the Bambino final. It is myself, Ross McIntyre, and John Ratcliffe, who's on a top secret mission currently. I'm sure he'll be back momentarily. I can see him walking back to the commentary box now, and with some helpful information that he'll have prepared for us. But it is time for the finals, and it is the Bambinos up first with our 11 Mighties and our 5 Comas out there. Of course, starting separately, the blue plates with the white numbers, that is your Mighties, your electrically powered Bambinos. Your orange pinkish plates with the black numbers, that is your Coma combustion engine Bambinos. Those are the two classes you need to be looking out for, and of course there will technically be 2 different Bambino London Cup champions, but I'm sure we'll figure that one out as we get on with it. Hopefully we're all ready to head out onto the track in a few short moments, because I can see the marshals are returning to their posts and we are all ready to go racing. John Ratcliffe, do you have any special information for us about some finals that may or may not be happening later on?
I do indeed. Just quickly nip down to have a little chat with Sam, just to make sure we had our information correct, that it is indeed 3 drivers from the B finals will go through to the A finals. That's of course only for junior and senior Rotax, so we'll worry about that a little bit later on. To begin with, the Bambinos heading out there on circuit. Racing's been really good in this one, particularly the top 3 and the Mighties. Who's going to take it in the final though? It's anyone's guess.
Of course, stakes are raised when you get to a final. All thought, all logic, how your weekend has been running, how the kart feels, how you feel, it all goes out of the window, because it's the final. When push comes to shove in a one weekend event with the prestige of the London Cup, you do what you have to do to win, and it could get very, very interesting. As you said, the top 3 in the Mighty class, the O plate of Logan Edwards, the 47 of Luca Pede, and the S plate of Teddy Smith. They've been pretty much inseparable all weekend long and providing some fantastic racing for us. Down in the Coma class though, which of course starting a few grid rows back from the Mighty class, Matthew Pearson and Theo Azzopardi with the double O plate. He's your club champion at Rye House from 2025. They've been looking quick. Jacob Hayward-White also quick as well. There's a few drivers we should definitely be keeping an eye on. As you can see up on the balcony, the crowd's beginning to form and getting ready to crown some champions of 2025 here in Hoddesdon. The Rye House Kart Racing Club hosting the London Cup once again this year, and we are so excited. We hope that you've enjoyed all of the action so far, whether you're trackside or watching from your device anywhere around the world. Let us know who you think is going to be on top. Let us know who you're supporting, and let us know how you are going into the finals. Looks like marshals are almost back at all of their requisite posts, or almost prepared anyway, which means that hopefully in a few short moments we can get going with our Bambino final, the first final of the day, to get ready to crown our first champions of 2025. I mean, we've mentioned a few names as we go out there, John, but there are a handful of drivers that you'd really think are the favourites going into this one.
Indeed, yeah, I think we can assume, like you say, inseparable those top 3 in Mighties. I think we can assume they'll be at a similar place at the end of this one. And Matthew Pearson versus Theo Azzopardi was very exciting in Heat 2. Hopefully that continues. Hello to everyone watching in the live chat. Lots of love in the live chat. Good luck to Jonah. Your sisters are cheering you on. Another good luck to Jonah Curtis as well. The Pearson brothers say good luck to all our friends in the finals. Tony and Pauline say good luck to Teddy Smith in this one, starting in 3rd place. Another well done and good luck to Luke McGall, Go Harry and Jensen. So many people in the live chat wishing love and wishing luck to drivers out there. But we get ready to go then for the Mighty Bambino and Coma Bambino final. Logan Edwards starts on pole position in the Mighties with Luca Pede alongside him on that front row. Teddy Smith and Cooper Galloway are on row 2, with Teddy Veslowski and Joshua Chung on row 3. Then it's Sonny Higgins and Gabriel Chu on row 4, followed by Aurelia Capalonga and Aidan Castleman on row 5. Then Jonah Curtis rounds out the grid on the Mighties. We move on to the Coma Bambinos. It's Matthew Pearson. What a weekend it's been so far for Matthew. He's just got to hook it up here once again in the final. As a party, trying to stop him though. Theo on the outside of that front row in the Comas. Following them, Jacob Hayward-White and Ezra Robinson-Matthews on row 2, and then Briella Stevens rounds out the grid. Sadly, it was a DNF for Briella in the second heat early on, a mechanical failure, sadly for Briella. Hopefully she's able to make it to the end of the race in this one. A couple of the Mighties are just pressing on through to find their grid positions, and parents and guardians all on the grid, just assisting, making sure these drivers are in their correct grid positions and the car is all ready to go, because of course don't forget these are both Bambino classes. All drivers on the grid in these two between 6 and 8 years of age. Now, like we said in the heats, you can't win it at the first corner, but you can very much lose it, but often it sets the tone for the rest of the race. Let's see who's leading after turn 1.
We'll have to wait and see, and there is so much talent on these grids split across the two classes, but there can only be one at the end of it. Well, there can only be two technically, because we've got two classes, but we'll have to wait and see.
Just a note as well, I did have Logan Edwards' parents come up to us while we were commentating in the heats and just let me know this is Logan's last ever race in the Bambino class, in the Mighty Bambinos. For next year, he'll be moving up to Micro Maxes. This is the last race for him in Bambinos. He's starting in pole position. Let's see if he can end his Bambino career with a bang.
I'm sure he'd love to get his hands on that LC plate, even if he wouldn't have much use for it across next season. We'll have to wait and see. 8 minutes and 1 lap await us as we go green for our first final, and it had a great start from the pole sitter Logan Edwards, 32 also away. Well, Luca Pede is right on the tail of the pole sitter. Where is Teddy Smith? I don't think he got away as well as he could have done. No, he does still hold on in third place as they push their way through. Is there an opening to the inside there for the 47 of Luca Pede? Down into the inside. Oh, and he spins. Logan Edwards goes round the pole sitter. A mistake early doors, and the O plate has gone round for a spin. Luca Pede will lead here early on at Rye House in the Bambino London Cup final. What a dramatic twist. What is left in Logan Edwards' locker? Can he fight his way back through, or has one of our main contenders just dropped down and out on the opening lap?
Oh no, already. We're barely 1 lap into the finals and already my commentary curse has hit Logan Edwards. We're just chatting about it being his last race in the Bambinos, and he's dropped it down a hairpin number 1. Now he's got to attack for the rest of this 8 minute plus 1 lap final and find his way back up through the order. There he is through on Aidan Castleman down into the first couple of corners. So end of lap 1, Logan's down in 5th place. He's got some overtaking to do if he wants to chase down the usual two that he's been battling with throughout this weekend. Through he goes on the 32 of Cooper Galloway. Up to 4th place goes Logan Edwards, but already the S plate and the 47, Teddy Smith and Luca Pede scampering off in front. But there you go, easy as you do it. Logan Edwards is back through into 3rd place, gets the move round the outside of Teddy Veslowski as they head down into pylon, and once again the usual 3 back up to the sharp end. But as they come through to the end of lap number 2, what are the gaps looking like? Pede still leads this one ahead of Smith. That gap now up to 3/4 of a second, and leader back to Logan Edwards is up to 3 1/4 seconds. Logan's got some work to do.
Looking back to the Coma class, it is your club champion from this year, the 00 of Theo Azzopardi. He's P8 overall. He leads the way ahead of Ezra Robinson-Matthews in P10 and Matthew Pearson in P11, rounding out that class podium. Up the front, it's Pede with the fastest lap of the race, who's 3/4 of a second clear from Teddy Smith in seconds. Logan Edwards, a bit of time to work up, but he is starting to get away from those behind. He just needs to focus and hit his marks. He's still on for a podium finish regardless as it stands, if he is able to make the end of this race, as there's this battle going on further back between Veslowski, Galloway and Castleman. All of them squabbling for position. And just behind them as well, we've got Joshua Chung and Theo Azzopardi also in the conversation. Azzopardi's really been working his way through with that combustion-powered Coma underneath him and is flying along. Again, the club champion from this year didn't look incredible in the heats. He looked great, but nothing that was super special. He's coming to the final, though, with a point to prove, and he is flying away at the front of the Coma pack.
He is indeed, yeah. Matthew Pearson's got through on Ezra Robinson. Matthews was second place in the Coma class. And yeah, Theo's done a great job putting a lot of fresh air and a few karts now between himself and second place of Matthew Pearson. Bryla Stevens has had a bit of a spin there down to hairpin number 1. She whacks the steering wheel in frustration there, but Azzopardi continuing to pick his way through. Couldn't have had a much better start to this one, Azzopardi. What can Matthew Pearson do? Can he chase him down to the end of this race? Sadly for Logan Edwards supporters, that gap is only increasing between himself and the two leaders as there's a move down at the first corner. We're side by side between Cooper Galloway and a driver next to him. Veslowski and Castleman so close I couldn't quite tell who it was. It is Castleman who now sits in behind, and Azzopardi onto the scene as well. So mainly we'll be keeping our eye on these battles because they're awesome, but also watching the timing screen to see how the gaps change between our three leaders in might ease. Although the gap extended slightly to Logan Edwards in third, it was a new fastest lap of the race from Teddy Smith. Gap closing to half a second between him and the current race leader of Luca Pede.
What Logan Edwards might need is he might need Teddy Smith to start fighting with the race leader to slow them, hold them up and allow him back and make it a three-way fight for the lead of the race. But wait and see if that's going to happen, as that is a fastest lap, to be fair, from the O-plate of Edwards on the previous tour, 48.364, and the gap in front between Smith and Pede extends ever so slightly to 0.6 of a second, but it is really, really close out there on the racetrack. Elsewhere we see Azzopardi, the leader in the Coma class, going slowly and pulling off to the side of the road. The Double O was leading the way in the Coma class and had no one anywhere near him. And at the drop of a hat, Theo Azzopardi's final is over and he will not be London Cup champion in 2025. Heartbreak for the club champion of this year. Oh, you gotta feel that's so unlucky. And again, the commentator's curse strikes a little bit. Matthew Pearson will inherit the lead in the Coma class as Azzopardi goes down and out.
That is so gutting for Azzopardi. My heart goes out to him. We've got a battle on our hands, though, for the lead of this race in Might Ease. They are nose to tail as they head out of hairpin number 2. We enjoy this battle. Slightly further back, though, this is still Cooper Galloway and Teddy Veslowski now going side by side to the exit. The 25 just about stays ahead, so Veslowski had already made the move and manages to keep the drivers in behind him. As of course, no, Teddy Veslowski not ahead of Cooper Galloway. Galloway has scampered off from these three battling. It's Veslowski, Castleman and Chung who are battling over 5th place. I feel so awful for Theo Azzopardi. What a race it had been for him so far. So deserving of that LC plate, but the car didn't want to go any further. Here indeed are your leaders on your screens. Luca Pede still just about leading Teddy Smith. And what's the gap looking like? It's still around 3 seconds back to Logan Edwards. So like you said earlier, Ross, really we need Teddy Smith to go for a move here. These two need to start swapping places for Logan Edwards to try and get involved. But at least for Logan, they're in his eye line. He can see what he's chasing and he'll be absolutely laser focused on chasing these two down. But there's only a minute and a half to go.
And of course, we've got one more lap to go when that minute and a half gets to 0, to be fair. But time is running out for the O-plate of Logan Edwards. And Teddy Smith, I think, is much happier playing the patient game, just sitting there waiting, either pressuring the 47 of Pede into a mistake or just biding his time, waiting for the last possible moment to make the move. Because he doesn't care what Logan Edwards needs. He doesn't care what Logan Edwards needs to experience. All he cares about is being London Cup champion in roughly 2 minutes' time. There was a little look there on the run out of the infield hairpin. It was more, though, just a better exit out of the corner. It wasn't a proper attempt for the move. Smith is still very happy sitting in the wheel tracks of Pede, who runs slightly wide coming to the exit of the complex Nivelle. Bit of traffic up in front as well. That looks to be the 43 up there in front of them, of Jonah Curtis, currently running 15th and last on the road overall. We've got 36 seconds left on the clock. Next lap will be the final lap. as we see them coming through the final corner, and it is still the 47 of Luca Pede that has the lead as they're coming into turn of the infield hairpin now. Bit of a run there for Smith. Does he see anything into hairpin number 2? No, not quite on this occasion. You can tell though he knows that time's running out and he's really starting to push it now.
He's been within touching distance for a while, hasn't he, Teddy Smith? I think he's just downloading the data at the moment, watching where Luca might be a little bit slower than him and thinking where he can make the moves. Well, time is ticking to 0 then. They'll head through to the end of this lap and on to the last time around this circuit for the 2025 London Cup in the Bambinos. We go down through to Stadium Bend, and will Teddy Smith be able to be aggressive this time and find a way through? Not quite at Stadium Bend. They'll continue on, nose to tail down into the first hairpin, and for the first time in this race, Luca Pede is defending down into hairpin number 1. That's enough to keep Teddy behind. He tries to get the switch back and get alongside through to hairpin 2, but it's not going to happen. Through to the exit of 2, and Pede carries the speed beautifully. A little check over the shoulder just to see how he's doing on corner exit, and he is pulling the gap once again. Opportunities are dwindling here for the S-plate to find a way through. He needs a mistake from Luca Pede, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Through into the final corner comes Luca Pede. Can he get a good enough exit? He's got it. The 47 will see the checkered flag first, and Luca Pede wins in the mighty Bambinos, and he is your 2025 London Cup champion in the mighty Bambinos. Now, where is Matthew Pearson on the 45 plate? Here he comes around the final corner, and Matthew Pearson will be your London Cup champion in the Coma Bambinos as well. What a race there. It was all bubbling along, but sadly, Teddy Smith not quite able to launch a proper attack there, had to sit in behind and settle for second place. But also, how gutting for Logan Edwards. That small mistake there, dropping him back a bit of time, and wasn't able to quite claw it back. Has to settle for third.
Yeah, he will be ruining that one for a long, long time, will Logan Edwards. Your heart, of course, again has to go out to Theo Azzopardi as well, who is leading by quite some way in the Coma class for coming out of hairpin number 1. He put his foot to the floor and nothing happened. But it is Luca Pede, your mighty Bambino London Cup champion of 2025. And Matthew Pearson, P5 overall, is your 2025 Coma Bambino London Cup champion. And what a scintillating race that was. Luca Pede and Teddy Smith, a tense battle all race long. And Logan Edwards, again, if he hadn't have had that spin on the opening lap, you got to think he must have been there as well. He must have been getting involved in the conversation. But congratulations to Luca P. Congratulations to Matthew Pearson. They are your Bambino London Cup champions of their respective classes in 2025. And that is it for our Bambino action this weekend. But wow, what a race that was. Drama, chaos, tension everywhere you looked. And although it's heartbreak for some, for two, it is absolute delight. Luca Pede and Matthew Pearson on top in 2025.
Well, someone give Theo Azzopardi a hug. Poor chap. He's having to walk back off the circuit. And so gutting for him. What could have been? I mean, he's wearing that Lando Norris helmet. And what happened to Lando in Zandvoort? Maybe it just wasn't meant to be with the Lando Norris lid for Theo Azzopardi. Well, there we go, mate. You won the championship overall this season. London Cup, sadly, not quite going your way. But anyway, then, Bambinos are done and dusted. There's a familiar face here at Rye House. I can see Mr. Ronnie Jones there down watching the action from the sidelines. Hello to Ronnie. It's a shame that Ronnie's not out here in the Hondas. Was always pretty dominant in the Hondas. The O-Plate champion this year in the British Kart Championship. Sadly not racing today, but here to support some of his friends. Let's run you through the grid then for the Honda Cadet GX200 final. Luke McGall starts on pole position with Shaylan Sircanton alongside him. Then it's Henry Colborne and Harry Search on row 2. Jensen Kula and Joshua Bailey on row 3. Happy birthday yet again. Happy 10th birthday to Joshua Bailey. Oliver Ratton and Mason O'Connor on row 4, followed by Eric Grisbeck and Jack Cope on row 5. They round out the top 10. They'll be followed by David Kioka, Nico Veslowski, then Freddie Williams and Chase Wilmington. Big shout out to Chase. Lots of love for you in the live chat. That's followed by Ralph Ryder Birch and Aubrey H. Evans. Then Harry Grant, Harley Stock and Callum Ryan. Now, my main one, I think, to watch on this one is what can Harry Grant do from 17th? Of course, he'd already got a second, he was on for a second place in Heat 2, but can't give up the ghost, didn't want to go any further, now has to start from 17th place.
But you do get an extra minute, which translates to roughly 2 extra laps in the Honda Cadets. And it is chance to go forward. And of course, bad luck could befall other people. There will be accidents. There will be people who have their karts giving up the ghost. You've just got to wait and see what's going to happen. Harry Grant, well, let's hope he's feeling lucky in this one if he wants to walk away as London Cup champion. P17 is a long way to come from. Wind is picking up once again. Looks to be a headwind going down into turn number 1. There is a car stopped coming through the S's just before Paddock Bend. Can't quite make out who that is from here. Oh, the camera very helpfully moves, never mind. That is the number 85 that's come grinding to a halt. That is Jack Cope, who's supposed to be starting P10. And hopefully everything's okay. One of the marshals making some adjustments, and yep, now pulling away, so there was clearly something had come loose or something, but he's all happy. And maybe it's a distraction tactics. Now everyone's sat there with cold tyres and cold brakes, and he's a slightly warmer because he's had to do an extra corner. Maybe he knows something that we don't. You know, the London Cup, it means that much to these people. We'll just wait to see. Last few checks then from the marshals. 8 minutes and 1 lap is the time for the final in the GX200s for the 2025 London Cup. We've had some great racing from the Cadetties all weekend long. Let's hope that the final produces something similarly special.
That was good from the 112. Obviously, we're shifting around drivers just to make sure that Jack can get into his grid position. He's getting pushed back ever so slightly. Hopefully, he does get to go into his grid position. Well, he's getting pushed into the pit lane at the moment, so he might have to do a pit lane start here for Conkenau on the warm-up lap. I saw the 112 get pushed back into his grid slot. That was Harley Stock. Honestly, fair play to Harley for being very honest. He was pushed back and he was well ahead of his grid box, and he grabbed his wheel and pushed himself back. That's very good of him. Clearly has good parents in making sure that he's very truthful and he gets into his grid spot. Just getting sorted out of grid positions here. I think it's all been a bit confusing now because obviously the drivers, obviously you kind of should remember your grid position, but equally if you're 8th in the train back, you kind of just drive up to the grid spot that's next available, don't you? And sadly there was some available, so people moved up, and now it's sort of confusing. Staff have their work cut out for them now to reshift everyone round and get everyone into the correct grid spots. I do think Jack, should he be on P10 on this one? Yes, he should. So he should be on the outside line. So I'm not 100% sure why we're shifting drivers around on the inside line, but I won't go against the calls of the Rye House staff. I'm sure it's all needed to be done. And we get ready to go then for the second final of the day. Of course, the second of our standing starts as well. After this one's said and done, it'll be all rolling starts from here on out. So drivers, for these standing starts, your perception matters a lot more when those lights go out, getting on the throttle, and you'll often see as well a lot of the drivers bouncing in their seats, trying to get any sort of advantage that they can. That might be why I think the 96 was on the wrong side of the grid. So Chase Wilmington, lots of love in the live chat, but on the wrong side of the grid, I believe, for that one. He disagrees though, so I think there's a few conversations happening down there.
Is that the 85? The 85 now has no idea where he's supposed to be going. So Jack's come back out of the pit lane, and they're shifting the 61 forwards. That's Freddie Williams, who's supposed to be starting P12. So he was on the wrong side of the grid. Jack Cope's being given the 13th grid stop, which is supposed to be Nico Veslovsky, who... Yeah, so basically, I think somebody is in the wrong place further up the line, basically, and no one knows who it is. So it's all a little bit chaotic. So Jack Cope is started from... he's been given a 3-place grid penalty for Conkenau on the sighting lap. I think that's quite fair.
But now we've got no one in 14th.
Yeah, so who's supposed to be 14th? Ralph Ryder Birch is supposed to be 14th. In the
no, it's Chase Wilmington,
Chase
the 96,
Wilmington,
who's now in 15th.
So hang on, right, so we're now shifting the 27 back. Right, bear with us here, people. I hope you're having a lovely day, enjoying the sunshine. Give us a wave if you're on the balcony and you can see us in the commentary box. No one fancies it. Cheers, guys. Appreciate it. Great to know that the fans are here supporting us.
That couldn't have gone much worse, could it?
No, that was really poor showing, that. Still, so we're getting playing a bit of a kart Jenga on the grid, but I'm sure we'll get there. I'm why haven't we just sent them round again? Surely we just send them round again, because that would be quicker and get the tyres back up. But, you know, it's going to make turn 1 interesting, I'll tell you that much.
And who knows, you're supposed to be on 15th, but you've ended up on pole and now you're leading that way. No, I'm only joking. But yeah, I don't know what is going on. We're getting things resorted around anyway, just making sure everyone's in the right spot. We've got to keep this all fair, because we know if anyone starts out of position, understandably, as a parental guardian, you're probably going to kick off a bit, aren't you, if you're supposed to be higher up the grid than you end up starting. Either way, though, hopefully we will go to racing conditions soon enough in this one. And really, your pole sitter, Luke McGool, is the one to watch. Luke has been awesome through both Heat 1 and Heat 2 from today. He has been absolutely smashing it, and he's on 148 out of a possible 150 points so far, because 2 wins in both of the heats. But he was just pipped to pole position in qualifying by Shaylin Strakanton. Shaylin starting alongside him on that front row, but plenty of hot shots out there in this one. All of the top 10 really have been there and thereabouts in the top part of the pack throughout today amongst the heats. Let's see how they get on with the final, though. I saw Josh East getting ready with the camera. I thought he led me to believe that maybe we were getting ready for the race start, but it doesn't look likely, and we're still sorting things out down there. So I'm afraid we don't have a radio up here, so we can't hear all of the chatter going on, but we just can only update you to the best of our knowledge. And either way, things being sorted out by the lads in orange, and we will soon get racing action underway. Like you said, it's been fantastic so far this weekend. The racing action from the London Cup is always epic, and it has not under-delivered this year. It's been fantastic, but of course now we press on through the all-important finals, where the drivers get those LC plates and all of those prizes that I was reading out earlier on as well. There's so many different prizes on offer. And once again, if you're here at the circuit, if you can hear me over the tannoy, make sure you stay around after racing action is all done and dusted, because we will have the podium presentations over in the main building where we hand out the LC plate and all of those prizes on offer as well. So make sure you stick around if you are here to enjoy that. But if you're watching on the live stream, I hope you thoroughly enjoyed the coverage so far here today from the Rye House Kart Raceway, courtesy of Motorsport Media. The pictures we've been bringing you have been awesome, particularly that curb cam. I'm still in love with that curb cam.
Curb cam is good. If you're trackside, you're missing out on the curb cam. Still, we can see the marshals just on the radios. Just some discussions, I'm sure, going on with the clerk of the course. We've got some more marshals running over now to sort it out. Of course, a big thank you to the marshals for all their efforts this weekend to enable us to go racing as safely as possible. Big thank you to the medics as well. Of course, we've not needed them. Hopefully that stays that way. But of course, if they weren't here, we wouldn't be able to go racing in the first place. And if we do need them, they ensure that everything is A-OK. Big thank you to, of course, everyone from Motorsport UK and Rye House that's here helping to organise this event as well. It's been a brilliant London Cup, and well, it goes to show that karting here at Rye House continues to go from strength to strength. As we can see, intense discussions. I think they do have an actual grid.
Even Cosmo's coming over now. It's getting that serious. He's usually the one that tells everyone off on the failed start.
Yeah, so Cosmo's coming over to have some words.
We'll see how also, you said earlier about wasting fuel.
Yes, this is wasted because everyone's just sat there with the engines going as well, aren't they? So the engines are going to be boiling, the tyres and brakes are going to be stone cold, fuel's getting wasted. So this is quite unideal, but they are moving people out of the way. I do think they will probably give them another sighting lap after this, won't they? It seems only fair. So short and unexpected delays here at the London Cup, but the crowd still watches along with anticipation. We've got bumper crowds here, both up on the balcony in the clubhouse and down in the pit lane, and down at turn 1 at Stadium Bend as well in the singular grandstand that we have here. Hope everybody is enjoying the action so far, and hope that you're just as excited as we are to get the Honda Cadet final underway, which, well, I've been saying hopefully not too long now for a little while, so I might just stop saying it. But we're making progress, I think, is the key term.
We are indeed. We're definitely getting closer for this race to begin. Of course, like we said, thanks for joining us online if you're watching from wherever you are in the world. But obviously, if you're here at Rye House as well, you will have seen the big new screens that we've had installed here at Rye House as well. There's a smaller one on the gantry and a big one down by the final corner that's new for this year. Good to see investment going in to Rye House and the Rye House Kart Club. And it just means if you're here watching at the circuit, you don't have to be staring at your phone to check what's going on. You can see on the screens around the circuit where everyone is in terms of the race. I think, though, we're ready to go. Red lights are on here in Honda Cadets. We're green and racing. It's a poor start from your pole sitter of Luke McGool. Slow off the line, but has Shaylin Strakanton got the overlap? Not quite. They'll continue on 2x2 down into the first couple of corners. That's Harry Search and Jensen Kula side by side as well. Harry Search trying to keep the nose in. can't do it. Slips back down into 4th place. Here's the move down the inside from Shaylan Trekanton though. Trekanton to the lead of the race. It's all close in behind in the mid-pack as well, and there's a spinner in the background. Is that Veslovsky round on the 27? I do believe it is. Yeah, Nico Veslovsky round. He's going to rejoin. We've got another driver who's gone straight on into the wall though. I think that's the 33 of Callum Ryan, struggling to get it stopped straight into the barriers. Well, after a long wait, the drivers didn't lose any adrenaline, did they? Pressing on round lap 1 immediately. Lead changes back again though. Luke McGall leads us onto lap 2.
Got to remember, cold tyres, cold brakes. They were sat there on the grid for so long. This race is now at who can get the kart up to temperature underneath them, who can keep that heat in the carcass of the rubber, and who can basically just make the kart wake up. The quicker you do that, the better chance you have of being London Cup champion in 2025. It is McGall that still leads, and Fetish Trekanton ahead of Colburn as they make their way through 3 abreast in the background. They're heading into pylon. That is very brave, and they do fan back out into single file as they head through Complex Novell now. And it is McGall who, after a very disappointing start, it must be said, who does still lead, but he is under big pressure. Check back there from Trekanton in 2nd place. A little bit worried about the 75 behind, perhaps, as they go flying through Stadium Bend. Front 3 starting to break away from the rest of the pack. Harry Search, Jensen Kula, Joshua Bailey, 4th, 5th and 6th, and those around as well starting to fight and starting to drop away from the leaders.
Indeed, this is the first time this weekend that we've seen Jensen Kula go with the leaders. He's joined the front 3 and they are scampering off into the distance. It was a poor first lap, sadly, for Henry Colburn, down 4 spots from 3rd on the grid. But what an awesome first lap for Jack Cope. He went up 6 places on the first lap, up into 4th place. He now needs to work with Oliver Ratton if they want any chance to close up to the top 3. Under investigation, Jack Cope and Eric Grisibek. We haven't seen any calamities. Maybe a jump start for those two. Not sure. We'll wait and see how that one plays out. Either way, they continue to battle down to hairpin 1. That is Eric Grisibek trying it down the inside, of Oliver Ratton. Not going to work out. Colborn has got through, back past both of them, and now he's trying to move to get back into 4th place. He's on the outside of Jack Cope as they head down into pylon yet again. That's not going to work. Has to sit in behind. Well, I said these drivers need to work together to chase down the top 3. They're not doing that. They're not listening. They're in a battle for 4th. The top 3 continue to get away.
Yeah, this one is very much a train, and I'm getting in front of you because it looks like the leaders are bolting into the distance. We're starting to get hand signals, and we're only about 3 minutes into the race. Getting a bit hot under the helmets, I think, after being sat on the grid for a long time. Looking to the inside goes Ratton, trying to follow Jack Cope through. Does he get it? Yes, he does. It is the inside still open as there is a small amount of contact between Ratton and another driver. Ratton now going to lose out to Colburn, who's going to slide up the inside. These guys chopping and changing positions like it's going out of fashion. And then again, because they're doing that, they're losing time to the front 3 over and over every single corner. Nearly contact once again as they come through the S's and into Paddock Bend. The crowd watching along fervently here as we see some brilliant racing on display. 4 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. McGall fastest lap last time of 40.784. He's starting to extend ever so slightly out into the lead, but that's more because Trekanton and Kula are fighting over anything else.
And forget elbows out, this is knives out in this battle for 4th place. So aggressive between all these drivers. One goes wide, another slips up and under, another takes advantage of both of that. It's been amazing in this squabble for 4th place, but like you were saying, he's just holding them all up. They're just dropping time to the leading 3 as the marshals rush over just to fix the barrier on the exit out of hairpin number 1. So someone has clearly clobbered that last time around. Probably this huge group of karts. It was likely one of them. We press on through, onto another lap then. Colborn's back into 4th place. He's gotten through on Jack Cope then. Ratton involved. Grisibek, Search, Bailey, Harry Grant was at one point up to 7th place, but he slipped back down into 10th in this squabble. He's trying the double up and under though on corner exit there in the orange lid and orange race suit combo. He gets it done. 2 spaces for the price of 1. Good move there from Harry Grant. Of course, he DNF'd from Heat 2, had to start basically down at the back of this one, and he's up and involved. Sadly though, with all the shenanigans that's gone on ahead of him, it looks like the lofty heights of 4th is all he'll be able to get if he can get to the front of this train. Saying that though, Henry Colborn doing his best to break away as Jack Cope continues to defend his 5th place in behind from Eric Grisibek as they head down into Stadium Bend. Cheeky up the inside there from Harry Grant, takes another place. Up to 7th he goes. goes. And yes, sadly for the neutral, Luke McGull, another fastest lap, continues to extend his lead.
It's not over just yet, though. All it takes is a little mistake. He's not got that big of a gap behind him. So he either makes a mistake or Canton and Kula suddenly find a lick of pace and he's back in a world of trouble and pressure. It is not done just yet. Still 4 minutes plus 1 lap left to go. There are your race leaders. McGull, Trecanton, Kula, 1, 2 and 3. McGull, again, starting to extend that gap. He's up to 7.5 tenths of a second at the line last time. But again, he's still very much within the distance of Trecanton and Kula. I'm not saying they can smell blood, but they're there or thereabouts. Again, and they're not busy fighting each other either. I think that Kula's realised that if he's fighting hard, it's going to be going onwards, as it looks like we've got a car down and out into the barrier coming out of Regis over. That's the number 12 of Mason O'Connor. Manages to get going again, but it drops back. He was running a little bit further back in the pack, it would seem, as this train of cars continues to cause chaos as they come down the main straight. Anybody fancy making any moves on this occasion as we come through Stadium Bend? No. We stay single file for the time being. What about into hairpin number 1? Let's wait and find out. Anybody fancy it? No, I guess not then. But still, so many karts all over the place, all fighting for every last position with 1 minute and 20 left to go.
Paul Bourne's done an awesome job of breaking free from this battle. And we said there into the wall, sadly for Mason O'Connor, he said he was further down the pack. He was still involved in this train, despite being in 12th place. When the leader of this train's in 4th, he was still involved in this, crazily so. He rejoins the race, sadly, down the order for Mason O'Connor. He's been looking fast this weekend, but it comes to an end, sadly, back on lap number 9. We head through onto lap number 11 then of this race. This is second and third now battling. Kula is going for it. And you see the point forward there from Trecanton. I don't think Jensen's going to listen to that because he's seen how much that gap has extended over the last couple of laps. McGull checks over the shoulder as they head down into pylon yet again. I think Kula knows it's now or never to get this pass done. The lead is gone now. McGull has absolutely gone for it in the last couple of laps. Fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap. Was 1.1 seconds between him and the two behind. Only increases by a tenth, but little by little, lap by lap, he gets closer to the 2025 London Cup victory in the Honda Cadets. This just needs to keep hitting his markers, keep doing what he's been doing all race, all weekend, to be honest, and he will take this one and clinch the victory. Kula continues to apply the pressure on Trecanton, not able to find a way through. Harry Grant looks to have broke away from that secondary pack now as well, so it's headed up by the 85 of Jack Cope. So big pack now is 6th place backwards it is, as they're now going side by side down into pylon. Grizzlebeck trying it round the outside. It's not going to work though. They go back into position. It's all getting a bit closer comfort in that group. We're on to the last lap though.
We are indeed, and I'm wondering if Kula thinks he's faster than Trecanton, if he thinks that Trecanton doesn't have the pace to catch McGull, which is why he's stayed attacking him and why he continues to attack him, even though it's on the last lap and they need to work together now if either of them want any chance of being London Cup champion in 2025. There is the gap. It was another fastest lap for Luke McGull on the previous tour of 40.663, and after a disappointing start as those around him fought, he kept his cool, kept his calm and sailed away at the front. Luke McGull, you are the 2025 London Cup champion in the Honda Cadet class, and what a way to do it as well. A brilliant drive. And again, just kept calm and kept pushing as others around him began to scrap. It's McGull, your champion, from Trecanton, from Kula, your top 3. At the end of that one, looks like those in the big train actually kept it fairly sane and uncrazy. But a brilliant race, it must be said. The Honda Cadets have once again provided. And it is Luke McGull that is your champion in 2025.
Indeed, like you say, it was very respectful racing in and amongst that big battle pack. We only lost Mason O'Connor from it. We didn't quite see how that one happened. But even though there were 10, 12 sometimes drivers involved in that battle, it was very respectful, very good to watch, and I hope you thoroughly enjoyed it from the sidelines. But well done to Luke McGull. He is your London Cup champion in Honda Cadets in 2025. The driver of the weekend in Honda Cadets, Luke, has been just awesome. But I've got to say, in that race, driver of the race for me is Harry Louis Grant, what a showing from 17th on the grid, ends up in 5th place, gets through that massive battle pack. Okay, it took him a few attempts, understandably so, and once he did, he broke away, held on to 5th place by the checkered flag there. Another great race here at the 2025 London Cup. Well, Honda Cadet are done and dusted then. We won't be seeing them back out on circuit, sadly. That is them done for the weekend, and that is race 34 of the weekend done and dusted. We move swiftly on to our Micro Max final. That'll be heading out on circuit next. 14 drivers on the grid for this one, and a bit of ebbing and flowing in terms of how well people have done across the qualifying and the races so far in this one this weekend, but really outstanding performance. Can anyone beat Noah Wicklow?
Well, I mean, the bookies would probably just tell you to not even bother putting a bet on. Actually, they would, because it's free money for them, because the odds for Wicklow not winning this are very, very low.
Man learns how gambling works.
I tried. I'm not a gambling man myself, if you can't tell.
That's good.
But the 53 is, he's been the man of the weekend. He's looked pretty much untouchable the entire time. I mean, yes, there's been some other very strong performances, don't get me wrong. Rio Pocock in heat number 2 earlier on did a brilliant defensive job. Freddie Baker, Caden Hanley, they're all looking fast, but it's Noah Wicklow who, again, when you're looking at it, you think, is it going to be anybody else? Again, it's the final. Anything can happen in the London Cup, but this one, you know, it doesn't look good for other drivers, shall we say. But we'll wait and see what's going to happen. Wicklow has been so phenomenal all season long, and so phenomenal this weekend especially as well. As the cars then head out to the grid, let's run you through your grid for the 2025 London Cup Micro Max Final. It is Noah Wicklow that starts from pole. Freddie Baker alongside. Caden Hanley is 3rd with Rio Peacock in P4. Row 3 is Arthur Rhodes with Charlie Cale. Leo Hunt is 7th with Leyland Bradnam in P8. João Vieira is in P9, and Oscar Maskell rounds out the top 10. Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite is 11th with Kai Erganotsoy in P12. Hugo Senna is 13th, and Darren Dimitrov is P14 after being disqualified from qualifying for failing a post-session inspection. However, he has been looking very, very fast this weekend, and again, one of those ones where you've got to think, if he wasn't DSQ'd and had to start from the back of the grid, where could he be come the end of this? I mean, he could still be in a very strong position anyway, but if he had that benefit of starting a lot further up, it is anybody's guess. We round the final corner. Do we go green? No, we do not. We're getting waved around. So hopefully we don't have to have a talking to and get re-educated, but we do get the chevron flag. We'll be going around hopefully just the one more time before we get our final underway for 8 minutes and 1 lap.
Yeah, they get one more chance, don't they, to get it done. Get it done right before they get a bit of re-education. That was just a little bit too speedy out the final corner there from Noah Wicklow. I know he wants a good start, but that was a little bit too good comparatively to the drivers around him, so he's got to maintain that pace. And then they've got to go together in 2x2 formation to get it fairly started for this one. Drivers on the front row, though, Wicklow and Baker doing a good job slowing everyone down and getting ready for a second attempt at this start. You can see there the weaving from the 92 of Freddie Baker, trying to get as much heat in those tyres as possible before they go to 8 minutes plus 1 lap of racing action. I think really what we've seen in the heats, if you let Wicklow get away on the first couple of laps, that is the race done and dusted. We need aggression from Baker, Hanley, Pocock, Rhodes to find a way through early on here and dump Wicklow into the pack and see how he fights it out. We go green in Micro Max 10. We're racing for the final. It is a good start from Wicklow, but he's gone to the outside. He just about chops back across of a couple of drivers and holds onto the lead through Reg's elbow. We do go nose to tail down through, and it is the 99 of Caden Hanley. Good start. He's up to second place. Rhodes into the barrier on the inside. The 82 of Arthur Rhodes is squeezed to the barrier. It was aggressive, opportunistic move to the inside there, but with 2 on his outside, the gap was always going to close. He got pretty lucky there to not get stuck in the barrier. He continues on, but further down the order than he would have liked.
Yeah, that was Rio Pocock who did the pushing in there. There was just nowhere for him to go, unfortunately. But the barrier has been repaired and the driver pushes onward. So we've come to the end of lap number 1. Wicklow already with a second gap back to P2. He's already trying to bolt away. It's unbelievable the pace that 53 machine has. Hanley second, Freddie Baker in P3. And then Arthur Rhodes has rejoined in P9 after that incident for the 82. half a lap ago, or a lap ago, should I say now, given they are heading through the second hairpin as they come down. So Wicklow already trying to bolt away. Let's see if anyone else can maybe get a bit more comfortable. Let's see if anyone else has nailed their setups. Pocock looking for a way to slide onto the podium as we go nose to tail from third, fourth and fifth. And they're not far behind them. Another big group, nose to tail as well. Inside opens up for Pocock to the inside of Caden Hanley he goes. It's a lovely move. The opportunity presented itself to him on a silver platter, and he said, thank you very much. Up into third goes the 666 machine. Rio Pocock onto the podium.
Really nice move there from Pocock. He's showing off his new sticker kit and new suit overalls and helmet and whatnot. He's looking pretty fly out there, and he is flying around the circuit at the moment. Lovely move up into third place. So lap before as well, Freddie Baker had got through on Caden Hanley for second. However, Freddie Baker is under investigation from lap one. I didn't see what that could possibly be, but either way, he is under investigation. The stewards will be looking into that one at the end of proceedings. There's Darren Dimitrov through. Great move up the inside there of the 12 of Charlie Cale. Gets the move done, and now Charlie's under pressure from the 82 of Arthur Rhodes. Rhodes making up for the issues on lap number one. Gets another place through on Charlie Cale as well. And now we'll want to hold on to the rear bumper of Dimitrov as they both look to catch this battle. It's Leo Hunt now on the back of Caden Hanley, and sadly after a good start for Caden up to second place, at each lap he seems to have lost a position. This one he's held on ahead of Leo Hunt, but Leo absolutely nipping at his heels as we head on to lap number 5. It is Freddie Baker with the outright fastest lap. And to be fair, on the last lap, he was still slightly faster. When I say slightly faster, it was by 1,000th of a second, but I'll take it.
I mean, it's chipping away, but in an 8-minute plus 1 lap final, chipping away isn't enough.
We need an 8-hour final.
Yeah, when Wicklow's already got a second's lead. Yeah, that'll be a very long kart race, wouldn't it? Baker needs to be taking, a couple of tenths out of him a lap at the current rate. I mean, the fact he's going faster than him is good, and I'm sure he feels confident behind the wheel. And visually, he looks better out of the final corner than Wicklow does at the moment. They're just coming up to the line now. Oh, and he does go a tenth faster on that lap, actually. Wicklow responded with a new fastest lap, and then Baker went a tenth quicker. So the gap now down to 8.5 tenths of a second. So Baker maybe with a turn of pace here in the final, and maybe trying to deny Wicklow what many were feeling coming through the weekend. There was a cup that he had already claimed, essentially. Such was his pace. Freddie Baker, though, is currently putting pressure on. Pocock holding on to that third place, starting to draw away from Hanley, Hunt and Dimitrov as well. Dimitrov up to 6th place already after 4 minutes of racing action. He's been so fast to 65. And again, if he hadn't have had that disqualification for failing a post-qualifying tech inspection and having to start from the back of the grid, who knows where he would be right now in this race. We'll have to wait and see. That previous tour, slightly faster from Wicklow, gaps up to 9 tenths exactly when they came to the line.
Indeed, we've seen battles in behind as well. This battle we're watching at the moment, it was Leo Hunt was unable to get through on Caden Hanley, so Darren Dimitrov decided to relegate him down a position into 6th place, and now Dimitrov all over the back of Caden Hanley. When will the opportunity arise for Dimitrov? He's already made his way through a lot of the field, now trying to jump up into 4th place. But of course, as Baker tries to continue to close the gap to Noah Wicklow, we've got 2 Super 1 champions in 2025 going at it. Of course, Noah Wicklow was your Micro Max champion in Super 1 this year, and Freddie Baker was your Water Swift Restricted champion in Super 1 this year. Let's see who's able to come out on top now that they're both behind the wheel of a Micro Max. Caden Hanley's doing an awesome job here to keep Dimitrov behind. It seemed as though Dimitrov was an unstoppable train through the traffic for the first part of this race, but Caden Hanley has been able to halt his advances, and Darren stays in 5th place for the moment, but he is getting a bit restless there, stuck in behind, stuck in the wheel tracks of Caden Hanley. And again, this is allowing for Rio Pocock to try and build a bit of a gap between them, as I can't even get my words out, I'm so excited. Dimitrov tries it down the inside again at Stadium Bend, but it doesn't work. New fastest lap of the race from Freddie Baker. He continues to chase down Noah Wicklow, and like we said earlier, for Logan Edwards in the Mighties, he can see his target, and he is very much pressing on towards him.
And it's a 39.864 as well from Baker, first driver into the 39s this race. And that is some 2/10 nearly 3/10 quicker than Noah Wicklow. So the gap now down to 6/10 of a second at the line. Last time they crossed the line now. And it is quicker again from Baker compared to Wicklow, although not a new fastest lap. The gap's now down to 5/10 of a second with 1 minute and 45 remaining. Plus our additional lap, of course. Is Wicklow starting to feel a little bit of pressure? Has got some huge battles happening behind them, but at the end of the day, all eyes are on this. We want to see who's going to be London Cup champion in 2025. Everyone thought it was going to be Noah Wicklow, but he's faced a lot more pressure than anybody expected in this race. Can he hold on? Can he respond? Can he extend the gap back out as they cross the line once again? And no, once again, the gap comes down now, only 3.5 tenths of a second.
It's getting closer, isn't it, between these two? It's all kicking off in the battle behind as well. We'll continue to watch these two as they close into each other. It is kicked off. Caden Handley nearly shoved Darren Dimitrov onto the grass on the previous lap down the front straightaway. They went then down onto the back straight. Again, those two came to blows. Arthur Rhodes and Leo Hunt both slipped on by. So Rhodes is into 4th, Hunt now into 5th. Handley's still there in 6th place then, with Dimitrov behind him. And I think Dimitrov is not going to be a particularly happy chappy sat in behind him there. Wait and see when that move arrives yet again. There's Rio Peacock through your shot. There is that squabbling for 4th place downwards that I was just chatting about. We watch them now go on to a new lap of this race, but again, the gap between the two leaders closes. It's now less than 1/10 of a second as we go on to lap number 12. There's 20 seconds left to go in this one. They might just see the last lap board next time around.
I think they will, we'll have to wait and see as they come into Complex Novell with 10 seconds left to go. And that's slightly wide on the exit there and hurts Wicklow's momentum. It will be last lap board this time as they come out of Paddock Bend. Know that, yes, they are. One more lap to go, then final lap board. This is it, do or die time for Freddie Baker. Last chance saloon for Noah Wicklow. Can anybody make a miracle happen late in the day? Baker to the outside for the infield hairpin. That's really deep on the exit from Wicklow. A mistake from the 53, and he succumbs, but they touch it over the top of the back of his opponent goes Wicklow, and he hangs his head in frustration because the man who has dominated all weekend knows he has just thrown it away. Talk about leaving it to the death. The 92 of Freddie Baker, you are the 2025 London Cup champion in Micromax. And what a dramatic end to this race. What a dramatic end to the weekend. Freddie Baker was chipping away the entire time. And the rarest of rare mistakes from Noah Wicklow at the most crucial of moments means that that man right there is your champion this year. Unbelievable.
Wow. What an end, and lovely to see the two drivers giving each other the thumbs up. You can hear the applause from the spectators up watching from the main clubhouse building. Lovely to see the respect between the two drivers. But yeah, wow, what an end to the race that was. Awesome to see how excited Rio Peacock was as well, finishing there in 3rd place, pumping his fist in the air. But yeah, that was really the first time that we've seen all weekend Noah Wicklow come under some serious pressure. And you saw there the tiniest mistake out of hairpin number 1. Saw him go a little bit wide, and you saw as Freddie got that overlap, I think Noah realised, oh no, he's overtaken me, I need to grab this immediately back, dive to the inside line. It was a late move. They made a bit of contact, and sadly for Noah, he came off worse up and over the back of Freddie Baker's car. They were lucky to both continue on there, switching around places, and Freddie Baker takes it on the last lap. Your final finishing positions then. It's Freddie Baker from Noah Wicklow and Rio Peacock, your top 3 in the final in Micromax. Arthur Rhodes in 4th place with Leo Hunt in 5th. Fantastic from Arthur Rhodes. Of course, Arthur was in the barrier on lap number 1. He gets back to 4th place. Behind them was Caden Handley, Darren Dimitrov, then Hugo Senna Echeverria, Charlie Cale, Leyland Bradham, your top 10, followed by Kyle Vieira, Oscar Mascal, Lucas Otley, Thistlethwaite, and Kai Ergensoy as well, your 14 drivers, all making it to the checkered flag as well there, which is always what we want to see. I've got to give a big shout out to Kyle Vieira as well. Kyle has been doing an amazing job. He's only started owner karting in September of this year. He's been doing it for a few months, and he's battling it in with the big boys there in Micromax. A big well done to you, sir. We move swiftly on, though, to Rotax Inter. Their final is about to get underway. Let's see how we go for this one. I'll just load up the grid for you as we get ready to go. Annoyingly, like I said on the commentary yesterday, the new Alpha timing system is great, but it just means if I miss getting the grid before they go across the line, I have to wait for everyone. There we go, then it's all sorted. Eddie Duncan is on pole position with Ethan Lloyd alongside him. What a battle it was between these two in the last heat of the day. Let's hope that continues into the final. I think this one could get rather spicy. Elliot Burke and Noah Hammond on row 2 with Charlie Heffer and Jude Puddifoot on row 3. Harrison Thorndike and Santiago Simeone on row 4 with Theodore Nursbaugh and Grayson Kemp on row 5. Then there's Finley Thompson and Dylan Suresh on row 6. Followed by Rio Panayutu and Mohamed Umar Abdeen on row 7, rounds out the 14 karts on the grid. What a race back through it was for Elliot Burke. He showed his talent, he showed his prowess in heat number 2 early on. He's back to the sharp end of the order for the start of this one. Let's see what he can do from row 2. Drivers get into 2x2 formation, then they watch the lights and they go green. We're racing it into Rotax for the final here at the 2025 London Cup, and immediately Eddie Duncan gets a great start. Not so good though for Ethan Lloyd. He might get shuffled out, and he does. Ethan Lloyd dropping down into 3rd place, and it is the 141 of Elliot Burke. A great start into 2nd, but immediately too deep into hairpin number 1, and Ethan Lloyd gets him straight back. Beautiful up and under, and Ethan knew he needed to do that quickly because already Eddie Duncan trying to make a breakaway.
Yeah, Duncan knows his game plan. His game plan, not control the race from the front, just disappear up the front. That's what the 57 is trying to do here early doors. He will lead the way on lap number 1, but it's not done and dusted yet. The likes of Lloyd and Burke are in tow. Heffer not far away either. If they work together, if they continue to put the pressure on, we've seen it in other races before, it can change. It doesn't just end like that after 1 lap. There is still a long way to go, still 7 minutes plus that additional extra. As we see their pressure being put on. The number 14 of Jude Puddifoot trying to see if he can squeeze his way past Noah Hammond, the P5. Putting a lot of pressure on there, coming through pylon, but can't quite find anything with the exit of Complex Novell now into the S's. Then Paddock Bend, very wide there from your race leader out of Paddock Bend there. Getting on the rumble strip to be doing a number on his spine and costing his pace a little bit as well, as Ethan Lloyd, fastest lap of the race, but only by 900ths of a second. It's really, really tight, the lap times out there, and 7/10 of a second separating the race leader from P2.
Yes, indeed. We'll watch how this one bubbles away then. Of course, Ethan Lloyd looking to change down Eddie Duncan, and Elliot Burke looking to go with him as well. They both had good starts in this one, switching around. Elliot Burke done a good job, stay there in 3rd place, and now just looking to hold on to the coattails of Ethan Lloyd and hope to be dragged with him up towards your race leader. How's the gap changed? It's gotten ever so slightly larger, 7/1000ths of a second larger, but it's Elliot Burke this time with the fastest lap of the race. It's so close in terms of pace between these three, but just about 3rd place, ever so slightly faster. Thinks about the move into 4th place there. Does Noah Hammond. Charlie Heffer holding on to it though on the number 16 just about. He's under a lot of pressure there in the Martin Jackson Racing outfit. He's looking to try and recatch the top 3, but I have a feeling they might only be able to do that if the top 3 start fighting later on in this race. We've still got 5.5 minutes left to go on the clock, and look at this. Look how much Elliot Burke has caught Ethan Lloyd. Another fastest lap of the race from Elliot Burke. His gap to the leader has shortened, whereas Ethan Lloyd's gap has opened up ever so slightly, a couple of tenths slower than both of the drivers around him. Well, Elliot Burke might now find, actually, I need to get past Ethan Lloyd here. I don't want to work with you. I want to get past, and you can be the one that works with me. Thank you very much. He checks over the shoulder, sees he's got a big gap. Maybe he'll think, okay, working together is worth it. Let's see how they play in this one. I think tactics really going to come into play of how these two decide to go on with this race.
One thing that's for certain is that there has been a response from Duncan and Lloyd to that pace increase from Burke. They've all turned the wick up as well. Now they've seen that he's starting to come and starting to push. So that makes things a little bit more tricky for the 141 driver, who's still in 3rd place. Gaps as it stands, 8/10ths between Duncan and Lloyd. About 1.5 tenths between Lloyd and Burke at the end of the previous tour. And then similar story as well between 4th and 5th. Hammond has got through Charlie Heffer with a gap only 0.2 of a second. It is really, really tight. Oh, that was really wide there from Ethan Lloyd on the exit of the paddock bend and to the inside into stadium bend. Bravery from Elliot Burke. It's not done yet. It is now as they come through Reg's elbow. Unless there's a challenge to the infield hairpin, there will not be. A brilliant move by the 141 of Elliot Burke to get up into second place. Can he now use that clean air to push on ahead and try and get onto the back of Eddie Duncan? It looks like Burke still wants to fight, still wants to bring it. Is that the wisest move? Do they need to work together on pace alone? Can the likes of Burke catch up to the back of the likes of Duncan? Only time will tell. 3 minutes and 30 left on the clock. Fastest lap there from Eddie Duncan at 37.5. Wow, he's just gone 0.2 quicker than anybody else. And Burke and Lloyd continue to fight, and it continues to hand the advantage to the race leader.
Yes, indeed. Right, let's see if these two can put down their swords and work together a bit here. Sadly, that gap continuing to extend then with the fastest lap, like you mentioned, from Eddie Duncan. He is flying then. He has had the fire lit underneath him, and he knows this is his opportunity to break away and fly off towards the London Cup plate. For 2025, he wants that LC plate on his car, does Eddie Duncan, and of course, all the lovely prizes that come with that as well. And these two now left to squabble for second place. It was 1.5 seconds. It stays at about 1.5 seconds. Both of them ever so slightly slower than Eddie Duncan. This is really, really close in terms of this, but really, we need a big mistake here from Eddie Duncan, from a neutral's perspective, to close these two back up and have a fight on our hands. In behind, we have two drivers pretty much nose to tail still, Noah Hammond and Charlie Heffer. They were the other way around last time I saw them, but Heffer's down to 5th, Hammond through into 4th place then. And then behind them, Jude Potiphar all on his own on the number 14. Then Rio Panayutu and Dylan Suresh nose to tail. I think they've just swapped around on the last lap though. Yes, they have. Panayutu down into 8th place and Dylan Suresh through into 7th. Of course, we saw him collide with the barrier, if I'm not mistaken, in the previous heat. Good to see Dylan back out again, battling well and getting his way back up through the order. The gap has increased ever so slightly once more, up to 1.6 seconds now. The gap in the lead for Eddie Duncan. I can just feel this London Cup slipping away from Elliot Burke and Ethan Lloyd.
The more they're fighting, the more that Duncan continues to pull away up the front. 1 minute and 40 left on the clock. Duncan is still putting in consistent 37.5s. And yes, Burke and Lloyd at 37.6, 37.7. They're in the ballpark, but it's not done. They need to be running quicker because the gap is now 1.6, 1.7 seconds between first and second at the line. They need to turn the wick up, and they need to go now because there's only 1 minute and 15 left on the clock, plus your additional lap at the end. Time's ticking. If they want to be London Cup champion, they've got to go now. They've got to stop fighting, start working together. Or is it too little too late? Is Eddie Duncan already done enough? I guess we'll wait and see. It's another... Actually, no, the gap does come down a little bit that time. It was a 37.7 from Eddie Duncan that time. Maybe he's just completely lost all of his talent in the previous. Now, that's terrible. 0.2 off your fastest. How could you? With 45 seconds left, it's still a 1.5 gap between Duncan and Burke. Lloyd still holding on in 3rd place, but unable to get through Burke as it stands. And time continues to tick away. Duncan is about to start what will be the penultimate lap of the race. He does so now, and the 57 is 2 tours away from being the 2025 London Cup champion.
It's never looked in doubt so far in this race, has it, for the 57? He's been flying, has the 57, flying through the first hairpin he goes and continues to make a little gap between himself and Burke and Lloyd. Lloyd with an impressive win earlier on this weekend, but sadly, I don't think it's going to happen here in the final for Ethan. As timer ticking down to 0, then we watch Eddie Duncan head on through the last couple of corners, and he will see the last lap board. He knows he's only got one more tour of this circuit to wrap up the LC plate for himself in 2025. There is Elliot Burke and Ethan Lloyd. Elliot's actually created a bit of a gap now between himself and Ethan. It's up to about 0.6 of a second between those two, but still 1.8 then ahead to Eddie Duncan. Eddie's just trying to get through on the 21 now. He will be ever so slightly held up through hairpin number 2, but it's not going to matter too much. He's got a nice big buffer as he passes the 21 of Grayson Kemp, who's just continuing to learn out there, putting in a good showing. But here comes your race leader then, Eddie Duncan, never in doubt from the first few laps. He comes round the final corner, and the 57 becomes an LC plate. He looks around for his challengers, and he can't find them. Eddie Duncan wins in the Inter Rotax class. Fantastic race from Eddie, and he takes the London Cup. He is the London Cup champion in 2025. Fantastic. Well done to Eddie. I don't think he can quite believe it. He's nodding his head. He's pretty happy with his showing, and as he should be. Fastest lap as well. Elliot Burke and Ethan Lloyd join him in the top 3, then followed by Noah Hammond and Charlie Heffer, the top 5. And it was Dylan Suresh and Jude Puddifoot, Rio Panayutu and Santiago Simeone. Then Finley Thompson, your top 10, followed by Harrison Thorndike, Mohamed Umar Abdeen, Theodore Nursport and Grayson Kemp. Your 14 finishes in that one. All drivers making it to the checkered flag, which is always what we want to see. But another final under our belt here then at the Rye House London Cup in 2025. Just before we move on to the next final, I do have a bit more boring things to go through, but actually quite important things to go through as well. I'm afraid I've been told by Cosmo that if you are the owner of a Ford Focus of the number plate MM67RXC, you are blocking an emergency access route down by the stadium outside the Grey Gymnastics Club. Cosmo's told me that they might not send the next final out until that is sorted due to it being an emergency access. So once again, if you are the owner of a Ford Focus by the number plate MM67RXC, please head back to your car immediately and get it moved for us, please. Right then, hopefully we don't have too much of a hold up for the next final. But again, quite a few under our belt. It's been rather exciting, hasn't it?
Has been indeed. I'm rather glad that wasn't my car. You just read out the number plate for us there that much. But no, what a day of racing it's been so far, and a few finals under our belts. Now we've got the first of 2 B finals. We have coming up first the Junior Max B final, and then we have afterwards the Seniors B final. Then we have the 177s, and then we'll have our A finals, and they're going straight out. Top 3 from the B finals qualify for the A finals. So it is cutthroat stuff in this B final. It is Christian Kayoff from pole position, Mia Caruso alongside. Thomas Hill is P3, Radu Melian is 2 P4. Row 3 is Cash Harris and Nicholas Gorzaldis. Emily Johnston is P7, Andrew Thompson is P8. Tyler Nickelbine is P9 with Edward Jones in 10th. As that's another dog to the tally. That's 4 now that we've seen. P11 is Thomas Welsford with Tigran Grigorian in P12. Jasper North 13th, Ava Crawford 14th. Ashton Pinoy is 15th, Luigi Pellini is 16th. Sean Marshall is 17th, Freddie Wall 18th, Liam Crosby 19th, Arthur Way 20th, George Dale 21st, and Timmy Shahini 22nd. Just again a reminder, we are going to be sent around again because there's still a few people.
Of course, we can't see their tyre pressures. We don't have the sensors up here, so hopefully drivers and team members have made the right call. I really like how the guys have done the schedule for this one. We've got the B final in juniors, the B final in seniors, then a bit of a break with the 177s, and then we get back to the A finals. I like how that's been spread out so we can get ourselves nice and excited for those A finals later on, and it gives at least the 3 drivers who move on through from the B final a bit of rest and relaxation before they jump straight into the A final. Do we get underway? No, we don't. Chevron flag on the gantry yet again. Christian Kehayov and Mia Caruso just a little bit too speedy off of the final corner there, so they'll get sent round once more, and they will continue on to try and have another attempt at this race start. Of course, understandably so, drivers in the B final, especially with how we do it here at Rye House, not being random grids, it is set by qualifying, so you would expect people that are down in the B final are unlikely to have been at the front starting a race, but at least particularly often, so understandable that we might have to go around again once or twice. There is the 213 who was pulled off to the side of the circuit. Oh dear, that's Nashawn Marshall. Gutting for Nashawn. Jumping up from Rotax Inter into Junior Rotax for this event. He's been doing a great job, but sadly looks as though the car doesn't want to get involved with the B final, and he's parked it up beside the circuit. Right then, B final, 3 drivers go through. Let's get this one underway.
Well, I hope so anyway, because there's still a bit of a gap forming between the pole sitter and everybody else as they come round Paddock Bend. And are we going to go? We wait to see if the green lights come, and they do. We do go racing here in the
Thomas
B
Hill's
final.
out already.
And, yeah, somebody's already pulling over to the side. The 196 doesn't even make the green flag. Heartbreak for Tom Hill. Up the front though, the 23 of Karov under big pressure. The 79 of Radu Melian's had a great start and is trying to work his way through the 555. What's happened to Mia Caruso? Still up there, but there's chaos and carts being thrown everywhere as they come through hairpin number 2, then into pylon. And again, they're about 2-3 wide of pylon. Everyone's just squabbling for position early doors, trying desperately to find anything they can. It's going to be Karov who leads the opening lap here. Oh no, Melian even leads the opening lap, so they've swapped round with Karov in second, and Gregorian's up to P3. He's gone up 4 positions in the opening couple of laps.
What an awesome start from Radu Melian. This is epic from him. Super aggressive on that race start to gain a few positions up from 4th to the lead of this race. I'm gutted for Thomas Hill. He's had no luck today, having to start in the B final and then getting swamped with the kart, just not wanting to go. I could see him putting his foot down, and there was absolutely no power coming from that engine, pulled over to the side, and Thomas Hill is out before it's even started. No opportunity to get through to the A final. He would have definitely been the ones I would have chosen out of those drivers near the sharp end of the field to go through, but it's opened up the opportunity for someone else. Wide moment there for the 45. That's Andrew Thompson just going a little bit wide, slips back behind Nikolaos Gorzalidis there. There's a bit of contact down through hairpin number 1, front to rear contact there from the 555 of Mia Caruso, goes into the back of another driver but immediately apologises for it, shows that she knew she was a little bit at fault of that one, and drops back a couple more places. Sadly for Mia, she was situated for the race start in that top 3 to go through to the A final, but she's dropped back so far in this stint. But yet again, Radu Melian nearly a second clear now as they head on to lap number 4. He's a second and a half clear, is Radu Melian. Radu, a consistent driver here in the Rye House Kart Club in the regular season. So great to see him out there leading a race, a second and third battle as well. Kehayov just about staying ahead of Gregorian for now anyway.
Melian fancies booking himself a ticket straight to the A final a little bit later on. He is bolting away at the front, but again, it's the top 3 that get those qualification spots. So right now, it'll be Melian who's got that second and a half advantage in the lead. Then Kayov and Gregorian, who are fighting very close. They've both just been given contact warnings as well for bouncing off each other on the previous lap. They may be getting another one here. They probably will be getting another one as Gregorian does slide his way through, but it's not done yet because here comes the 21. Gorzaldis tries to get through Kayov as well, and also wants to book his way to the A final and does do it. Gives a little celebration, a kiss to the sky on the way through. Showboating stuff from the 21. And how is that going to make Kayov feel from second to 4th in less than a lap? That's going to be frustrating.
Yeah, I think that's definitely one of the words you could say on the stream there that maybe he would be thinking after that one. Drops down into 4th place then, sadly for him. Yeah, Gorzalidis pressing on through into 3rd. He's been doing really well so far in this race, up to 3rd place. He was tapping his helmet, wanting to work together with Christian Kehayov. There's going to be no working together in a B final when only the top 3 get through. Nikolaos, you're in the last of the places to get through. No one is going to work with you, my friend. Looks as though Kehayov under a lot of pressure and potentially has been overtaken now for 4th place. No, he is still there. It's Luigi Perlini who's on his tail. Freddie Wall going with them as well, who he himself has just got themselves a contact warning. Now this will be interesting to see as well. Now Gorzalidis knows how close these 3 in behind are. He'll want to get past Tigran Gregorian. However, both of them are currently in the A final. If anything goes wrong with that move, they make contact, they both go wide. It's going to invite some of the drivers behind to jump into the A final instead. Big move down the inside there into hairpin number 2, but it's going to be the up and under there from the number 2 of Freddie Wall, trying around the outside into pylon. That was a sketchy moment. He gets 1 place, isn't quite able to get 2, gets past Perlini, but has to stay behind Kehayov.
Awesome racing here. Fastest lap last time, by the way. Mia Caruso, 36.307. She's had a really disappointing race after dropping down, but in P8 suddenly finding a little bit of pace and challenging there to the inside. Does go Caruso. There's a touch behind, but she does slide on through. As all the 21's gone round. Gorzaldis is out of the race. Gorzaldis from 3rd is out of the motor race. Heartbreak. Unbelievable what has happened. He must have had contact or spun there, surely. But that looks broken, and that is done and dusted in the final podium spot, the final qualification spot for the A final. now wide open once again. Luigi Perlini will inherit, but with 2 minutes and 45 left on the clock, plus your additional lap, there are a lot of drivers that are on his tail. This could get very interesting towards the end.
Well, what we said, what was the battle going to be like between Grigorian and Gozalidis? Well, that's how it's ended. It must have been them battling together. They were nose to tail. Might have just been a mistake from Nicolaus, but either way, he's out of this race. And like you say, that promotes Luigi Perlini up into third spot. So 2 regulars here at the Rye House Kart Club now up into the top 3. Luigi doing a great job in this one, but he is being hunted by Freddie Hall as well. The number 2 right hot on his tail. This is a bit close there down to hairpin number 1. That's Caruso getting absolutely sent by one driver, Arthur Way, trying to get involved as well. Can't quite do so. Move down the inside. That was from Liam Crosby. So Crosby into 6th. Arthur Way trying to follow through, but he has to sit there in 8th and wait for his opportunity to arise. It is Mia Caruso, though, with the fastest lap of the race, a 36.129. It's just gutting for her that she's found this pace in the second half of the race. If she could have been this quick out of the blocks, she might have had an opportunity to hold on to those top 3 places and go through into the A final. It's looking unlikely now, but we've seen it change already in this race, so don't count it out. We've got 2 drivers, the 2 and the 46, now catching second place of Tigran Grigorian. If this becomes a 3-way squabble and they get involved with each other, more drivers could be invited into this. At the moment, the only person I'm comfortable saying will get through to the A final is Radu Melian.
Well, let's wait and see, because we never know. There's still 1 minute and 10 seconds left in this race, plus your additional lap. Perlini now has the fast lap. No, he doesn't. Is that Liam Crosby who's just gone fastest? Into the 35s we go, a 35.981. This race just keeps getting crazier and crazier. And there's only 3 spots, a reminder, on offer. 3 qualification spots to get into the A final. Who's it going to be? Melian, Grigorian, Perlini currently holding on. Melian and Grigorian, you'd think probably a little bit on the safer side. Perlini, though, is under big pressure. I'm happy to say Grigorian is not exactly home dry yet either. We should be getting, in fact, this I believe may be the penultimate lap of the race. Have to wait and see. But they're out there anyway, still pushing, still going. As there is the 37 of Grigorian in second. Leader a little bit further up the road. He's just heading through Complex Nivelle now. The next lap will be your final lap of the race, I believe. It's going to be very tight. Let's keep an eye on the Digifag. Yes, it is. 1 more lap to go then. 1 more lap separates Melian, Grigorian and Perlini from an A final and a shot at the 2025 London Cup. Can anybody stop them?
Oh, for the number 2, Freddie Wall, he's within touching distance here of not only an A final, but also an extra race as well for free. That's what these drivers get for getting to the top 3 in the B final. Let's see if it changes around into the final sector. Gutting for George Dale. He's got a mechanical flag on the penultimate lap of the race, so he is out of proceedings. Round the final corner comes Radu Melian. He's going to win the B final and go straight up to the A final. Who's going to join him? It's Tigran Grigorian side by side with Luigi Perlini across the line, and all of those 3, of course, provisionally go through to the A final. Of course, they've still got to go through the scrutineers bay and get all checked, and once that's done, it'll be finalised. We'll let you know once we go through to the grid for the A final who has made it through, but at least to our knowledge right now, it's Radu Melian, Tigran Grigorian and Luigi Perlini, your top 3. Freddie Wall, a great showing through that one. We had some big movers in that one. So Radu Melian was up 3 spots to take the win. Tigran Grigorian up 10 spots to get second place. Then Luigi Perlini up 13 places to get to third. And then gutting for Freddie Wall and Liam Crosby. Both of those 2 up 14 places in the final, just missing out by a position or 2. Behind them was Christian Kehayov and Mia Caruso. Then Arthur Way, Andrew Thompson, Cash Harris and Thomas Wellsford. Then Amelie Johnston, Timmy Shahini, Tyler Nickelbean, then Ashton Panoy, Ava Crawford, Jasper North, George Dale, of course, had that mechanical flag with 2 laps to go. Nicolaus Gozalidis, we lost down at hairpin number 2, and we lost Edward Jones earlier on in that race. Well, provisionally, Radu Melian, Tigran Grigorian and Luigi Perlini are heading through to the A final. And just like we saw with the groups earlier on, we're going to do it all again. It's another B final, this time for our senior Rotax drivers. And again, the top 3 will go through to the A final.
Again, emphasis on the term provisional, and I mainly say that as well because Melian actually did an extra lap. He was still going around at racing speed when he took the checkered flag, and then he went across again and then started the celebrations. I don't know what the stewards are thinking of that, but I also thought when he was coming back in, I thought that the nose looked very, very low, as in a bit too low. And what heartbreak that would be if you come into scrutineering and you've dropped your nose.
I did find it odd that he didn't celebrate.
He started celebrating when he went round again. He started, proper going for it, but it was like you've already won the race, mate. And again, he did a full lap at racing speed, so I wonder if the stewards want to have a word about that maybe, or again, the nose is low. It did look very low, but that might just be me. It might be right on the limit. Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, we're just waiting for a couple of cars to get out of the way, which it looks like they are being attended to very quickly, so we can get our B final for the seniors done and dusted. Of course, 8 minutes plus 1 lap, 14 drivers, 3 of them will be going to the A final for a shot to become a London Cup champion in 2025. Get their hands on that LC plate. As we just wait to see when we're ready to get out there. Again, a bit of a smaller grid in this one than in the other B final we've just experienced. Only the 14, but still, I think it's set to be a fascinating race. And big names on this grid. Should be interesting to see how it goes, and especially as the sun already beginning to set here, despite the fact it's 3 o'clock. Yes, we're in November. It's getting cold already. It's windy. It's November. We have had lovely sun all day, and now it's hit November, like actual proper November, and people have got hoods up and stuff in the crowd. It's getting cold.
Honestly, just thankfully it's not raining.
True.
But anyway, I say that, I'm in the commentary box anyway, so it wouldn't bother me. Yeah. So sorry to everyone who can hear me out. It's all chilly in their coats and whatnot, and we're nice and warm up here in the commentary box. Apologies about that. I was going to say Radu Melian is your biggest hater right now with you saying that over the tannoy, but we'll wait and see. Like we say, provisional results. We'll let you know when we go through into the A final, and 3 drivers here will be going through into the A final as well. They sit there. I'll be hoping those butterflies are all flying in the right direction round in their tummy. They'll be very nervous to get this one started, because it all comes down to this. If you can get through to the top 3, you get an extra race, another race on your hands. If you don't, that's it. Your day is done and dusted, and you'll be heading home for an early bath. Right then, let's have a look then as we wait for the drivers to head out onto the circuit. Who've we got in this race? A few different drivers to watch out for. I can see Chloe Kundrazik there in 7th place. Of course, Chloe was 2nd in the overall championship in Senior Rotax here in 2025. So we'll see what she can do from 7th place here in the B final. Bo Sullivan as well alongside her, or actually 1 row in front, apologies, on row 3. Of course, Bo running his driver development, likes of Jensen Kula, part of that outfit, and Bo always doing an awesome job. We'll see what he can do down there from row 3 on the grid in this one. A number of names to watch out for, and maybe some drivers that we wouldn't be expecting to be down in this B final. But like we saw in the juniors, it can all get a little bit scrappy, but really you're looking for a drive like Radu had. Get in the lead nice and early on and then try and drive away from it. That's the best way to calm the nerves, is when you're all alone out front. That does often help, but just waiting for things to be sorted and for us to get ready to go here for this Senior Rotax B final. And drivers, this is always the worst thing, isn't it? Being sat there in the dummy grid, not quite knowing when you're going to go, and just sitting there thinking about what you're going to do, trying to plan out how that first lap goes. But even with the most planning in the world, anything can happen on a first lap race here at Rye House. So we'll see. Hopefully when the drivers get out there, they can get some heat in those tyres, heat in those brakes, some heat in themselves probably, as it is chilling down here at in Holliston. And then we'll go going for the B final. But we've only got a few finals left, haven't we? What have we got left? We've got this B final, then the 177s, then the 2A finals for juniors and seniors, and then F100, and then we're done and dusted. So what's that? 4 races, no, 5 including this one left to go then. So still a decent few races ahead of us, but so far it's been an awesome weekend.
Has certainly been an awesome weekend, but yet really starting to cut through the day here. We're just waiting to see, and again, drivers, what's going through their minds? Are they nervous? Are they full of adrenaline as they're waiting to see when they're going on? I bet you there's someone sat there thinking about what they're going to be having for their tea tonight. It is a Sunday, of course. Roast is the only option, unless your name is me, in which case it'll be a ham sandwich, because I'm tired. But anyway, yeah, still waiting to see where these guys are going. 14 drivers getting ready to head out there onto the circuit. And I'm not entirely sure what the delay is for, to be honest. It's potentially scrutineering, but the pit lane looks clear, so I guess we're just waiting to get the go-ahead from somebody somewhere. As the sun is now back out here in Rye House, as you can see it, just kissing the tops of some of the people stood up in the pit lane's heads. Hello, people in the pit lane. Hope you're enjoying the action down there. And we've got some marshals now running across the track. And I guess he doesn't want to be there anymore. I'm sure he's had a great time. Anyway, we hope you've been enjoying all of the action so far. Good to be seeing how things have been going in the live chat. Good to be seeing your comments coming in. Again, lots of support for lots of different drivers. Of course, seeing George Dale out there. Support for Ethan in the Inters. Luke McGall. She's got lots for Shay, for Arthur Rhodes. We've got lots of support for lots of different drivers out here today. And it's great to see people showing the support, of course. We've got 175, roughly, entries into this year's London Cup, which is even more than we had last year, which, you know, itself was already a record-setting year. So we continue to go from strength to strength here at the London Cup and continue to grow in what is quickly becoming a staple of the karting calendar, not just here at Rye House, but across the UK as well. As we are still waiting, we do have some engines and we do have some movement in the pit lane. We are ready for the B final in the senior Rotax. Again, 14 drivers, top 3, qualify for the A final and qualify for a chance to get their hands on that LC plate. It is Arminas Zaborowskis off the pole position, Alexander Campbell alongside Ugne Zibdinati, I think I got that right, sorry, Ugne again in P3. Bailey Waters is 4th. Mark Sayers is 5th with Bo Sullivan P6. Chloe Kunyasic is 7th with Finley George P8. Matthew Kendall 9th. Rudy Kemp rounds out the top 10. Mikey Theo 11th. Angad Singh is 12th. William Smith is 13th. And Kai Veach is in P14. Let's see if we can get this going. First time of asking as the drivers make their way into formation. I only see 10 out there, so we're missing a couple, definitely. Yep, so we're definitely missing a couple, but we're going to go racing anyway, waiting for the red light, and we are getting a false start. So we'll be going around again. Didn't even get the red lights. Oh, is that because somebody's stopped or we're waiting in the pit lane? There is I don't know. We're just going to go again. I'm sure it'll be fine. These guys know what they're doing. Maybe it was just a practice start. But yeah, we're definitely missing a few drivers. I'm only seeing 10 out there. Last driver I can see on the grid is the 74 of Mikey Theo. He's supposed to be starting P11. I can see the 14 of Chloe Kunjasic. 42 is there. That's Rudy Kemp, who's 10th. Yeah, we're missing a few people, unfortunately, but we'll just have to make do with 10 instead of 14, I'm sure. Regardless, we're going to have a great race.
I can tell you we're missing Matthew Kendall, Angad Singh, William Smith and Kai Veach is who we're missing. So 4 of the 14 are not starting this race, which is sad for us as neutrals. We want more out there battling for these top 3 places, but it's better for the drivers involved, less drivers to fight for the top 3. They're not going to be fighting this time, though. Yet again, chevron flag. Like I said, in the juniors, it's kind of understandable. It's drivers leading a train to the start lights who are likely to not have done it too often now that they're down in the B final. So understandably so, it might take a couple of extra tries, but we just need the 2 on the front row, Sobrauskas and Campbell, to keep it nice and slow out that final corner and work their way through in 2x2 formations. Well then, there's only 10 drivers starting this one, so 7 out of the 10 won't make it through. 30% of the drivers out there will make it through to the A final, and we're coming to a stop then. A bit more re-education down the back straight for our senior drivers, as they're just getting a talking to of how to best get this start done and dusted. It won't be long until we go to 8 minutes plus 1 lap of B final action yet again here from the 2025 London Cup, and who will make it through to the A final? That's the big question at the moment in this one. Of course, it was shown that if you had a good start, as dear, Chloe Kunjazik not getting away. Oh, she has got away, thank goodness. I thought we might be down to 9 drivers once all was said and done, but no, she does get going, and hopefully this is the race start we've been waiting for.
Well, fingers crossed, they've had their re-education. Let's see if we can actually get things going as the sun begins to set here at Rye House. The marshal gives them the keep it slow and steady, and the lights do go green, and we go racing in the senior Rotax B final. Looking to the inside there is the 71-year-old pole sitter. Zabarauskas will not inherit the lead. Alexander Campbell is stronger through Reg's elbow with the inside into the first hairpin, and will take that lead position. Bit of a nudge there for Zabarauskas from behind. Looks like he's struggling getting traction out of corners here early door, but as they push their way around through pylon into complex Nivelle for the opening time. Again, 8 minutes and 1 lap this race. Top 3 go through to the A final. It will be Alexander Campbell that leads the opening lap from Zabarauskas. Mark Sayers, though, what a start the 17 has had. He's up to 3rd place as this move's being made everywhere you look out there.
Indeed, yeah, good start from the drivers at the front. We're side by side for 2nd place now. Mark Sayers down the inside for P2, and more action in behind as well. That was the 19 getting on by as well. That's Bailey Waters through, but immediately, I was going to say immediately under pressure. No, he's immediately trying again to get more places. Up into 3rd place he goes. But was that relegating Mark Sayers then down? It's all getting rather close up near the sharp end of the order as they come through to the end of lap number 1. Don't forget, only the top 3 getting through into the A final later on this afternoon. So no, it's Sayers up into 2nd, Waters up into 3rd. It was Ugne who lost out on that last lap, down into 4th place. He's dropped out of contention for the A final, and now the 39's a bit of a cork in the bottle here. Sullivan down the inside, contact nearly up and over the back. There goes the 71 of Zabarauskas. That was a close one for him. Sullivan into the back. Big calamities down at hairpin number 1, and again that's reshuffled the order, but mainly that was in the battle for 4th place. Now the top 3 have scampered off. Even if they start battling themselves at the moment, they'll all get through. So really what they need to do is check out the shoulder, realise, oh, there's a massive gap back to 4th place. Let's not bother battling. It's going to be the difference between 1 grid slot on the A final. It's not going to matter, but either way, drivers want to win races. Let's wait and see. Do the elbows come out between the top 3 and we get these 3 back involved again late down the inside at the first hairpin? Thankfully this time no contact though between the 2 of them.
I think Zabarauskas may have damage as a result of that. He's in P9 and really struggling out on the racetrack. Make that P10. I think the pole sitter is effectively down and out of this race. I think something is broken on that go-kart. The top 3 though continuing to bolt away. Campbell, Sawyers and Waters separated by only 0.2 of a second at the line, as there is action further back as well. There is Chloe looking to the inside and getting up into 4th place ahead of Ugne. Nice move there from the 14 on the 39. And there is a move for 2nd place now. Late on the brakes goes Bailey Waters, but the 19 finds his way through on the 17, I believe that is. No, yes. So nice move there, gets it done and moves on through. Or no, this is in fact a different battle potentially. We'll figure it out as they come to the line. There we go. It is 1, 2, 3. Yes, it is. So Campbell's down. No, Campbell's down to 3rd. So that's why I was getting confused. The 94's dropped down into 3rd place. Sayers and Waters have gone through up into 1 and 2. So it is still the same 3 drivers in the lead pack. Just a slight shake-up on the order. So we'll keep our eyes on that one. Ugne's got back up into 4th. The 39's got through the 14th of Kajasik. And just behind her, we've got Bo Sullivan, the 22, still holding on strong. As we make it 4 minutes and 25 seconds left to go, though. A little bit of adjustments being made by the front 3, but they stay in formation.
Indeed they do, yeah. Now Chloe Kundarzik looking to close into the back of Udne Zivik Donate. Let's see if these 2 swap around at all. Of course, the top 3 continuing to press on, but actually, it seems to be, well, the slowest out of the 3 of them is Alexander Campbell, but still slightly quicker than Ugne. But Chloe Kundarzik faster than those 3 ahead of her, so if she can clear Ugne and get through, and maybe they've got a chance of chasing down the man in 3rd place. At the moment, though, Chloe not able to find a way through. And now we look back to the leading 2. Mark Sayers under a bit of pressure here from Bailey Waters. Lovely to see Mark Sayers Sayers. It's going well for him in the B final. I won't use the words he used on his Instagram story, but didn't have the best of days yesterday, and looking to go better here today. He also then put on his next story that the B final would be carnage. Well, he's proving that right. He's got all the way through a contact between Chloe Kunderzik and Ugne. Both go wide out of hairpin number one. Chloe Kunderzik hops up in the air as she goes over the tyres of Ugne. Both of them go wide, and that now allows for Bo Sullivan to slip on through into fourth place. But the gap now between third and fourth is an absolute chasm. There's no chance that's going to close up. Chloe stays in fifth place then. Ugne dropping back into battles behind him. That'll be Mikey Theo and Finley George. Well, it's all gone wrong with about 3 minutes left to go then, and we watch and wait to see whether this battle begins between Sayers and Waters.
Again, these guys, they'll want to win this race, of course, but the much more important thing is being in front gets you that extra grid position. Going into the A final gives you a better chance of a stronger finish, gives you a better chance of being a London Cup champion after 8 minutes and 1 lap in the A final. And of course, everyone wants to be the one that crosses the line first, that takes the checkered flag. No one, unfortunately, remembers who brings it home in second place. Sayers still holding on at the wheel of the 17 for the time being. Bailey Waters, though, right there with him, putting all sorts of pressure onto the back of him. But it looks like the 19 staying calm, staying collected, staying cool, absorbing all of that pressure, and just happy to run his normal race. As they come through Paddock Bend, that'll be 2 minutes to go at the line before they head back into Stadium Bend. Too far back for Waters to make a move, make an attempt on a move through there. Again, I think that the 19 is relying on a mistake from Sayers. I don't think he's got enough pure pace to get through.
I think there's also potential that Bailey just decides, well, I can see how far behind everyone else is, so I know I'm through here in second place. There's no point going for some silly move that means we're both going to lose out here. We might as well just both go through to the A final. We can sort it out then. But drivers pressing on then. 1.5 minutes left to go. It is still Bailey Waters with the fastest lap of this race. New personal best on that last lap from Mark Sayers, though, but Bailey was still a little bit faster. So clearly Bailey having slightly more pace, I think, behind Mark, but just not needing to go for a silly move. Continues to sit in behind. Well, Alexander Campbell, after leading this race for a little while ago, still in no man's land in third place, but still doing more than enough to remain there. Bo Sullivan was ever so slightly faster on the last lap, but with only 1 minute left to go and 5 seconds in between them, there's no chance that Sullivan is going to catch Campbell unless there's a mistake or a mechanical failure. I can't see that changing through the last part of this race. On to lap number 13 we go then, and it's still Sayers leading the way ahead of Waters, down through Regg's elbow and into hairpin one yet again. Doesn't look like there's going to be any moves being made here from Bailey Waters, thinking better of it and sitting in the wheel tracks. Like we say, Alexander Campbell in no man's land, Bo Sullivan then in no man's land all on his own, and Chloe Kunderzik all on her own in 5th place as well. We have to look all the way back to 6th place for the first battle. That is Finley George against Ugne Zivigdanete. Ugne had got past Mikey Theo on the last lap, and now onto the back of Finley. So clearly some good pace underneath him for Ugne. Just sadly, what happened earlier on in the race in that squabble with Chloe has just dropped him out of contention here to get through to the A final. Time is ticking down to 0 then, ladies and gentlemen. This will be the penultimate lap of this race. When the drivers come through to end this one, they'll see the last lap board, and we'll be on to the last 950 metres of racing here in the B final. But it's looked pretty sorted from early on here as to who is going through to the A final.
Yeah, I think after about halfway through this race, it was pretty obvious what the top 3 was going to be. But we still don't know what order they're going to be in, because first and second are taking it right down to the wire. One more tour to go then here at Rye House in the B final. Sayers, Waters, Campbell will be going to the A final. It's just who takes the checkered flags first. Is it the 17 of Mark Sayers? Is it the 19 of Bailey Waters through pylon and into Complex Nivelle for the final time? Does Waters have anything as they head through Paddock Bend? I don't think they do. Mark Sayers will take the checkered flag, but it is Sayers, Waters and then Campbell who book their place into the A final and book their way into the opportunity to challenge for the London Cup in 2025. It was a bit of a given after the first couple of laps. They bolted away into the distance and never looked back. but it's still a great race from the three of them. 3 brilliant individual drives and 3 more drivers with an opportunity to get an LC plate at the end of the day. It's Sayers, Waters and Campbell who qualify for the A final at the end of that one. Bo Sullivan was 4th, with Chloe J6 was 5th, Ugne in P6, Finley George was 7th, Arminas Zabarauskas was P8 after suspected damage. 9th place was Mikey Theo, and 10th place Rudy Kemp. That is it for our B finals. That is it for the time being for the senior Rotax. We've got the 177s out next, then the junior Rotax A final, and then the senior Rotax A final, and then to wrap it all off, we'll have the F100s to end the day.
Sounds like a good plan to me, my friend. I'm looking forward to this to continue. But yeah, that senior Rotax B final, not a huge amount of talking points to that one. It sort of played out as you would imagine a B final to play out. Drivers getting away and ahead, realising they're in position to go to the A final, no need to do anything silly, and carrying on through to the checkered flag and just getting on with it. So good to see that. But of course, provisional results from us up here in the commentary box. Drivers still need to go through the scrutineering bay and feel the wrath of Chris Derrick and see whether he decides to kick them out entirely or whether he does allow them through to the A final. Of course, not just down to his own discretion. I'm talking about the rule book. He doesn't just he doesn't have the power to just tell you to go away. Sadly for Chris. Mark Sayers, Bailey Waters, Alexander Campbell, who we're expecting to go through to the senior Rotax A final later on. We will confirm that when we have the grid for you before that race. Like Ross said, though, we move swiftly on to our 177 final. And if this final is even 20% as good as the 2024 177 final, it's going to be awesome. It was an amazing battle between Jack Taylor and Josh Bass last year. Josh Bass not returning to hold on to his LC plate, but Jack Taylor has indeed returned, and he has had a perfect weekend so far. Absolutely smashing it and taking maximum points here into the final. Qualified pole and 2 heat victories. He'll be looking to do the same again here in the final as he locks in and looks to drive away with it. It's been a great weekend as well from Adam Sadler on the outside of the front row. He'll be looking to try and bring the heat to Jack Taylor, but no one's really been able to do it so far today. Harry Taylor is on row 2, of course, your champion in the regular season in the 177s, hence he runs that double O plate. Let's see how he does off of the race start here. Alongside him on row 2 is Oliver Smith, then it's Nicholas Walker and Jake Bradfield on row 3, James Ockenden and Jason Newman on row 4, and Domenico Brancato and Daniel Baker round out the top 10 on row 5. Nick Ash and Martin Mariton are on row 6, with Chris Emerson and Doug Thompson on row number 7. Row 8 has Richard Allison and Cameron Moss, and it's Oliver Moss and Jake Biggerstaff on row 9. And then row 10 has Ryan Sands and Bill Bowyer. Reece Knight and Paul Hibbard are on row 11. Then with Rob Church, Hayden Cater and Jonathan Militello rounding out the grid. A gutting weekend really for Hayden Cater, given his pace. He's got to try and do a last to first challenge in this one. Let's wait and see what he can do. Seems as though hopefully the car all fixed though from earlier issues in the heats. Right then, drivers heading on round 2 by 2 round the final corner. Will we get the 177 Rotax final underway? First time of asking. Drivers look to those red lights and they do go green. We're racing here in the 177s and it's a good start from pole position for Jack Taylor. He remains firm, holds the line and takes the lead, and look at that, that couldn't have gone much better for him. They squabble in behind for second place as we now head down into hairpin number 1, and it's his brother Harry Taylor who's into second place. A good start from row 2 for Harry. He's made it through. A couple of drivers taking to the escape road in avoidance there out of hairpin number 1 as it all gets a little bit busy there through the hairpins. And Jason Newman though on the 90 has not had a good start. He's dropped back and I saw him there jumping in the car out of hairpin number 2, maybe feeling he doesn't quite have the engine speed out of the corners, sadly, after issues in early races. 4-5 drivers off into the final corner. A big off there into the final corner. We've got 3 stuck on the grass, a couple more rounded into the barriers out the final corner. Big off to end lap number 1 here in the 177 final. Some of them just about getting themselves sorted, but that's potentially race over for a number of them. Yellow flags down through sector number 3. The big talking point after lap 1, Jack Taylor already off and away.
I guess the success runs in the family. Jack Taylor leads the way here in the 177 final with Harry Taylor in P2. Wow, that was aggressive up the inside from the 144. Hayden Cater was one of the drivers involved in that incident coming into the final corner. They all just came together and then all piled in, one after the other. And I feel like he thinks he needs to get a move on again. He's trying to do this last first challenge, I suppose. don't know how realistic that is, but it is still the leader of Jack Taylor, the number 99, in front of his brother Harry Taylor with the 00 plate, the champion of the club championship this year here at Rye House. And they continue to push onwards. And there is the leader just crossing the line. New fastest lap, 35.989. First driver into the 35-second gap. And he now has a 1.1 second lead ahead of his brother, who himself has a 1.1 second advantage, or a 1.5 second advantage, should I say, over Adam Sadler. So front of the pack, it's all starting to spread out. Everybody's starting to run their own race. There's still some moves being made further down the pack. Still some people shaking things up, going to try and make the moves. End of the weekend as strong as they can. Who was that going very, very slowly? Looked like the 42 Cameron Moss. And he has now come to a stop, coming into the final corner in a very dangerous position as well. They will have wave local yellows. He has got going again, but problems there. Somebody else has just stopped as well. That's the number 11, I think, is it? Yes, Daniel Baker, I think, is just ground to a halt, coming into, well, that's just coming down the start line there. So problems for several drivers out there. Crazy, crazy stuff with 5 minutes left on the clock. Up the front, though, it is still Jack Taylor that leads, and that lead now up to 1.2 seconds.
It's a shame for Daniel. He was up in the top 10 there before the kart decided it didn't want to go any further. Drops to the back of the pack. Right then, new fastest lap again from Jack Taylor. He was the first down into the 35s. Well, plenty of drivers joining him now down in the 35s. It's almost all of the top 10, but still Jack that little bit faster. 35.7 versus 35.8 for his brother, who's chasing in tow. 1.3 seconds the gap between those two, and then a further 1.6 then back to Adam Sadler. Let's see if they continue as they are through this race then. 4.5 minutes left to go on the clock. A couple of contact warnings through this one, but not too many. Nicholas Walker and Jason Newman each getting one apiece. But that is all for the moment. Look at that. New fastest lap for Harry Taylor. Sadly, not too much to get excited about there. It was only 300ths quicker than his brother Jack ahead. So not really eating away at the gap just yet, sadly, for the neutrals. However, we have got Jack Taylor chasing down the number 50, our first back marker. One of our first. It's Reese Knight, who had the issues early on in this race. We saw how aggressive Jack was to try and get past the back markers in the second heat. He was gesticulating furiously, trying to make sure everyone knows I'm the leader. There you go. You see it again. As soon as Reese ahead looks back, he points ahead. He points across, saying, "Move aside, please. Let me through. Do not hold me up here." As he goes on by, and he's getting a bit frustrated that Reese Knight hasn't moved across immediately to allow him through. We'll wait and see. We've not seen any blue flags out just yet. Down the back straight. There he goes. Reese Knight doing a lovely job there, moving aside and allowing the leader on by.
Also allows Harry Taylor through fairly swiftly, though, so that will have cost Jack Taylor a little bit of time in comparison. Yeah, lets his brother through much, much nicer. Actually hasn't been able to quite get through yet. And it's a fastest lap as well, though, from Jack. No, that was the previous tour. Never mind. Still a very good lap, though, from Jack Taylor, despite being held up. So the 99, not really struggling with that much traffic, is he? But still, only the 2 contact warnings. What's going on, guys? This is 177. It's not ballet. Somebody hit somebody. Come on. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left, and we now see Harry Taylor following his brother through the traffic. There is the 67 of Adam Sadler in P3 as well, and holding his own very, very well. It must be said, he's got a 1.2 second gap back to Nicholas Walker in P4. And again, bit of no man's land, not really too close to challenge in front, nor really under any pressure from behind. But when you're in that final podium place, it can be a bit awkward towards the end of a race, because you know you're on the podium. And that's a big lunge there. The 27 of James Ockenden looked to the inside of the 427 of Nicholas Walker in that fight for 4th place. And Ockenden touches the inside of Walker and ultimately becomes the better of the two of them and slides on by for P4. But he is immediately under investigation for that one, unsurprisingly.
You did ask for someone to hit someone.
I did ask for someone to hit someone, yeah.
So, yeah, that move wasn't really on there, sadly, for James Ockenden. A little bit of a send down the inside. Door was always going to close. And sadly, Nicholas Walker's come off the worst of that one, drops down into 8th place. our commentary sounding more like UFC commentary than London Cup commentary. Someone hit someone. No, we continue to watch the action out on track. Gap is extended to over 2 seconds now between the two Taylors, and gap remaining pretty similar between Sander in third and Taylor in second as well. Well, that scuffle for fourth place has opened up the gap back as well, so looks as though, given no major issues, mechanical or self-fault out in these last few minutes of the race, it should be these three currently in the top three who do hold on to it. They stay as they were for the moment with Taylor, Sadler, your top three.
No!
Is that issues? Is that issues for the 99? No way. Pointing ahead to Harry Taylor, head in hand to Jack Taylor. It's all gone wrong in the final with a minute left to go. I cannot believe it. Jack has been untouchable this weekend, but it's the kart that gives up with a minute left to go, and that hands his brother a potential race win. Already Jack trying to be a mechanic, looking what's gone wrong there. He is dejected after that one, and understandably so. Wow, we thought that was going to be a relaxed run to the finish. It's anything but.
Heartbreak. He was a minute and a lap away from the perfect weekend. And now Harry Taylor is potentially going to steal the victory from his brother. I've got to say, to be fair for Jack, the second there was issues, he turned around, saw his brother, went, "Go past me, I'm slow. Don't wait for me, just go." He told his brother what was going on. Next lap will be the final lap of the race. Oh my word, what late drama here in the London Cup. Jack Taylor has been untouchable all weekend long, and we are now 1.5 laps away from watching his brother with the double O plate, the club champion of this year here at Rye House, from taking the LC plate as well after mechanical issues before Jack. You simply couldn't write a script crazier than this, could you? Unbelievable. Final lap here in the 177 London Cup final. Harry Taylor is 950 metres away from the LC plate.
Oh my goodness, 2024, Jack Taylor loses out to on the London Cup plate on the final lap. This time it's with a minute to go and not coming to scuffles with anyone else, simply the kart fading away. Well, it gives the opportunity to his brother Harry. Harry's already won the regular season championship in the 177 in 2025. Well, he's going to do it again here at the London Cup. Harry Taylor rounds the final corner and wins in the 177s. Fantastic showing there from Harry Taylor. He's done it. He's turned his double O plate into an LC plate. Well done to Harry Taylor, but huge commiserations to his brother Jack. That is gutting. He was leading that one from start, so he was hoping finish, but it didn't work out. He qualied pole, won both the heats, and in the final, it wasn't meant to be. Well, he's jumped back onto the circuit to give a round of applause and praise his brother. He's on his hands and knees, praising his brother down the back straight, and they are going to give each other a big high five, and Jack says well done to his brother and all the other competitors. And if that doesn't show you what type of man Jack Taylor is, I don't know what is. Still, despite the dejection from that result, he still congratulates the rest of the field and says well done as they all head back into pit lane. Right then, your final order in the 177s is Harry Taylor from Adam Sadler and Oliver Smith, your top three. Then it was Jake Bradfield and Nicholas Walker, followed by James Ockenden, Nick Ash, Martin Marison, Domenico Brancato and Jake Biggerstaff, your top 10. And it was Doug Thompson, Jason Newman, Chris Emerson, then Richard Allison, Oliver Moss, Ryan Sands, Hayden Cater, Reese Knight, Jonathan Militello, Cameron Moss, and then sadly we lost a few drivers from that race. Jack Taylor, Daniel Baker and Paul Hibbard all not finishing, so only 20 of the 23 that started that one making it to the checkered flag. And wow, like I said, with a couple of laps to go, I thought, oh, this is going to be a bit of a dull one to the finish. Well, nothing like it. Harry Taylor steals it away to no reason of his own, really. Simply Jack having the worst luck imaginable. The London Cup just simply seems to not meant to be for Jack Taylor, but he's putting on a show for the crowd as he runs back over to pit lane. Well, there we go then. 177s are done and dusted. What have we got? 3 more finals left to come. Of course, we finish it off with the F100s, the screaming retro karts, but before that, there are 2 A finals still to come. And first up, it's the A final for our junior Rotax drivers.
It is indeed, and it is a big old grid of drivers as well. We've got 24 that'll be making their way out there, and of course 3 of them joining in the fun from the B final earlier on as well. Just waiting for the track to be cleared, just waiting for scrutineering to sort us all out, and we'll all be good. But man, wow, I just cannot believe what I've just seen. Oh, I mean, your heart has to go out to Jack Taylor. I mean, he took it in good spirits. Obviously, there was the initial distress and frustration before, you know, turning around and being happy. And he's over there now celebrating with the team and with his brother. And of course, you know, that moment where he's shaking the hand and doing the prayer, you know, put that on your screensaver. That was a brilliant shot, that. Kudos to our fine camera operator, whoever it was that got that one. But yeah, wow, he just hates the London Cup. Oh, the London Cup hates that man, should I say. I'm sure he hates the London Cup after that as well. That's 2 years in a row now. Snatched defeat at the jaws of victory through no real fault of his own.
Yeah, genuinely, yeah, snatching defeat for the jaws of victory is the most fitting phrase for that one ever. I thought it's eluded him in 2024. Well, he's come back with a bang, pole, both heat victories. It's his for the taking. Nope. The racing gods had different ideas, didn't they? Well, there we go then. 177s are done and dusted. It's Junior Rotax A final left to come up next then followed by Senior Rotax A final, and then our F100s to finish the day. Right, well, we can confirm. Look, someone has had an issue for the top 3 in the B final, because Freddie Wall finished 4th in the B final. So our 3rd place driver, I think, has had an issue in scrutineering. So it was Tigran Gregorian, Luigi Perlini, and Freddie Wall that have gone through into the A final. Now, is there anyone? There you go, Radu Melian, disqualified. Your leader. That is one I've not seen before. You said when they were coming back to the pits that you thought their nose cone had fallen down. Well, what we've got written down here is disqualified for tampering with front fairing after the checkered flag. So clearly Radu knew that there was a bit of an issue, didn't want to lose it, and was trying to kick it out on the way back to scrutineering. Yeah, they found that one out, sadly for Radu, and he has ended his day there. He's won in the B final, but at what cost? He doesn't get through to the A final. So leader drops out then from the B final. So it's Tigran, Luigi and Freddie who line up on the back of the grid for this one. 24 drivers in total, and I think this one is going to get rather busy out there, Ross. I think that's to say the least.
Yeah, I think that's very much the case. And obviously, you know, a bit of a change there from the B final as well. Racing, she's a cruel mistress sometimes. And on this occasion, the racing gods have taketh away. But as we're heading out onto the track, 24 cars to decide who is going to be our Junior Rotax London Cup champion. It is Charlie Wolford that starts from pole, Anthony Parker alongside. Aidan Hammond is third with Ayrton Wright P4, Kieran Hammond fifth, Miles Cloworth in P6. Row 4 is Shea Hilton with Sam Kohler alongside. Tyler Mason-Gray is ninth with Marius Smith in P10. Michaela Islam is 11th with Devin Taylor P12. Jack Harrison 13th with Jack Beasley 14th. Samir Paul is 15th. Callum Scriven 16th. Jamie Rich is 17th. Harley Musk 18th. Lewis Joyner 19th. And Sam Green Gomez rounding out our top 20. Then it is John Reynolds, Tigran Gregorian, Luigi Perlini and Freddie Wall getting in by the hand of the scrutineers, but he is still in an A final. So we'll have to wait and see how it's going to unfold. But 24 of our finest junior Rotax drivers out there to decide who's going to be the London Cup champion. Many big names on this grid here at Rye House, some of them a little bit out of position as well, and they'll be desperate to make some moves early doors. Again, I'd like to remind everyone, you can't win a race at turn 1, you can certainly lose it. Right then, 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Here we go for the Junior Rotax London Cup final. We are going green. On the run down into turn 1 we go. Good start there from Wolford. He'll have the lead, but there is contact with someone behind and somebody hard into the wall. That is the 251 of Aidan Hammond, who went away from P3. Someone else is round. Oh, and round goes the 169. What is going on? Kieran Hammond now round as well. On his own, there's somebody else round at Reg's elbow. Chaotic start here at Rye House.
It's Ayrton Rye.
It's Ayrton Rye, yeah. Ayrton Rye's gone round as well. Goodness me, chaos here early doors. It is still Charlie Wolf at the lead. There's a slippery flag being thrown, so I wonder if maybe there's been some fluid put down somewhere.
What an interesting start to the race then. Yeah, like you say, slippery surface flag now through sector number 1. Is that going to catch any of our drivers out then as we head through onto lap number 2? It looks a little bit slidey on the exit of stadium, but otherwise all okay. All our drivers make it through. Well, lap 1 is curse of the Hammonds. Both Hammonds dropping down the order from high up in this one, and absolutely gutting from Ayrton Rye, starting in 4th place, dropping all the way to the back of the order. That is absolutely gutting. What a shame for those drivers missing out on the first lap of racing. It just seemed like no one wanted to take the lead, didn't it? Well, after lap 1, it's Charlie Wolfett who's made his way back to the front of the order. What a weekend it's been so far for Charlie. And look who's into 2nd place. It's Shea Hilton. What a start to the race from Shea Hilton. He's gone away with Anthony Parfitt. Those two now set on chasing down your leader. And it's Mikel Islam who's up into 4th place. A great start from Mikel from 11th place up into 4th. But he's under pressure here through sector number 2 and up and under there. From Tyler Mason-Gray was that? Or was that Mario Smith? It was Mario Smith. Up into 4th place then, relegates Islam to 5th, and now Tyler Mason-Gray nipping at his heels as well.
Yeah, getting aggressive out there. A lot of people who you'd think are a little bit out of position at the start of this one have made moves early doors and are up making places. Jack Beasley, fastest lap there, 36.149 for the 27 machine. Currently in P8. Oh, chaos once again. They got 3 drivers off coming through Reg's elbow. Then another one off. There's water being kicked up everywhere, and that looks like somebody is beached. And is that the number 3 of Sam Green Gomez? Yes, it is. And that could be his day done and dusted if he can't get that thing moving once again. Oh, what a crazy, crazy first 2.5 minutes of this it has been. Now Charlie Wolfett with the fastest lap, 36.138 for your race leader. He extends his gap up the front to 1.375. They continue to push round. 2nd place, Shea Hilton, Anthony Parfitt continuing to fight and going wheel to wheel into the 2nd hairpin. Hilton holds on for the time being. Parfitt, though, desperate to get through. Side by side into pylon once again. The 888 will hold on. We've got another car into the wall. That is the 22. And Mikel Islam from 5th place, who's come off coming out of this first hairpin. It is absolute chaos here at Rye House.
Oh, that's gutting for Mikel. It all goes wrong in the final, and he is out of the Junior Rotax final. That was such an interesting crash for Sam Green Gomez. A couple of them went off, and that just shows how sodden the grass still is. It was the slowest off I've seen. Then into the barrier, he just couldn't do anything about it. Was complaining as he was spinning around, and then lost it onto the grass. That was a big wallop. Jack Harrison off down at hairpin number 1. That was another driver into the back of him. It was Harley Musk who was behind him, but I didn't see who it was who went steam training into the rear bumper of Jack Harrison. He's not going to be very happy about that one as he drops all the way down to the back of that train. Right then, with just over 4 minutes left to go, still 2 seconds between your leader and 2nd place. Wolfett still leading. Now Sam Green Gomez close next to them. He just about moves away. Oh, gets in the middle though, gets in between Anthony Parfitt, and Anthony Parfitt gesticulates furiously. Sam Green Gomez isn't letting him through. Oh my goodness, well this is really causing a bit of chaos then. Sam Green Gomez not allowing Parfitt through and continues to block him. Sam is a back marker here. He needs to allow him through. Well, this is the blessing that Shea Hilton needed. And finally, no, Gomez doesn't let him through. He cops back across again. Anthony Parfitt getting the up and under finally makes it through, but he's dropped at least a second, if not 2, to Shea Hilton. I feel as though Sam Green Gomez might have the book thrown at him after that one.
Well, I will say incredible professionalism from Parfitt there to not throw up a 1 or 2 finger gesture on his way past, because that was rude from Green Gomez. And again, they'll be having a look at that one post-race, I'm sure, but it has held up the 47 in his battle to try and get up another step on the podium places. It gives Shea Hilton a little bit of breathing room up the front. The gap now, Wolfett 2.1 clear after all of this chaos. There we see the 27 of Jack Beasley, who goes fastest lap of the race. Now Aidan Hammond goes fastest lap of the race. Yes, he is still in this race after the early chaos. Currently down in P10, goes 35.822 does Aidan Hammond. So the 251, even after being caught up in incidents, still feeling fast is that machinery. As we got some drivers all smashing into each other down at the 2nd hairpin. There is your race leader, Wolfett. is loving life up the front right now. No issues for the number 6 whatsoever, and it extends the gap further. 2.4 it is now for the number 6. He's got a very comfortable lead with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Yeah, it was that group with Aidan Hammond in it that was getting all scrappy there down at hairpin 2 on the last lap. A lot of contact between Muscola, Hammond and Taylor. Taylor, the one losing out for it though, drops down to 11th place. A little update on a couple of the drivers from the B final. Tigran Gregorian up to 13th place. Freddie Wall up to 14th. And Luigi Perlini in 18th place at the moment. So all making moves through the pack and all getting up the order, doing a great job to get up from the B final. Well, after that bit of time lost for Anthony Parfit, courtesy of Sangrin Gomez, he's immediately made it back up and he's straight back on to the rear bumper of Shea Hilton. I think really these two can accept here that the leader is off. Okay, Wolfit's only about a corner or so ahead. It's still only 2.5 seconds, but really you need a mechanical or a big mistake here for Charlie Wolfit to lose out on this race lead. But either way, we've just seen Jack Taylor lose it with a minute to go, so I'm not going to say anything just yet. But either way, I think Hilton and Parfit are going to accept that they are battling for second place here, and let's see how defensive Hilton can be. He just about chops across there down into Stadium Bend, and for now anyway, just about to second place.
Getting aggressive between this pair as somebody's off the road. That is the 18 of Sam Kohler from P9 who's gone off. That's coming down. There's somebody else there as well actually that he's hit. That's coming through on the Exeter pylon. I can't quite identify who the other driver is. It may have been Harley Musk. It is Harley Musk, I believe, on the 2-2-1 as they come through. You can see them there just out of the way as this battle for second place continues to rage onwards as they push their way through Paddock Bend, now down the straight, now to Stadium Bend. This time the 47 does not try anything. Happy to stay where he is, stay in the tracks, stay following the 888 of Shea Hilton. Maybe a change of tactic, put some pressure on because they've got traffic in front and they're almost going bumper to bumper, nose to tail here. Now the inside, now contact as well. Hilton and the 47 of Parfit banging wheels on the back straight. And Parfit just cannot find a way through at all. It'll be 2 laps left to go when these guys cross the line. Charlie Wolfit has got a 4-second lead, looking to the inside with a big lunge goes Parfit, but he still can't find anything. Hilton is absolutely imperious in his defense right now.
Doing a great job for the moment, isn't he? Anthony's doing everything he can to find a way through, but it's not quite working out. He's loved this up and under out of hairpin 2. He's always been alongside, but there's always then been a yellow flag out through pylon. There isn't this time, and he has to back out around the outside. Can't get enough of an overlap and sits in behind then as we head on to the final lap of proceedings. Out of the final corner comes your race leader. Charlie Wolfit will lead us on to the last lap of proceedings here in the Junior Rotax final. Sadly, Aidan Hammond in 8th place has just got a mechanical flag as here's the move. Up the inside goes Anthony Parfit. They're side by side on the exit. Somehow Shea Hilton stays on the inside. Can he cover him off? No. They're side by side into the braking zone and Hilton gets him straight back. Awesome racing between these two and only a couple more opportunities for Parfit to find a way back past. This is so close between these two. And up ahead, Charlie Wolfit is heading through the last sector now. He's untouchable. Out of the final corner comes Charlie Wolfit to win the Junior Rotax final. And who is going to come through in second place? Shea Hilton will hold on to it across the line. Hilton finishes second and Parfit in third, but Charlie Wolfit never in doubt. A 5.5 second gap across the line for Charlie Wolfit. He wins in incredible fashion in the Junior Rotax final. He's been awesome all weekend, and that's been delivered here with a win in the final. Massive well done to the number 6, and he celebrates as he goes past his adoring fans there. His adoring fans even adorning the main clubhouse building. And wow, what a race there in Junior Rotax. What a battle for second place between Hilton and Parfit. And what incredible defence from Shea Hilton to hold on.
I mean, Hilton, what a great job to get up into second in the first place. Yes, there was chaos, of course, but did brilliantly in himself and Parfit. Oh, they should both be proud of themselves because what a battle that was. Just simply gorgeous to watch it unfolding out on the racetrack. And it was just aggressive enough to keep you enticed, but it wasn't silly. There was the occasional nudge. There was that attempt from him, Parfit, to move Hilton out of the way through Stadium Bend on the final lap, which Hilton amazingly countered by going back up the inside with a little knock for good measure as well. But the man of the moment, it is the number 6 of Charlie Wolfit, who absolutely dominates the Junior Rotax final to make himself London Cup champion in 2025 and get his hands on that LC plate for the next year at least. What a race that was, and we've still got 2 more left to come as well today. We've still got our Senior Rotax final and the F100s. That's the 5th dog of the day. Thank you very much. I'm going to find my pen to put a tally mark down because that is 5 different dogs we have seen across the day, and these are the kind of things that we get up to in the commentary box here at the London Cup. But what a day of racing it has still been, and still 2 finals left to go as well. We've got the Seniors and the F100 Retros going out, and it is set to be a brilliant way to wrap up 2025.
Good to see everyone still having fun down there as well. I saw some of the RCE drivers playing a bit of hide and seek as they chase each other around, enjoying the afternoon's action here from Rye House. Let's run you through the full order then from the Junior Rotax final. Charlie Wolfett from Shea Hilton and Anthony Parfitt, your top 3. They were followed by Jack Beasley. What a final from Jack Beasley, up 10 places there to 4. Mario Smith in 5th, and Samir Paul, Callum Scrivens, Aidan Hammond, Miles Cleworth and Devin Taylor, your top 10. Aidan Hammond did get a mechanical flag though in that one, so he will be dropped out of the order there, and everyone will be bumped up a position. Tigran Gregorian then up into the top 10 from the B final. Amazing stuff from Tigran Gregorian, followed by Freddie Wall again from the B final. Fair play to Freddie. He gifted the opportunity there and he grabbed it with both hands. Lewis Joyner just behind them, then Jack Harrison, Ayrton Rye. Well done to Ayrton, was at the back of the pack facing the wrong way after lap 1, ended up in 14th place. Behind him, Luigi Perlini, Harley Muss, Sam Green Gomez, Sam Kohler, then John Reynolds, Mikel Islam, Tyler Mason Gray, Kieran Hammond and Jamie Riches. A lot of drivers not making it to the finish there. From 19th backwards. So, what was that? 6 drivers not making it to the finish in the Junior Rotax final. A lot of off-track moments in that one as well. A lot of drivers, I was going to say flirting with the grass, but not really flirting. They were all over it. A couple of drivers in the wall at times as well. My goodness, there was a lot to keep us on our toes. But like you said, Ross, still 2 more finals left to come, ladies and gentlemen. And up next, the Senior Rotax final. Well, the Juniors rather exciting, but a dominant finish for Charlie Wolfett. I wonder, will we see the same again in Seniors? Of course, Aidan Large has been absolutely dominant in Seniors. A possible 150 points, well, he's got all of them so far this weekend. Pole, 2 heat wins. He'll be hoping for a nice relaxed one and just to drive away with it in this one, but we'll see whether Mamalok or Thompson or any of the drivers in behind have anything to say about that.
Yeah, well, you know, he'll just be looking for a nice, relaxing Sunday afternoon cruise around here at this wonderful Rye House circuit, where at the end of the day he can just come home and pick up the London Cup. But unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the case. I mean, Auto, we know, has been so fast across this year and this weekend. Mamalok has been rapid this weekend. The likes of Ryan Welsh, Kyan Dunford, a little bit further down, but you cannot count them out at all. There are a lot of very, very strong drivers on this grid. Unsurprisingly, it's the Senior Rotax final. But a lot of drivers here, which you look at them, and even if, you know, they're 14th, 15th, whatever, you look and go, yeah, I could see that. I could see that happening if things go their way. So we'll have to wait and see. Just waiting for a last few bits of cleanup after that chaotic junior race before the track is cleared, and then we will get our 24 karts out onto the grid. Of course, cast your mind back a little while ago into the B final. It was Mark Sayers, Bailey Waters and Alexander Campbell, your top 3. And as a result, they have qualified for the A final. They'll be starting 22nd, 23rd and 24th respectively. As you can see, coats are now well and truly on in the paddock. It's getting chilly. The sun's beginning to go down. And it is November again. There was that weird yellow thing in the sky earlier and no one knew what it was and no one liked it. But it's still there, but it's just colder now, shall we say. But still, 8 minutes and 1 lap of this 950-metre circuit, as has been the case for all of our finals. Rolling start. And then we will be crowning a new London Cup champion in 2025 in the Senior Rotax. Or necessarily not new, because Kyle Dunford, starting P8, is the only driver here this weekend that this year can actively defend his London Cup title. Of course, we've had many drivers who are champions from last year here this year. It's just he's the only one that's actually still participating in the class that he won it in. So that's why he has the LC plate on his kart. Let's see if he can follow that up, make it 2 on the bounce, starting from P8. We'll have to wait and see. As you said though, Aidan Large, everyone we've said on the cusp of a perfect weekend has now not had the perfect weekend so far, John, but he is on the cusp of the perfect weekend.
Not that you want to commentators curse him or anything, no, of course not. Touching the wooden banister, hoping it doesn't go wrong for Aiden. Well, he'll be hoping to lead this one from start to finish, and we'll see how he gets on with it. Of course, you mentioned those three up from the B final, unlike in the juniors where we saw a little bit of a change around. That is as they crossed the line in the B final. Those three all getting through. Lovely to see still so many spectators out there, even braving the chilly elements. Again, thank goodness it's not raining. We're still surprised that it isn't on an early November day. It always is for the London Cup, but somehow we've been spared here, at least on the Sunday. It was pretty biblical yesterday, to be fair, so maybe that single day of rain made up for both days just on the one. But lovely to see so many drivers and team members and family members and whatnot all trackside enjoying the action. Right then, let's run you through the grid here for the senior Rotax final at the 2025 London Cup. Aiden Large on pole position with Ruben Mamalok alongside him, the only driver apart from Aiden Large to get right up at the sharp end. I wanted to say Mamalok won the race, but I think actually that changed late on, didn't it? So Mamalok starting alongside him on the front row. Ollie Ortu and Alfie Thompson on row 2 with Taylor Bellini and Ethan Martin on row 3. Ryan Welsh and Kyle Dunford there on row 4, followed by Freddie Leppenwell and Jugas Pravilionis on row 5. They round out the top 10. Then it's Kaya Sagmanta and Rex Ashley on row 6. Callum Gosh and Bradley Keaton on row 7, then Jacob Barron, your victor in the regular season in senior Rotax there on row 8 with Lucas Theo. Then it's JJ Hine and Josh Parry on row 9, Liam Phillips and Leo French on row 10, then Daniel Kehiov, and then our three up from the B final. Mark Sayers, Bailey Waters and Alexander Campbell round out the 24 kart field here for your senior Rotax final. Like you were saying, surprising that the LC plate from last year is down on row 4, but I think that just speaks about the talent in and amongst this senior Rotax field, that your defending champion from last year starts down on row 4, but never say never. Crazier things have happened. Can Carl Dunford defend his title, or will we crown a new champion in senior Rotax in 2025? To the lights they go, and they turn green. We're racing here in senior Rotax, and the drivers dive down to the first couple of corners. A little bit argy-bargy there in the mid-pack, and they all managed to make it through. Mamalok getting shoved out wide there as I think Ollie Ortu slipped on by. It's still the 132 of Aiden Large in the lead, but no, it's the 187 of Alfie Thompson who's had a great start. Bit of scuffling there down at hairpin number 1. They all managed to come out of it facing in the right direction, but I think we might have reshuffled the order somewhat. So to be fair, as first lap goes in senior Rotax, it's gone pretty well there. They all continue through into sector number 3 then. But what a start from Alfie Thompson. 4th on the grid. We saw how fantastic he was in Heat 2, and he's trying to replicate that here in the final.
Yeah, great start from him. A few drivers making up a couple of places as well. Dunford up to 6th after that opening lap. But Alfie Thompson, the man of the moment and the man on a mission, because he's challenging for the lead. Aiden Large under huge pressure from Alfie Thompson, who goes up the inside. Doesn't quite confirm it yet, but they're going to be side by side and banging wheels into pylon. Is Alfie Thompson through? I cannot believe my eyes if he is. No, not quite. Aiden Large will just about hold on. But that was a statement of intent from the 197. Aiden Large, who has been largely unchallenged all weekend. Suddenly, Thompson's turned up and gone, yeah, how do you want to do this then? As they're continuing to bounce off each other a little bit further down in the pack. Thompson once again looking, can't quite find anything through hairpin 1 on this occasion. Then through to hairpin 2 and a little bit further back coming through pylon this time. So he may just have to settle for second place as it currently stands. But it's Large, Thompson, Mamalok, your top 3. Ethan Martin is 4th, Ollie Ortu 5th, Kyle Dunford 6th, Ryan Welsh is 7th, Taylor Bellini 8th, Rex Ashley 9th, and Freddie Leppenwell rounding out your top 10 so far.
Crucially there on that last lap into hairpin number 1, Aiden Large felt the need to defend from Alfie Thompson. This time though doesn't need to. He's got enough of a gap on that last lap to allow him to just stay where he is. Ruben Mamalok still in 3rd, Ethan Martin in 4th, Carl Dunford's now up into 5th place, and he's now hounding the rear bumper of the 55 of Ethan Martin, so Ortu down into 6th place. Taylor Bellini briefly had the fastest lap. That's now been taken by Rex Ashley. He's jumped up from juniors into seniors. Of course, your junior Rotax champion in the regular season in 2025, jumping up to seniors here for the London Cup, and he's doing a stellar job at the moment. Stays there in 9th place, but Taylor Bellini ahead gets up into 7th. And look at this then, Alfie Thompson with the early charge, but it seems as though Aiden Large is just about able to keep him at arm's distance at the moment. Whoa, nearly a big incident there for the 81. A glancing blow with the barrier for Ryan Welsh there. He got lucky to escape from that one and was pushed on by the drivers behind. That was a heart-in-mouth moment for him. He'll be counting his lucky stars as he presses on in this race.
Don't count P5. Kyle Dunford has had a very strong start to this race and now is looking to maybe move up into the podium position. So we'll keep your eyes. We'll keep our eyes on the former London Cup champion. Aidan Large still leads out the front. There is Mamelok holding off from Ethan Martin and Kyle Dunford. P4 and P5 fighting for the final podium places. As the front two, they haven't broken away, but you can see they're just starting to extend that gap ever so slightly. Thompson isn't quite ready to be fighting Large just yet. He did set the fastest lap last time, goes even faster again, but it's by 0.03 of a second quicker than Aidan Large went on the last lap. So they're both pushing each other right to the very limit here in the senior Rotax final of the 2025 London Cup. It's anyone's guess who's going to be on top. Will it be Large? Will it be Thompson? Will it maybe be Mamelok, Martin or Dunford? Maybe somebody else. Ollie Auto's gone down to 7th. He's had a rotten couple of laps, but we know just how quick he can be when he turns it on. 4 minutes left to go, plus 1 lap here. It is still Aidan Large that leads. Can Alfie Thompson keep on piling that pressure on?
Indeed, well, we saw Alfie Thompson, how good he was defending in the second heat. Well, we need to show how good he is at attacking in this one. We've already seen some good moves early on for him, but wasn't quite able to hold the lead from Aidan Large. And Aidan Large has really replied to Alfie Thompson's fastest lap. He's gone even faster on the last time around and has gapped him now by 0.5 of a second. Gap then back to third place of Ruben Mamelok has gone down ever so slightly. They were still at about 1.2 seconds going on to the last lap. I think then going on to this next one, it will have dropped again and stays about the same, to be fair, so I clearly need to go back to Specsavers. But either way, Aidan Large has set another fastest lap, 34.816, 4,000 quicker than his previous offering, but he's consistently the fastest driver out there, and that's what he needs to do to bring this London Cup home for him. He can take home the LC plate if he continues on like this for 3 minutes plus 1 lap. Still only 0.6 though to Alfie Thompson. He can't relax at all out there. Any little mistake will be punished, and if Thompson catches and starts to battle, maybe we'll get more drivers joining the fray, but maybe that's just wishful thinking for me. 2.5 minutes left to go, still to play for here.
It all could change in the blink of an eye, as Dunford now under a little bit of pressure from Bellini behind, the reigning champion, the defending London Cup champion. Can he produce a miracle and work his way forward over the last 2 minutes and 15 or so seconds, plus your additional lap, of course? There are your leaders, Large and Thompson. Gap looking like it's coming down. Thompson with the fastest lap of the race last time out, and then this lap was only 3 thousandths off it. The gap's down to 0.4 of a second now, starting to put more pressure on. Looks like Dunford as well, he's decided to focus on defence from Bellini rather than attacking Martin, who's starting to pull away from himself as well. We still push on here. 1 minute 44, that's the 227, who's gone straight on there. Problems for Rex Ashley, no front bumper on the kart. And that could be curtains for his race. He'll definitely be dropping well down the order anyway. 1 minute and 30 left to go. Gap maintains at 0.4 of a second between Large and Thompson.
That's less than ideal, isn't it, for Rex Ashley? Sometimes we see the retro karts running with no front bumper, but a senior Rotax definitely needs one of those. That's such a shame for Rex on his first proper outing, at least here at the London Cup in senior Rotax. It's all gone wrong with a couple of minutes to go. More elbows out racing there. The 33 of Lucas Theo gets shoveled out wide. He just got a contact warning himself, or someone else has just bumped into him there down at the first hairpin. Battles galore throughout the order in this one, but it does look as though the gap staying relatively similar between our two leaders. It's dropped a little bit over the last couple of laps. And look at this then, back onto the rear bumper. This is actually the battle for third place. So Ethan Martin now hounding the rear bumper of Ruben Mamelok. Will this battle turn into anything over the last minute or so of this race? If it does, I'm sure Carl Dunford, Taylor Bellini, Ollie Ortu will be right on the scene as well. Leaders come round the final corner then with about 30 seconds left to go. So we'll be heading on to the penultimate lap of this race. There have already been 2 mechanical flags that have gone out for Leo French, and he's still out there. He's going to get a black flag soon enough if he stays out for much longer. And Mark Sayers under investigation for an incident over the last couple of laps as well. Right then, this is the crunch point of the race. It looks as though, visibly anyway, Aidan Large has just enough of a gap here to keep hitting his marks and bring this one home. But easier said than done from up here in the commentary box.
I mean, to my eye, they both look equally as good as each other in first and second. The only real question is, does Large handle the pressure over the final lap of the senior Rotax final here at the London Cup? Still with the fastest lap is Thompson in P2. The gap maintains at around 4.5 seconds across the line last time by. Kyle Dunford further back has just been done by Taylor Bellini for P5, following him through Ollie Orto as well, as they're all fanning out, all chopping and changing for position. But where are the leaders?
Got them both back.
Yeah, he got them both back, fair enough. Riding the final corner though, Aidan Large. It was not perfection for anyone else. It is for the 1-3-2. Aidan Large is the 2025 Senior Rotax London Cup champion. And what a way to do it. It wasn't a dominant performance by any means. He had to face real pressure from Alfie Thompson, but he did so with decorum. He did so with grace, and he managed that race beautifully.
Yeah, really good showing from Alfie Thompson as well, bringing the heat to Aidan Large. Previously in the other 2 heats, he just sort of driven away, got a nice few seconds gap and brought it home, whereas that one he had to fight for it. He was under pressure for the entirety of that race, but you know what they say, pressure makes diamonds, and Aidan Large is shining right now. LC plate goes to him provisionally, of course. But either way, race done and dusted in Senior Rotax. Aidan Large wins ahead of Alfie Thompson and Ruben Mamalok. Ethan Martin and Carl Dunn for your top 5. So sadly, our only driver trying to defend their title isn't able to do it. Carl Dunford has to settle for a top 5 finish. Taylor Bellini just behind, then Ollie Ortu, Freddie Leppenwell, Ryan Welsh, Jugas Pravdionis there rounds out the top 10. Then it was Callum Gosh, Liam Phillips, Bailey Waters in 13th place, then Jacob Barron, Mark Sayers, Bradley Keaton, Josh Parry, Alexander Campbell, then Lucas Theo, Daniel Kehiyov, Leo French, Rex Ashley and Kea Sigmanta. Of course, the last 3 there not making it to the checkered flag, gutting for all 3 of them. But Senior Rotax is done and dusted then here from the 2025 London Cup. We're going to get a few stricken carts off of the circuit then before we get ready for the last race of the day. It is of course the F100 final. We get one final showing of these karts screaming around the Rye House Kart Raceway before we bring the 2025 London Cup event to a close.
And what a way to end the day it is as well. Oh, these things are just amazing. I think somebody's headed home already, I think, because I can only see 9 karts down in the dummy grid. I guess we'll just have to do some maths when they go back out there and see if I can count up to 10, because that's what we're supposed to have. But knowing my mathematical ability, that could be a struggle anyway. But still, what a way to end the day this will be, with some screaming Formula A style racing, taking us all the way back to the late 90s. And maybe even a little bit before. Some of them are pre-95, some of them are early 90s, could even be late 80s if you were feeling brave enough. I doubt many of them are. They all look pretty 90s to my eye from up here. But it has been an absolutely fantastic day of motor racing here. And once again, what an event it has been at the London Cup to wrap up the 2025 season here at Rye House. We have crowned almost all of our 2025 London Cup champions. Just 2 to go from across our 2 different classes in the F100. And I'm sure it's going to be a spectacular, spectacular race. You can see there the driver stood aside, of course, bump starts, these things, proper go-karts, not any of this touch and go nonsense you get nowadays. No, you have to do physical exercise to actually get into things and start them, and then try to make it not run away from you. And it looks like we are almost ready to get going, because I can see some people limbering up and getting ready to maybe run forwards with it. We'll have to wait and see, but still, what a way to end the 2025 London Cup this is, with some retro racing, some proper racing.
Yeah, looking forward to this one, of course. I think we could just enjoy the race with no camera feed and just listen to them heading around the circuit for 8 minutes plus one lap, but I'm sure we'll want to watch the racing action as well. It's Liam Handling who lines up on pole position for this one as the drivers do begin bump starting the karts and getting ready to head out on circuit. There is the 41 on the left-hand side of your screen as he leaves the pit lane. Of course, Liam Handling was your pre-95 victor at the London Cup in 2024. He's jumped into a pre-2K for this one, but he starts on pole position. Paul Warner alongside him, also in the pre-2Ks on the front row. Both of the second row, though, are pre-95 classes. That's Will Barnes and Richard Plummer. And we go back to pre-2K on row 3. That's James Verity and Rob Halls. Row 4 has Chris Jiggins in the pre-95, Robin Perkis in the pre-2K. And then the final row of the grid, Craig Cutler on the pre-95 and Stuart Sampson on the pre-2K. I can see both of those. I'm trying to work out if your maths was correct as we were getting ready to go. What's that? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I think we've got all of them. I think we've got all of them. Round the final corner they come. There's no way we're going to get this one started there. We'll continue on round again for another warm-up lap as the rest of the drivers try to follow in behind. Understandably so. Usually we'd be like, come on, drivers, what's going on? We need to get in grid order. But honestly, for these guys, you don't want them to oil up and then we end up losing them from the race. So honestly, crack on at the speed that you like, and hopefully the rest of the drivers can chase them down ready for the start then. Well then, what a weekend of action it has been here for the 2025 Rye House London Cup. I hope you've all thoroughly enjoyed it, whether you're here at the circuit or watching from home. This is the spectacle to finish it all off here from an early November weekend of racing here from Rye House. The F100s are going to sing us out, and what a way to end this awesome weekend.
For the final time, it'll be 8 minutes plus 1 lap. And hopefully we're able to get going this time as well. They are a little bit staggered as they're coming through the S's. But now we look okay. It'll be all eyes over to the red lights as they come round the final corner. And we are green for the final time at the London Cup. And what a start that is for Paul Warren at the 27. Launched it away at the line there. Liam Handling just looked like he didn't really go. Problems maybe there for the 11 of Robin Perkins. Looks like it was really slow coming out of Stadium Bend, but I think he'll get away with it. Handling drops backwards again. He's been overtaken by Richard Plummer, the 107 up to second place overall. Plummer as well in a pre-95, so he leads in class as they make their way through pylon into Complex Novell for the first time. Kart still warming up, tyres not up to temp, engines not up to temp, they're not quite yet at full chat as through goes Handling back up into second place. Not quite, yes, now it is. It looked for a moment like Plummer was going to hold it around the outside. Warrener though trying to bolt away at the front, but still a long way to go. 7 minutes and 10 seconds left.
Yeah, Robert Perkis just struggled with speed, didn't he, on that first lap of racing, and looks as though engine is up to full speed now, though, and he's pressing on, but he is under a bit of pressure here from James Verity. Verity looking down the inside into pylon. A little bit of an aggressive move that would have been. He backs out of it, I think understandably so. Here's the battle for the lead, though, as they come across the line. It's Warrener versus Handling. Handling to the inside line. Just about enough room given for Handling. They go toe-to-toe round the corner. A bit of contact on the exit, but all fair in love and war. And defending down into hairpin 1 goes Paul Warrener. He's under so much pressure from the pre-95 champion from the 2024 London Cup. He's trying to become the pre-2K champion in 2025. He goes a little bit wide there through hairpin number 2 as there's yellow flags out down through pylon. I think maybe that's just for a bit of a barrier repair through there, as I can't see anyone stop down there. But I won't go too into detail with that, as I can't tell why. Yellow flags are still out anyway, so something to be sorted down there. They stay as they were, the top 2. But look at that cheeky move to the inside from Handling. He's got it. Late move up the inside there through Stadium, and Liam Handling gets back to the front of the order. What a beautiful move from him, as there's more shenanigans going on behind. A move down the inside. That was from the 75 of Chris Jiggins. Moves ahead into 6th place through on Robert Perkins. So Perkins down a place then to P7 as we continue to press on through this race. Right then, almost 2.5 minutes completed of this race, and Liam Handling makes his way back to the front of the order after losing out on that race start. He finds himself back in the lead.
Yeah, big shake of the head there from Richard Plummer, the 107, as he was coming out of Paddock Bend. You'll be seeing the drivers, if you're not familiar with older karting, you'll be seeing them putting a hand over the engine, over the carburetor, as they come onto this race. They're choking the engine. And what it does is it restricts the airflow through the carb, which puts more fuel in the engine, which prevents the engine seizing, because obviously it's a two-stroke, so it's pumping oil in as well. Prevents the engine from seizing. It cools the engine down. It gives you more fuel, so you get a better power punch out of the corner. There's so many benefits to it. That's why they're doing it. Mainly, of course, to stop the engine seizing, but it is just there. It just gives them that little extra, and it means you're turning in 100 sometimes as well. But that's why they're taking the hand off the wheel. Issue! Hamlin goes slow. What's happened here? He's dropped down to second. Through goes Paul Warner, and he seems to be going straight back again. It's almost like it slipped or missed a gear or something, but it's a direct drive go-kart, so I'm really confused.
No,
that's gone. The 41's gone. Liam Hamlin, who's dominated all weekend, is down and out, and he's going to pull into the pit lane. Unbelievable.
That is gutting. Well, the only driver who'd come back from 2024, the only champion of the two to return in a different class, won't make it to the finish in this one. He was a pre-95 champion last year. He won't be the pre-2K champion this year. They press on through the rest of this final then, but that gives the lead to Paul Warner on the 27. Rob Hall's now in second, and James Verity now in third place. And funnily enough, it was James Verity who had the fastest lap. On that lap before he conked out, Liam Hamlin, a 35.6 DNF in only a matter of corners. Here's the battle for second place though. Verity has been all over the back of Halls for the last couple of laps. Oh no, another driver, it's the 27! Paul Warner's out of the race. Another leader dropping out of the race. Paul Warner is parked up on the inside of Regis elbow, right beside Josh East, and he hangs his head in frustration. Paul Warner from the lead is out. Well, this battle between Halls and Verity suddenly becomes a lot more serious, as it was the battle for second place, now becomes the battle for the lead with just over 3 minutes left to go.
Reliability is such a big part of old motorsport and old karting. You often forget how much of an impact it has in the modern day when reliability and technology is just so good, but it really was. Sometimes Lady Luck wouldn't be on your side. 1998 World Championship. I want to say it was Fernando Alonso whose car just didn't start coming into the final. He was the quickest there all weekend. Car didn't start before the final. Same thing happened to Anthony Davidson at the final round of the 96 European Championship. I want to say as well, you know, it could happen to anyone, even the people that were going to win events. And you just turn up and the thing wouldn't work, and that was that. Your day was done. Still though, we still got a two-way fight for the lead on our hands between Rob Halls and James Verity just behind them as well. Another two-way fight going on for the lead in the pre-95 class. Chris Chiggins and Richard Plummer only separated by half a second. And I tell you, actually behind them, Will Barnes also pretty close, also in the pre-95 class. There is still fighting going on out here. Still things can happen across the remaining 2 minutes and 1 lap, as it's getting very, very tight out there in the pre-2K. And overall lead though, Halls and Verity neck and neck, now side by side, almost. No, not quite. But Verity getting racy, getting aggressive. The 64 starting to look, starting to duck and bob and weave to see if there is a way through his opponent here.
Well, don't question whether Bro has retro wheel knowledge, because he does. That was some great knowledge. I'm thoroughly interested by that. Thank you for that, mate.
Anytime.
We look back to the on-track action, and like you say, still nose to tail between these two out front, and the three in behind battling over the pre-95 victory. They're close to each other, but they need some mistakes or mechanical failures to close them up, really. As a mechanical flag for Richard Plummer. Second place in that battle in the pre-95s. He's got a mechanical flag. Even though that kart's still circulating around the circuit, he will have to go back to pit lane, and he moves out of the way of Will Barnes, allows him through. But the 107, another kart to fall by the wayside. Here might be the move for the lead, though. Tries the up and under, will get squeezed all the way to the contact. How did he hold that one? James Verity, my goodness. Someone get that man a new pair of pants.
Talk about a scary moment. That's quite a bumpy curve there coming into pylon as well. It's very narrow. It's a bumpy part of the racetrack anyway, and then you're going sideways. That wall comes at you very fast when you're not facing in the right direction. So James Verity, well done for holding on to that sunshine. And he's still fighting for the race win as well. We've got 25 seconds left on the clock. We should, the keyword should, be getting in an extra lap. So next lap should be the penultimate lap of the race as they head back through pylon. Gives Verity that little bit more time to continue piling the pressure On to Rob Halls, who it must be said is doing an excellent job at keeping his opponent at bay. This is now the penultimate lap of the race as the clock hits 0 now. Next lap will be final lap to decide who are London Cup champions in the F100 pre-2K and pre-95 classes will be. Can Rob Halls on the number 19 hold on, or will Verity finally force his way through?
Thought we were going to see the same again there from Verity, trying the up and under on the exit. That would have scared me enough to never try that move again, but he's a braver man than I, is James Verity, and he's still hounding the rear bumper of Rob Halls then. Rob Halls has been fantastic in his defence so far in this race, and we're on to the last 950 metres of racing here at the 2025 Rye House London Cup. Can Rob Halls hold on to this one ahead of James Verity and take home the 2025 London Cup F100 pre-2K victory? They continue on out of hairpin number 2. Verity just doesn't seem to have an answer as they head down through into pylon. It's still Chris Jiggins leading the way in the pre-95. Will Barnes just not quite able to close the gap. Here come our 2 leaders into the final corner. Then it'll be a run down to the exit and a run to the line for Rob Halls. He's got it home. Rob Halls wins in pre-2K ahead of James Verity. And there comes Chris Jiggins, 3rd place overall, and your victor in pre-95. What a way to end the day. Some awesome screaming karts, and lovely to see a handshake between your 2 winners there of Rob Halls and James Verity. A good battle between those 2, but Rob Halls comes out victorious. Well, as the sun sets here in Hoddesdon, what a way to end such a great weekend.
That was such a brilliant race. We had it all. We had drama, we had chaos, we had reliability trouble, we had tension, and a brilliant fight between Halls and Verity. Halls, wow. But it wasn't a defensive effort because he didn't do much defending. He just absorbed all of the pressure that Verity was putting on him. Didn't even bat an eyelid, which is like, yeah, okay, fair enough. Just, fighting for the London Cup and all that. Unbelievable. It is the 19 that is your London Cup champion in pre-2K. Chris Jiggins, 3rd overall, is your pre-95 champion. He's followed by Will Barnes in 4th, and in 2nd and 3rd place was 7th place Richard Plummer, who did finish 3 laps down, so I'm not sure if he actually got classified. And then in the pre-2K class, 3rd overall was Robin Perkis in 5th, and then Stuart Sampson in P6 was 4th. And then, unfortunately, we lost Craig Cutler, Ian Hamling, Paul Warriner, and Richard Plummer, I believe, may have been classified, but I'm not sure, because he dropped out fairly close to the end of that race due to a meatball mechanical flag. But that is it. That's it. The London Cup 2025 is done. And man, oh man, what a weekend of racing it has been.
It's been awesome, mate. So awesome. The 2024 event was so fantastic, and this one, I think, even better. The racing that we've been treated to has been amazing. If you're here trackside, I hope you thoroughly enjoyed it, and I hope you have a lovely travel home. And of course, everyone watching on the live stream as well, thank you for joining us. The coverage here provided by Motorsport Media, a stellar job from all the camera ops and everyone involved with making this production happen for you at home. My name is John Ratcliffe. It's been amazing to be here yet again for the London Cup, and I already can't wait for 2026. A massive well done to all of the victors in all of the classes, and of course, don't forget, even if you weren't victorious in your class, make sure you head over to the main clubhouse building for the podium presentation a little bit later on. I'll say goodbye. What an amazing event, but I'll hand it back over to you, sir.
Thank you, John. As always, been a pleasure having you alongside us. I'll let you go and sort yourselves out, but that is it for the 2025 London Cup here at Rye House. What an event it has been. What an amazing day of racing and an amazing weekend as well. From John Ratcliffe and myself, Ross McIntyre, it has been a pleasure. We'll see you in 2026.